Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! Here he goes. There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nuss Flush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make it right? Can Res Mall make it right to be $50? You son of a bitch! Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian. Billy Friedrich. Joe's one. They're all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the Corker Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicap a more dapper than a Dom. By the young phenom known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA when we all PSR Pub Sports Radio Bizarre is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, baby with the bag and you love it. You want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Friday, November 29th to all of you. I hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. We have 50 games that we are capping here on today's show. We're going to have to move quickly. It's absolutely jam-packed. And I'm ready to attack this board. Hopefully your bankroll's fat because there's going to be a lot of investing on these spots today. And I have not bet many of them. I've only bet 3 of them here in NHL. The rest of the card just waiting to be attacked here. There's my action that I just bet. The Oilers, Stars, and Sabres. Locked in. Shout out to all the cappers joining us. We've got Truth Teller in the house. Just put a big bet down on Wisconsin. We have razor sharp picks in the house. Stacks play today in. It is TCU. We'll be talking about that game, -3.5. Let's get this all copied and pasted. TCU -3.5. Razor sharp picks in the house. Razor, I hope you had a great Thanksgiving with Bernie and the fam. Is locked in here. Stacks play today, number 2 from Justin McKelvey, Arizona, -6.5. Jalen Brunson for Viper NB. We got Brunson over 24.5 points at -105. Let's get this all locked in, copied and pasted so we can move through this enormous card. Brunson over 24.5 for Vipe NB in the house. We have Wine Time Sports joining us here for college football. Then we have CMAC and Dabby Cab for NCAA basketball. And then Wine Time back in business with us in NBA. He's been very strong on our show the last 2 shows. And then we have NHL, and NFL before that. So we're going to miss a couple of the 12 o'clock and 11. We're going to miss the 11 a.m. games of college basketball. We're going to miss one NBA game, that Knicks game at 12. And we're going to miss, looks like 2 NHL games, the Rangers game and the Blackhawks Wild game. Make America Great Again in the house. The nuke worker ready to go. Kelly McInnes. Morgan Spooner going to copy his action. Lucas Ryan says App State college basketball starting now. Trill OG play of the day is Memphis first half going up against the Pelicans. Friday night basketball in Memphis. Let's get this all locked and loaded. Serious business in the house. I hope you all had great Thanksgivings, and I hope you're ready to get that cash. Lucky Power in the house. Great to see you, Lucky Power. All right, so let me get this all straight and set up. So we're getting right into college football. We have a whole bunch of games starting in 53 minutes, and we have just the man for the job currently trying to become just the second capper to work with me through a whole season to hit 60% against the spread and on totals. Our next guest in college football is 62-43, hitting at 59% plus 16.3 units, ROI plus 15.52%, average line -109. He's been absolutely crushing. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California, our guy, Mr. Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, my guy. Good to be here with you on a Friday, Black Friday. It was good to be here with you yesterday on the live stream for that morning game. It was a good time, man. We made some cash on that one. I kind of got burned in the later games, but it is what it is. I think I had a 2-3 overall day yesterday, but ready to attack the books today, Jim, because we've got a lot of games today in college football. A lot of games starting off in about less than an hour, and I've got some action on them. I see the chat here early and often. My guy Justin right there. We got Barry, Lucas, T. Moss, Nasty Nate, my brother right there. Razor Sharp Picks, my guy. Happy Thanksgiving, all you guys. Hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving yesterday. Thanks for showing up for the show early today. It's going to be a long one. But, we're going to make some cash today, so I'm looking forward to it.
This is one of the thickest sports days of the year. You know what we'll do here is we'll get this first game set up here, and then I've got to tweet out the show. I was just I wanted to get a few bets in before the show started, and I kind of didn't get. I knew I wasn't going to be able to tweet it out. Basically,
yeah. Let me know if you want me to intro any game too. If you got other stuff you got to do for a minute.
Sweet. I think we should be all good. Let me just get this set up here and get ready to rock. You know what? Jose landed in Miami at 9 a.m. He flew out at 5 a.m. and first thing he did was loaded all the teams. So we have the graphics. What a guy. That's just, I have so much respect for that. A 9 legacy in the house, dropping his action. I'm going to copy and paste all of that. Lucas Ryan on Hornets plus 12.5 here. So let's get this all up. I'm going to need this up because I'm going to need to bet while we're here. I've got all the records done for every capper. We're all caught up across the board. Okay. All right. So, and if I'm late on switching a game, just let me know. We start at 12 p.m. Eastern. Oregon State Beavers 5-6, 1-3 on the road at the number 11 ranked Boise State Broncos 10-1, 5-0 home at Albertson Stadium in Boise, Idaho. Cold, but no wind. 30 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy. A 2-mile-per-hour winds. We have, Oregon State snapping their long losing streak with a big 41-38 victory just 6 days ago at home versus Washington State. And Boise State, they have clinched the Mountain West Championship game. They're 7-0 in first. What they haven't clinched is the college football playoff. So they're, everybody expects them to be in, but they need a nice performance here against Oregon State. So it's not quite the letdown spot that we see with some other schools. Possibly. We'll hear what our expert has to say about it. Let's get into the line history to get us started here for this one. We have Oregon State right now plus 17.5 points, plus 17.5 for the pick'em. This opened up at 20.5. We've gone now. This went all the way down to 17. This was 17 this morning until there was a half point of buyback, but we've still had a 3-point swing here towards the Beavers. And when we get to the cash flow, 45% of the tickets, 45% of the cash, moving this number on the total, 63-86 on the over. 63-86 on the over. And this total has gone from 56.5 up to 58. And it just moved to 58 from the 57.5 about 35 minutes ago. Is there value here? Is it possible that Boise State might overlook this spot a little bit? Take it away, Wine Time. Beavers, Broncos, and Boise, Idaho.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup here, Jim. I mean, Oregon State coming off, they won the Pac-2 title pretty much. They beat Washington State last week. It's just a 2-team conference over there, so I guess you could say that they're the conference champions. Big win for them to get it done, and I think that's what they really wanted to do. Washington State, a good program over there too, a team that's building something nice over there. I think that coach Jake Dicker is doing something special over there. I think he's going to have a better job here in the next couple of years. And that quarterback Mateer is most likely going to enter the portal and go somewhere else. With that being said, the Oregon State coming off a big emotional win. Boise, man, they've got everything to play for in this spot. You already mentioned it. They need this win to get into the college football playoff. They're already in their title game. We touched on this a couple weeks ago. Maybe it was a month ago when Boise played UNLV. And I said, Boise's probably going to get them here, but I think UNLV is going to get them in the title game and blow their hopes of getting to a playoff title. I don't wish that upon them, but I've had that feeling for quite some time, and that's most likely what the title game is going to be, unless UNLV goes down today and Colorado State wins their game, but I don't think UNLV is going down today. With that being said, I'm not going to lay the wood here with Boise State, although that's the only side I would take in this spot. They're going to feed Genty as they have been all season. I thought they were going to lower the volume on him. They've been just turning him up, man, 30-plus touches a game. This guy's going to be it's going to be his last regular season game, before the conference championship and then all that. Big home game for them in Boise at Albertson Stadium, the blue field, the blue turf. We all know it and love it. Another interesting thing here too, Jim, we've got both the Heismans going off at the same time today. The top two Heismans, we've got Travis Hunter over there in Colorado playing at the same time, and Genty, man, both these guys fighting for it, and both their coaches are going to very much feed them the ball in these spots. I'm not going to look at the Genty over 180.5 rushing yards props. It's too much for me to take, and they just really need to win this game and get to the next game. Do I think he could hit it? Absolutely. No value in this spot for me. Either way you look at it, though, I'm going to stay away from this game.
Is it because Oregon, feels good about themselves?
Yeah, I just think Oregon State coming off such a big win for them. They shouldn't. That was a good game. I watched that game. Washington State, I believe they turned it over in the final minute on that final possession. And Oregon State, they were celebrating like they won the national title. They were going nuts there. And Oregon State, where do they play well? At home. They don't play well on the road at all. They struggle on the road big time. Oregon State's always been a hostile environment. Even though it's kind of a small city over there in Oregon. Shout out to that stadium, though, because they always get a jam-packed over there. For that reason, that's why it's a tough. I lean the Boise side, man. I won't be surprised if they go out here and beat these guys by 30-plus. But I'm going to stay away from it for now.
I can understand why it doesn't correlate perfectly. That's fine. We got 46 minutes and another 6 games. I believe it's 6 games that are popping off here, or five more games that are popping off here at noon. So let's see. We don't need to reach. We got a lot of opportunities. Let's move on to 12 p.m. Eastern. The next spot on the board for us, wine time, is Oklahoma State Cowboys 3-8, yet to win a game in the Big 12. 0-8, ugly record in the Big 12. At the number 25 ranked Colorado Buffaloes, 8-3, 6-2 in the Big 12. We're at Folsom Field in Boulder, Colorado. Not quite as cold as in Idaho. 38 Fahrenheit, clear, 1 mile per hour winds. Financially free and focused. This was talking about Oregon State fighting for bowl eligibility. I share the same discomfort with Oregon State off that big win, and Boise State hears the whispers that they might not be good enough to be in the playoff. I hear what you're saying, financially free and focused, and that's why the move has gone to the Beavers. But I'm not going to jump on it myself. And Lucas Ryan saying that Boise could get that team total over by accident. Let's roll into this Cowboys-Buffalo spot here at Folsom Field. The Buffaloes were rolling until they went to Kansas. Kansas, we knew they were much better than their record indicated, and they've shown that over the last few weeks. And that, started with that big BYU game as well. So they lose 37-21. It's a slap in the face. They had been beating teams by margin. And then they get that slap in the face. And that's all Oklahoma State knows, is to get slapped in the face. And that Texas Tech 56-48 game, man, they just can't – they can't seem to find a way to get to the finish line, this team. They were down for a lot of that game. It was 56-42 with 4 minutes left. But that game was tied when Oklahoma State got that touchdown with 8 minutes left, tied at 42. They had 508 yards of offense, 32 first downs, and yet can't win at home. But this is an angry Colorado team. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We'll start with this total high, 67.5. We've seen Bronco football. It's gone from 64.5 to 67.5. And this 3-point move is all this morning. It's just shot up this morning. On the point spread here for this one, we have Colorado minus 16.5, minus 104. So we've had 4 cents of movement away from them. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have on the total 51% of tickets, but 90% of the cash on the over. Clearly some big actions coming on the over. And then 64% of tickets, 66% of cash on Oklahoma State here. That's more than I had expected with Colorado coming off of a loss. Take it away for us, wine time. Oklahoma State, Colorado.
Yeah, talk about an OG coach going against a second-year coach right here, man. This is, it's crazy to think that this might be Mike Gundy's last season coaching over at Oklahoma State. I think he might step away after this season. We'll see. There's a lot of coaches right now, Jim. I could go into it, but I know we don't have that too much time. But he's one of the guys that is definitely not necessarily on the hot seat for that program, but he might step away because he knows it's best for the program. With that being said, Colorado, we've been on Kansas the last 3 weeks in every single spot they've been in. It was a clear-cut Kansas spot last week. Colorado, shout out to them, what they've done this season. Shout out to their defense. Shout out to Warren Sapp, what he's done for that defensive line. Really built a good culture over there. And, this is the best team Prime's ever going to have over there at Colorado. He's never going to have a better team than this. He's got his son over there. He's got his second son over there in Travis Hunter, and then he's got Shiloh, but with that being said, all those guys are going to be leaving after this season. And, Colorado, I think they're going to want to go out here on a high note, being at home here, coming off a big loss last week, just getting blown out. There was a lot of bad flags going both ways. It wasn't just Colorado's ways, the hit at the knees, I understand it, but there's flags both ways. And with that being said, though, Oklahoma State, this is a bad team, Jimmy. This is a team I was high on coming into this season, and I was completely wrong on them. Thought Ollie Gordon was going to have this season. Everyone is anticipating he's going to be hitting the portal. Very interesting. I'm not sure where he's going to go. Maybe Coach Prime talks to him after the game and see if he wants to go over there to Buffalo next year or wherever Coach Prime goes, but Ollie's definitely leaving OK State. With that being said here, I think this is going to be easy money for Colorado at home. This is an absolute smash spot for them. I'm on them first half -9, -110, and I'm on them full game -16.5, -110. I think they're going to win this game from start to finish. They've got too many playmakers on that offensive side of the football for Oklahoma State to handle in this spot. Yeah, you've got Travis Hunter. You've got a bunch of other guys over there too. This team's Will Shepherd. one of the best deep threats in college football as well. He hasn't been getting too involved this season. I really like him, though, as a wide receiver. I don't expect these Oklahoma State DBs to be able to keep up with these guys, and Coach Prime is going to want to continue to feed Hunter. Hunter's going to probably get at least 10 catches today. His over receiving yards prop, I think, is like 107, 108 and a half. I'm not going to take that, but I definitely see him going over that. This Colorado team is angry, and they want to continue to play well, and then they want to have a good bowl game after this as well. Go out on a high note for Travis Hunter and Shadour's last year, and maybe even Coach Prime. Maybe he goes somewhere else after this year. But I just think Oklahoma State, they've got nothing to play for. These guys have given up already pretty much throughout the whole season. They're a better team at home. They're horrible on the road. And Colorado, they've been playing well at home, and they're going to have a crowd out there. This is, like I said, all their last games. This place is going to be rocking and rolling in Boulder today. Give me Boulder, Colorado, both halves. I don't take first halves often, guys, but I'm on them first half in this spot minus the 9, and I'm on them the first half minus the 16.5.
Minus 16.5. Was the full game and minus 9 first half? Was that both at minus 110?
Yes, sir.
And you tweeted that out already?
Tweeted that out. Yep.
Beautiful. I can understand what Financially Free and Focused is Oklahoma State bowl game. For me, what trumps that is that bad loss. And here they are at home with one. So I completely agree. I'm not going to double up. I'm only going to take that first half here. I've got it.
Can you get a minus? You can get a minus 9 still, or is it 9.5?
No, I can't. I wonder if I can at Pinnacle. I can't if I send it in to the local at 365. Let me just see if I can get it here quickly. Here we go. And here we go. First half.
I mean, they're going to be up double digits at half either way we look at it. So even a 9.5, I still like it. You could put me down at the 9.5 because
it's fine. If you tweeted it out, it's locked in. That's not a problem. We love that you do that and support that. So, okay, I'm in a 9.5 at minus 106 for me, a 9.5 at minus 106. So, by the way, we talked of course, the incredible record of wine time. I've really slowed down my quantity of action. The UCLA loss, I had 1-8 of my last 10 in college football till the UCLA plus 4.5. So on the season, I'm 39-36. It's not, great at all. It's not even good, but 52%, minus 0.18 units, ROI minus 0.24%, average line minus 109. So if I can stay hot, then I can get myself, healthy in the black by season's end. Okay, so I bet this. I got to tweet this out still, but let's move on to the next spot on the board here, and that is the 12 p.m. Eastern. Minnesota Golden Gophers 6-5, 4-4 in the Big Ten. At the Wisconsin Badgers 5-6, 3-5 in the Big Ten, and it's freezing cold in Madison, Wisconsin. 21 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, and 15-mile-per-hour winds. We have heavy winds in Wisconsin. We have heavier winds in Ohio. So when we talk about the Bowling Green game next, that's 18-mile-per-hour winds in the cold. This is 15-mile-per-hour winds in the cold. Jonathan Manton says Wisconsin is going to lose. Minnesota would like to keep them out of a bowl. That's an interesting angle there, Jonathan. Let's get into the X's and O's and the line history here for this one. We'll start with this line history. Right now, we have this as a pick'em. So, that's first half too. Let's go to money line and get a better idea of what is going on here with this odds spot. Here we go. So we have right now at I'm not going to mention the book. Minus 116 is the Golden Gophers. They opened up at plus 106. So that's a pretty legit 22-cent move towards the Golden Gophers. When we get to the total here in this one, we have it down to a 40. Now that's lower than other books. I see 40.5s and 41s, but this has come down from 43.5. Obviously, these temperatures and the wind are playing a huge role. Also, though, if you wanted this, understanding the weather, you could have got a 43.5 at midnight. You could have got a 42.5, earlier this morning, which does often, it makes you want to hesitate if you want to take a number, quite this low when all you had to do was move 3 hours ago and be ahead of the game, and you could have got a much better number. Let's get into the X's and O's here with our guy Wine Time Sports. These Golden Gophers on a 2-game losing streak. They lose at Rutgers 26-19, and then they lose a heartbreaker at home to Penn State 26-25. Wisconsin's lost 4 straight, and that loss to Nebraska was embarrassing. I mean, they had just played so well at home against Oregon, almost beat them, should have beat them, and then they lose by 19 at Nebraska to a Nebraska team that we had heard was sick. Very interesting situation here. So Wisconsin's lost 4 straight. Minnesota's lost 2 straight. Wisconsin trying to get to bowl eligibility. We're at Camp Randall Stadium, Madison, Wisconsin. Take it away for us one time. Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Yeah, shout out to my guy Razor Sharp Picks in the chat. Says Gambler's First Glance, college football, Minnesota -1, 42 and 31 and 2 of 35.1 units. That's impressive right there. All documented too, right there, my guy. Me and him are usually on the same side, and actually we are not on the same side in this one. And I'm actually quite surprised. This is one of the spots where I actually lost. I gave out the line at a -120 on Wisconsin on the money line. You can get them at a better line now because now they're the underdog at +1.5. I'm not sure why this line's going down. Even looking at the market right now, it's about a 50-50 ticket split on the money. I'm not too worried about the market in this one, but for some reason they're deciding this line has flipped. I've been talking about it with Moose all week long, about this game. And, there's been some question marks about Wisconsin and their secondary. One of their safeties, Hunter Wooler, probably their best player in that secondary, was most likely going to miss this one. About 15 minutes ago, he got announced in. This line still has not budged. It's still not budged. They're still underdogs. So I don't understand what the reason for that being. Maybe the books think Minnesota have the edge in the cold here. You mentioned Minnesota coming off 2 losses. Man, they should have got that win last week, though. Minnesota been in a lot of close games over there. PJ Fleck really saved his job this year, despite even if they do lose this game, he's got a job there next year. Bringing in the transfer from New Hampshire, Max Brosmer. I wasn't super high on this guy. He's done everything they've asked him to do, being a game time manager and asking him to make the proper throws that he needs to, not turn the ball over too much. They're not running the ball too much. They have a good running back over there in Darius Taylor. And I think if you're a Minnesota backer, you want them running the football at all times because Wisconsin has one of the better secondaries in the Big Ten. They've got a couple really good cornerbacks, Hallman and Furkin. And I already mentioned Hunter Waller. These guys are really good. These guys have all been with the program for a couple years. They're juniors and seniors. This whole team is experienced. These guys have been playing together for a while. It's senior day in Madison, guys. I've only backed Wisconsin really at home this season, and it's benefited me. They should have won that Penn State game. They played good again, or they should have won that Oregon game. Without a doubt, that was their game. They lost. Penn State, they played them really tight at home. This is a good defense, a good secondary. And I think this is kind of going to be a chess match between both these coaches. These coaches don't like each other, Luke Fickell and PJ Fleck. These programs hate each other, guys. These programs hate each other. This is the longest rivalry in college football, I read, or it's the longest streak of games that they've played against each other. It's something crazy like that. They're playing for the Axe game. Wisconsin's going to show out, even though that Green Bay had a game last night. They're going to be there. Madison's going to be rocking for this one. Will Pauling, the number 1 receiver for Wisconsin, is questionable. He hasn't been announced in yet. Waiting on that, but I just think Wisconsin is such a different animal, guys, at home. And, the market doesn't agree with me, which, when that happens, it scares me. I'm not going to lie, because I'm usually on the wrong side. And, I could be on the wrong side. I already placed this bet, though, and I already gave it out. And I'm still confident in it, knowing the fact that Waller is playing in this game. Their best defensive back got announced in about 15 minutes ago, so he's going to be playing in this one. You've got the running back in Tyree Walker. Very good running back over there for Wisconsin. He's a senior, the transfer coming in. He's done a good job. You've got the quarterback Locke, who's kind of a game time manager. Don't make too many mistakes. This is going to be a good game, guys, but I am on Wisconsin money line -120. And you know what? The weather is playing a big factor in this one right now, guys. It's cold out there and windy. I'm also going to take – I haven't not tweeted this out yet. So if Jimmy could give me the best number available for the first half under, if I can get a 20 – I will take that under 20 all day long in this first half, because I think this is going to be a chess match, especially in that first half.
It makes sense here. What is Wisconsin money line? What did you get that at?
I got them -120.
-120. And that first half under you are looking at right now. Let's get the best line available for the first half.
Shout out to Ron Crawford. He said his play of the day is actually Wisconsin. Love to hear that.
Wow. This is a wild one. So, yeah, you can get the hook here. We can get you 20.5 at -110. 10, 20
Oh yeah,
and a
lock me in on that. I like that. I might end up moving before this game kicks off. I might interrupt you later on and end up moving on this full game under as well, because I think this is a clear-cut under spot with this weather, with these two teams. This is going to be a chess match. It's a rivalry game. They're not going to try anything too crazy. So I definitely leaning towards the under full game as well, but we'll wait on that.
And Truth Teller, this is his play of the day as well.
Shout out to Truth Teller.
So Ron Crawford on Wisconsin. We have Razors Gamblers first glance on Minnesota. We had to cut a bunch because we have 50 graphics for games today. So we had to cut a bunch of stuff, but we didn't cut this. And thank you again to Jose for getting this all set up. Razor on Minnesota -1 and Ron Crawford play of the day in college football on Whiskey. Okay, let's roll on. It's such a difference, man. The piano was that little bit of serenity, and now you're just like,
this is Ron.
Let's roll. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board, that being the Miami Redhawks at the Bowling Green Falcons. Let's head to Doyle L. Perry Stadium, Bowling Green, Ohio for this one. The Redhawks 6-1 in the MAC. Bowling Green 6-1 in the MAC. 30 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 18-mile-per-hour winds here. This is a fun one. We have both teams just rolling right now. Both teams rolling. Similar, opponents. They both have faced Kent State and both held them to 7. Miami held them to 7 points. Bowling Green held them to 6 points. They both just faced Ball State at Ball State. Miami won 27-21. Bowling Green destroyed them last out 38-13. Bowling Green winning all of their games by margin, and Miami of Ohio doing the exact same thing. Gabbard, 18 touchdowns, 8 interceptions here. But Bazelak, 15 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have a similar total, and I'm guessing similar movement on it with the very cold weather and the winds. Yes, this is just dropping like a rock. 42.5. This one is a little different as it started moving, 3 days ago. This was a 38.5 2 days ago. So it's a little different. This one isn't getting hammered to the under like the Minnesota-Wisconsin game. So you don't need to feel awful if you still like this under right now. You don't need to feel like you're way too late to the party because it kind of happened a few days ago. We have Bowling Green right now -3 at -107. They opened up at -2.5. So we've had a half-point move to Bowling Green. That's happened throughout the last few days. A half-point move back and forth. And then when we get to the cash flow for the spot, we have 48% of the tickets and 64% of the cash on Bowling Green. On the total, it's 27% of tickets and 68% cash on the under. Take it away for us here. Wine time, Miami of Ohio Redhawks at Bowling Green Falcons.
Yeah, Jim, this is a total I wanted to get in at earlier in the week. I was talking about it to Moose actually when it got to 41.5. I was like, maybe I buy up to 42 right now. Or wait until it gets to a 42. It just keeps dropping, guys. And Jim already mentioned it. The weather is playing a big factor in this one. We're also seeing this being 27% of bets, 68% of money coming on the under. I really want to take the under first half in this one. It just kind of, I'm not sure here. I can get a 19.5. It's just for MAC action for me, guys. It's so tough because the game can just play out as an under the way it should, and it just somehow goes over. I see it happen time after time again. I've gotten burned just because I've been on, looking at the weather report, seeing it's going to be cold, it's going to be windy, and I've gotten burned from, 80-yard touchdowns, a punt return touchdown, stuff like that always seems to happen in these kinds of games. That's the only thing leaning me off this, but I'm very close to getting the window on this under 19.5 here. I think both teams are going to move the ball methodically, run the ball here, especially in this wind. I believe both these teams right here. I mean, is this the winner goes to the MAC title game, or is that a different game?
Ohio's also 6-1. Buffalo is 6-2.
Winner of this goes to the MAC title. Wow. Okay. This is actually a pretty big game here. We mentioned Gabbert, man. He's been there for like 5 or 6 years. This guy's been with the program for a long time. Maybe this game means a lot to him in this spot here. You take the points in the back pocket with the Miami, Ohio, but with the weather playing the factor, the weather has me off this game right now. I could only lean towards the under 19.5 first half. If you're going to take something in this game, I think that's what it should be. If it goes over that, barely, maybe you look at the second half under, just depending on how they got those touchdowns. If they were 80-yard bombs or just stuff crazy that really shouldn't happen. I mean, I'm not going to say shouldn't happen, but more than likely not going to happen. But I'm going to stay off this, Jim.
Miami of Ohio has played one road game since October 12th.
Whew.
I mean, I don't understand why we would trust them to be able to travel here against, a team that is as good as them, if not better. I don't know why we would. They lose. They go to Ball State. Ball State's 2-5 in conference, and they barely beat them 27-21. If we go back, look, who have they beaten on the road? Eastern Michigan. I mean, they lost at Toledo. Why would we think this would be any different?
And Bowling Green has had the by far tougher schedule if you look at their non-conference schedule as well.
Justin's homie's big on Miami of Ohio. And look, I get that. I mean, I get that if we're talking about a neutral site, but here I don't understand why we trust Miami to travel. It just doesn't make sense. It's not like, I mean, it's very difficult to travel, and you need to be doing it in somewhat of a consistent basis if you're supposed to be trusted.
Yeah, they haven't. That's crazy. Since that they've been just playing at home these last month and a half. That's wild.
Well, yeah, 4 of their last 5 have all been at home. It's just that one game. You'd have to you go back 6 games to see their second road game. So, I mean, I think it's going to be very difficult for them. I really do. In fact, I'm going to bet. I'm going to bet Bowling Green. Look, if this was on a neutral field, Justin, I can, and I know if it's the homie you're talking about, I know he makes big bets, and that concerns me to be on the other side. But
I mean, yeah, Bowling Green almost beat Penn State. They were winning at halftime. I mean, that's crazy.
I feel you, Justin. I feel you, and in getting the points here. And Wager Detective just bet Miami of Ohio better coach. Look, I completely get it. I completely get it. But I'm going to challenge the Red Hawks to travel. And maybe they're more than capable of doing it. But I'm going to challenge them to do that. And I will bet against them being able to do that. And I'm going to bet that right now. But I can understand being on the other side here. And Wager Tech said Miami, Ohio, 8 of 2, last 10 at Bowling Green. Bowling Green was the laughing stock of college football for a while. So I'm not going to put too much emphasis on any of their, records from the past 7 or 8 years. I'm not going to care about it. Shout out to NJ Striker in the house. And look, we're not, it's fine not agreeing on certain things. And then, you bet it and deal with the consequences. Shout out to Kong's Clips. Kong's Clips best bet today here is on Bowling Green. Okay, we only have 22 minutes, but we only have 2 more 12 p.m. games, so we're doing fine. Is anything official for you in Miami of Ohio and Bowling Green wine time?
I'm going to stay away from this one, Jim.
Okay, let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Next spot on the board, ball, and I haven't bet it yet. I got to bet it and tweet out. What did I? Okay, yeah, this is good. This will only be my second spot because I've got Colorado first half. Okay, we move on to the next spot on the board, Ball State, Ohio. We are at Peden Stadium in Athens, Ohio, and let's go over the weather. I had it here. We have 32 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 15-mile-per-hour winds. So it's also really tough weather here. Ball State has lost 3 straight. We just talked about losing at home to Bowling Green, 38-13. That came on the heels of an impressive victory at impressive loss, 51-48 at Buffalo. And then they lost. To start this losing streak was the loss at home against Miami of Ohio. They've actually played pretty well on the road, Ball State. Ohio, though, has won 4 straight games. They are rolling right now, 6-1 in conference and playing really good, really good football right now. Ball State just 2-5 in conference. Let's get into the line history. Ohio also has a 3-day rest advantage, which is important this time of year. So let's get into the line history. We have Ohio as 17.5 point favorites, minus 17.5. This opened up at 14.5, so we've gone a big 3-point move. When we get to the total here for this one, we have a 52. We have a 52. This is juiced to the under. Opened up at 53, dropped a point to 52. And when we get to the cash flow, we have 48% of tickets, 64. Oh, shoot. Sorry. That's wrong. We have 54% of tickets, 78% of cash on Ohio. And on the total, we have 39% tickets, 59% cash on the under. Take it away for us, a wine time. Ball State, Ohio Bobcats.
Yeah, Jim, you touched on it. Ohio playing really good these last 5 or 6 games. I believe with the win right here, they're going to get into the MAC title as well. They're Ohio top 15 against the run in the nation this season. They're playing some really good ball right now, especially losing their transfer quarterback who's playing over at Indiana right now, who's balling, who's probably going to be playing in the NFL now. With that being said, this is a tough game, Jim. I got nothing on this game. Looking at the market right now, I've got too much action today. Ohio being a 17.5. I would think they're going to get it done here, being this much of a favorite. Ball State, though, they've been kind of improving the last 5 or 6 games other than the blowout loss last week, and they've had some tough matchups in the MAC. I mean, Buffalo's a decent team. Miami, Ohio's a decent team. They beat NIU, who beat Notre Dame. I mean, we know NIU, though, is a very inconsistent team all season long. That being said, had a good game against Vandy, lost only 10 points to Vanderbilt in Vanderbilt. Maybe this Ball State team can hang tight. I'm going to stay away from this one, though. I got too much action in the morning games. I do want to add the full game in this Wisconsin game, though, Jim, before it gets kicked off.
Okay.
Sorry. So whenever we're done with this, if we can go back to that.
No, jump on. What's the full game under you're getting?
Let me check right now. I think I'm getting a 40.5, I believe. Let's see if I can get a 41 anywhere. Yeah, 40.5. I'm going to take it minus the 110, though.
All right. Under 40.5 minus 110 for wine time. And I just moved on Bowling Green minus 2.5.
I'm going to tweet all this out right now, too.
Bowling Green minus 2.5. Ooh, action's about to pop off for all of us here. This is going to be fun. Damn. If I had just got to this a little earlier, this line's moving towards Bowling Green as we speak. It's expensive. I thought I might be able to get a better line. It was minus 120. There was a 2-cent better line at 365. While I was moving on, it moved 5 more cents to minus 130. I do want the 2.5 instead of the 3 in case it is a close game. And I wonder if I just paid too much for it. But, what's done is done. We're in. Let's move on to our final 12 p.m. game until we move into afternoon football. Our final 12 p.m. game, we have the Navy Midshipmen, 7-3, 5-2 in the American. East Carolina Pirates, 7-4, 5-2 in the American. Dowdy, Ficklin Stadium in Greenville, North Carolina, 48 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 2-mile-per-hour winds. Let's get into it right now. This total is at 54.5. Or a 53.5. There's even a 55 out there. It's kind of all over the place. This opened up at 55.5. So we haven't had a big drop here, but it is pretty heavily juiced to the under at minus 116, the 54.5. So at least a point move towards the under. Then when we get into the cash flow for this one, we have East Carolina minus 3 and minus 105. East Carolina has gone from dog to favorite here. Pretty huge, pretty dramatically. +1 all the way to -3 A very dramatic move. Now you can still get 2.5s, but this is just a monstrous move. Shout out to Gorky in the house, as Curtis Rourke will not be better than Nathan. I like that take. Well, Nathan better step up this year because he's got Vernon Adams now jettisoned to Calgary. So Nathan better step up. I don't like the move. 50% of tickets, 63% of cash on the under. Again, this kicks off in 16 minutes. Then we have 60% of tickets and 82% of the cash on East Carolina. What a bullish market for the Pirates. I mean, dog to favorite is one thing, but you go from +1 to -3. It is an absolutely huge move towards East Carolina. We have them on a 4-game winning streak. Navy's lost 3 of 4. Navy's coming off their bye week too. You have 2 weeks for Navy to prepare. But what is East Carolina, just a runaway train right now? This is a very, very interesting spot. Take it away for us. Wine time, our last 12 p.m. game. Navy mid. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Navy midshipmen and East Carolina Pirates. Take it away.
Yeah, ECU's rolling right now. This offense is hitting on all cylinders right now, playing really well, Jim. Looking at Navy on the other side, they kind of have this, you could say, dream start to the season. A lot of people were saying, I mean, myself included, when I was talking about it with Boss, Navy against Notre Dame, I was like, dude, Navy beats these guys. Like, Navy might go to a playoff. They might go to the playoffs this year. Like, they end up getting blown out, and they haven't been able to get it figured out since then. I think, the teams know that they're not going to just run on you anymore, and they are going to throw it sometimes, but they're not too efficient when they're throwing the ball. They're definitely a run-first kind of offense. Same with ECU. They're going to want to run it up on you as well. Navy, though, coming off getting shut out to Tulane, man. Tulane's a pretty good team. They did take a loss yesterday, I do believe, to Memphis, which I was very surprised at. I'm not sure how that game ended up shaking out, but I do believe they lost.
They lost.
Wow. So with that being said here, man, I don't know. This is a crazy line movement. I mean, if you got on ECU as a dog at +1, I give you all the credit in the world. I still like it here at the -3. I think they can, I BJ right there. I think Navy gets blown out. I could definitely see that. I could see ECU kind of naming their number right here. They've been able to name their number against whoever they want these last 4 or 5 weeks. I believe Navy's going to be able to put up over 20 points probably against ECU, maybe 20, 22 at the absolute most. We'll see. I'm going to stay away from this game, but I think definitely ECU is the clear-cut sharp side in this one, even though the market's not like, I mean, what is it at right now? 60%. I mean, 60% of bets, 82%. Bigger bets are coming in. Obviously, Vegas is seeing something from some of these bettors, and they're like, "Whoa, this guy knows something we don't. Maybe someone's not playing for Navy."
They're saying it's Horvath is the reason for the move.
Wow. Yeah. That's a tough spot. I'm gonna stay away from this game. ECU looks like the clear-cut play here, though, but I'm gonna stay away from this one.
Yes, he is.
QB's out. He's their do-it-all guy. He leads their team in rushing as well, actually. Wow, that's a big hit for them. Then East Carolina is most likely going to take care of business. But I don't know who this backup is for Navy, so I don't know. Maybe there's no tape on him.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's not going to be in, but they didn't think he was going to be in as of 2 days ago. 3 days ago, they were saying that he wasn't going to be in. So when was this move? I mean, I'm not going to mess with this one, but this move happened
last hour or two, maybe.
Yeah, this was. Oh no, it moved from +1 to -2.5 when that article came out on Tuesday.
Okay.
So it's being there, and then initially there was a half-point move back. Okay, I'm gonna be off of this one here. Colorado all the way down to 14.5 is what we've heard. See this here. Colorado down to 14.5. Yeah, I've got 15 now. Wow.
I got 15.5.
Wow. Then the half. But the half has not changed. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's very interesting, honestly. I mean, Colorado, Ragu and Boss have been on it all year, the Colorado first quarter, and it's been cashed the last couple of weeks. It has, and I almost wanted to go to the well with it because I believe it's not cashed the last 2 weeks. But they're a team that likes to get started. They're all about the explosive plays, and OKC just doesn't have the personnel to compete with these guys. So on the explosive plays, at least they might be able to hold them on a couple drives, but I think Colorado is going to be able to score whenever they want.
That is the 12 p.m. action here. 12 p.m. action. We have our guy wine time on Colorado first half and full game -9, -16.5. I moved on that first half at -9.5, which is still at. Then we have wine time on Wisconsin money line. We have Gamblers First Glance from Razor on Minnesota. We have the first half, and we have Ron Crawford best bet on Wisconsin. We have the first half under 20.5 from wine time and the full game under 40.5. I'm on Bowling Green -2.5. That is Kong's Clips. Best bet of the day is on Bowling Green, but Justin McKelvey has a homie that's on the Red Hawks who cashes. So Justin's put 2 units on it. Ball State, Ohio, no action, and none for Navy, East Carolina. So all those games pop off in 11 minutes. Let's roll on to afternoon action here. We have 3. And again, in college basketball, for those of you guys who are preparing, we're going to start with the 1 p.m. games. We're going to start with Minnesota Wake Forest at 1 p.m. in the ESP Events Invitational. We also have Weber State, Bowling Green, Valparaiso, DePaul. I sent a list of games to CMAC, so we're going to work with that list. And then he's at the end of the list, he's got 2 best bets that he will be adding, and that's 14 games that I sent him to go over. So let's roll on to the 3:30 spot. We have 3:30 p.m. Eastern, Mississippi. Oh, God, sorry. Let me just move this over here. We have Mississippi State Bulldogs 2-9, 0-7 in the SEC at the number 14th ranked Ole Miss Rebels 8-3, 4-3 in the SEC. The Wisconsin game, BJ, we just went over.
It's +1.5, -110 everywhere pretty much right now, BJ. They were -1, 1.5 a couple days ago. The lines flipped.
Yeah, this is moving towards Minnesota as we speak.
But the market's like kind of 50-50, right, Jim?
Yeah, but I mean, it's just we just moved another point after we were done talking about it. So it's a 50% of tickets, 56% cash on whiskey, and now whiskey's a +2. So at the height of this on Tuesday, whiskey was a -3. So a 5-point swing is a massive swing.
When that happens against me, my ROI is not high. So I still like this spot, but I mean, when that happens, that tells me something.
Let's roll on to this Bulldog Rebel spot in Oxford, Mississippi. It's a little warmer, a little nicer. 46 Fahrenheit, sunny, 8-mile-per-hour winds. This old-time rivalry here. Let's get into the line history. Ole Miss at -24.5. They were at -26, now -24.5. So we've had a 1.5 point move towards Mississippi State. When we get to the total in this one, we have a 61.5 juice to the over 61.5. This opened up at 62, so we have a 0.5 point move to 61.5. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have 61% of tickets and 66% of cash on Mississippi State. On the total, we have 56% of tickets and 79% cash on the under. You know, this is the perfect kind of psychological breakdown here, situational. I mean, is Ole Miss, because they're in this rivalry, going to step up after having their beating heart ripped out of their chest? I mean, I don't know what the answer is to that. It's a rivalry game, so it's a nice opportunity for them here. Okay, Dabby Cab in the house. He's got a prop in this game. So let's get him back to get him joining the show here. But quickly, Mississippi State losing at Tennessee 33-14, losing at home to Missouri 39-20. They have nothing to play for. They're 0-7 in conference. But Ole Miss is not going to be able to get into the playoffs now with 3 losses. Sure, they're set up for a nice bowl game, but that was a devastating 24-17 loss in the swamp. Let's bring our guy, the host of Medicate Mondays and the Tailgate on Saturday. Let's bring Dabra Kadabra to the show. Let me move this off.
What up, Cab?
Yo.
What's happening, my man? How are you? Oh, that's not going
good. I'm good. I like the format. Hangovers build character, so we smile through the pain. We're here, ready to rock.
It is. Yes. This is a huge card, which takes paramount over any kind of a dehydration issue that we might be feeling here. Mississippi State Bulldogs, Ole Miss Rebels. We have a player prop here from Dabby Cab. We were all on the over 9.5 wins, which went by the wayside. Let's hear from Wine Time first to get this rolling. Do you believe that Ole Miss can get back up again against a team that's 0-7 in conference just because of this old-time rivalry?
Yeah, this is a tough matchup. Jackson Dart, man. I mean, what was his over-under on crying on the sideline in that last game? 2.5. I mean, every time he threw a pick on that last drive and it got overturned, he was crying on the sideline. Kid didn't look like he was mentally there to lead them on a game-winning drive. It just wasn't there. He got hit on a lot of plays. He got wrecked that game. I'm actually surprised there wasn't any reports this week about him being hurt. With that being said, they could name their number against the Mississippi State team. This is an Ole Miss team that can blow out these teams that aren't good. But when it comes down to the big teams and the good coaches, Lane Kiffin he just can't get over the hump. I thought this was the year. He had all the personnel. He had all the NIL money, the boosters, to do it this year. I mean, they put a lot of money into this Ole Miss football program this year, a lot of money, and they're not going to an SEC title game. They're not going to go to the playoffs unless something, I guess, crazy happens, but I don't see it happening. They don't deserve to. They don't deserve to. Jackson Dart is going to come back for another year. I said this guy was going to be a first-round pick this year. This kid's coming back for another year. I don't know what I was thinking when it comes to that. But we'll see. I mean, he's got a lot. The kid's got all the talent in the world. He comes back next year. We'll see what he can do. But with that being said, I mean, Ole Miss could pretty much name their number in this spot. I'm going to stay away from this one, though, Jim. We've got too much action going on this morning for me to take something in the Egg Bowl. I'm curious to see what Dabby Cab, because I like his prop. So I'm curious what he has to say in this one.
Yeah, take it away, Dabby. What's your move?
Yeah, this is the game where you look at it, you're like, no motivation for Ole Miss, and they're a 24.5-point favorite. You don't want to bet Mississippi State, 0-7 in conference. So what the hell do? Do you back the team that's, got no motivation trying to cover 24.5? Or do you back the team that hasn't won a game in conference, catching 24.5? I wouldn't do either. Just like Wine Time said, fuck that. Okay. No interest in that. But also on the same note with what Wine Time said is name your number here for Ole Miss, right? I do like Mississippi State's offense a little bit. Okay. I just want to clear that up and say a little bit. I think Mississippi State, if I'm going to say this guy's name wrong, Van Buren Jr., he's been all right. And, shout out to my pops. He texted me like 6 weeks ago talking about this kid. He's like, hey, Mississippi State's quarterback's actually all right. He's not bad. He might move the ball a little bit, and that'll help my prop where I'm at in this game. If Mississippi State keeps this game close, Jackson Dart gets a bunch of passing yards. If Mississippi State doesn't keep this game close, Jackson Dart gets a bunch of passing yards. The fact that they've got his number set at 300.5. Now, I'll say this, shop around for this prop because I've seen it anywhere from 299.5 all the way up to 318.5. It is everywhere. But I got in at 305 or 300.5. I don't see any reason why he doesn't get it. I mean, we're looking at a 61-point total. You really think Dart's not going to have 300 passing yards in a game that's got a 61-point total? I mean, maybe it's too easy in my opinion, but I love the bet.
Well, what do we think? Just because of this is the Egg Bowl, that Ole Miss is going to come in locked and loaded, or are they still suffering? Like I'm not sure. I want to bet Mississippi State, and if I was to bet that on this kind of a number, I would prefer to be on them just first half. Just come out there and because we know that Ole Miss, that usually the team with the skill, I mean, that will show out at some point. But when Mississippi State Bulldogs, this is a game that they care about. Ole Miss is just down on themselves. I want to bet Mississippi State. What do you think?
I definitely think Mississippi State has more of the motivational factor in this, and those guys are going to be more amped up for this game because
there are no cowballs. There are no cowbells in the stands. Let me say that again. There are no cowbells in the stands, so they might be motivated, but they are not at home. Okay, and this is a rivalry game, and I'm not saying that Ole Miss gets up for it under the circumstances, but if you're on my team and you can't get up for this game, fuck you.
Huh. Nice job, Gerald Jones catching with Dallas. Okay, I'm gonna have to sit with this here. I have some interest in Mississippi State first half plus 14 or 14.5. But I'm gonna have to sit with it for longer. We have Dart over 301.5 passing yards for Dabby Cab.
300.5, no one.
300.5. Okay, 300.5 for Dabby Cab. Dabby Cab, we have 7 games left here in college football. Is there anything else that you're having? Are you focusing on college basketball today?
College basketball. If I'm gonna kind of look, and if it's cool with you guys, I'll hop in if I have a bet. I'm not completely capped like usual today. You know, yesterday was families in town from Utah. Yesterday was crazy, so I'm still kind of getting there with some of this stuff.
No worries. Well, you got the schedule too, so you know when you want to, whenever you want to jump in here. We have BJ also on the Minnesota Timberwolves. We're going to keep rolling through college football. We have college basketball after this one, and then wine time back for NBA. So,
hey, Jim, I'm going to turn my TV really quick because the game's about to come on and I can't see it from right now. So I'm going to get it going right now. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, go get it in. Dabby Cab, my man, excellent work. Dart over 300.5 passing yards for our guy Dabby Cab, and just send a message anytime. And also, but if you turn your camera on, just because I'm doing the graphics as well, because no Jose today, I'll know that you want to jump on for that game.
Okay, cool, gotcha.
Okay,
right.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll see you soon. There's Dabby Cab. Okay, so let's then set up the next spot on our show. We head to Huntsville, Texas, for Liberty Flames at Sam Houston Bearcats. So let's get this one up here, and let's set this one up. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Hope you all had a great Thanksgiving. Let's roll on 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Liberty Flames 8-2, 5-2 in Conference USA at the Sam Houston Bearcats 8-3, also 5-2 in Conference USA. Elliott T. Bauer Stadium in Huntsville. It's nice weather, 57 Fahrenheit, partly cloudy, 9 miles per hour. It is good football weather here. God, I want to take Mississippi State first half. I mean, if this was earlier in the year, I would think, oh, they're going to get smashed and grabbed. And maybe they will, and maybe I should just stay off. Okay, Liberty, Sam Houston is our next spot. Let's set this one up. We got Wine Time going to be back rolling with us here in a second. Liberty's won 3 straight games, beat Middle Tennessee at Middle Tennessee 37-17. Followed that up 2 weeks ago with a 35-34 overtime win at UMass. It was a little underwhelming. And then at home, they took out Western Kentucky by 17, 38-21 last out. Sam Houston, on the other side, they had their 3-game losing streak snapped at Jacksonville State. Now, Liberty's last loss was also versus Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State, the class of the conference at 7-0. So, it was a tough game. Sam Houston lost at Jacksonville State 21-11. That was on the heels of a very underwhelming victory in overtime at Kennesaw State, who's at the bottom of this conference. They're a very good defensive team, just like last year, but this year they actually have wins to show for it. Let's get into the line history in the cash flow and hear what Wine Time has to say about this spot. Am I on the first half? Yeah, sorry. Let me move it back over to full game. And here we go. We have a Liberty right now minus 2.5 at even money at plus 100. This opened up at 2.5 and it got up to 3. This was at 3 until Wednesday afternoon when it went back to 2.5. And that's where it is right now. And this line's continuing to move towards the Bearcats as this is juiced to minus 113 for Sam Houston. Let's take a look at the total. In Huntsville, you can imagine it's a low one. Let's see what we are dealing with. We have Sam Houston. Not that low, 47.5 in a big game. I know Liberty plays different, but so this is not moved at all at 47.5. So let's see what the cash flow has to say about this spot. We have 36% of the tickets and 50% of the cash on the Bearcats. And on the total, we have 35% of the tickets and 54% of cash on the under. Make America Great Again on Sam Houston plus 3. We got a best bet coming in here from Kong's Clips. Lex Steele in the house. So take it away. Morgan Spooner, lots of action in the chat. I'll copy and paste all of this. Take it away for us here because I don't know why we wouldn't want to back the Bearcats at home here with the season on the line because we can trust defense. And, it's defense that you need to travel with, and Liberty doesn't have that. I know they're a good offensive team, but why wouldn't we want the Bearcats? And then if you want the Bearcats, then why don't you want the under or the Liberty team total under? Take it away for us. Wine Time, Liberty, Sam Houston.
Yeah, I'm liking everything you say about the under, honestly, in this spot. That's what I'm leaning towards. Liberty, man, they got a good head coach over there, Jamie Chadwell. This guy's a lot of guys are looking at him for head coaching jobs next year. He's turned this Liberty program around. Honestly, a little bit disappointed to have 2 losses at this season. This team wanted to kind of have only 1 loss or be undefeated, try to make some noise over there. With that being said, this looks like a clear-cut Sam Houston spot. Sam Houston, though, just struggling on offense. Haven't been able to score too much lately, but that defense is playing really well over there. You mentioned it already. Liberty's got a good dual-threat quarterback over there in Caden Salter. Good runner. He's kind of more of a game-time manager, but he's a good athlete over there. Yeah, this is a tough game. I don't have anything in this one, honestly, Jim. I wanted to take the under in this spot because I just think both teams are going to want to run the ball, and Sam Houston's going to want to play good defense at home. This is senior day for them in Sam Houston. Last game of the season for them. Does Liberty have another game this year? How do they only played in 10 games this year?
Take a look here. We have kickoff on all those 12 p.m. games. No, this is it for them. They had the game canceled at App State.
That's right. Oh, okay, I remember that. That's right. Yeah, I definitely lean towards the Sam Houston side in this one. I wasn't planning on taking anything in this, though. The under looks appealing to me at 47.5. That's the only way I would go in this game, I think, Jim.
I want to back. And if you back Sam Houston, you have to back the under. If you back Liberty, you have to back the over.
Yeah, because, Liberty, high-powered offense, but Sam Houston, they've got a good defense over there, really underrated. They've been able to stop pretty much everyone in the last couple of weeks, so.
Oh God, this is. And then if I'm gonna just see what I'd have to deal with here, I would look at a team total as well. Maybe that's the better way of doing it. But it's not like I'm concerned that Sam Houston's going to go for 27. Huh?
Yes, they haven't been able to really put 20 points on the board. So if you're on Sam Houston, you got to be on the under in this spot.
But looking at Liberty games, they have not been in a game that went once all year. Once all season, they played in a game that went under 47.5. Wow. But I guess there's so much on the line. We're talking about a tough defensive team. Once all year. Imagine hanging a number that they've only gone under once all season long.
Oh, yeah. This is an under, Jim. The books have that there for a reason. That I might end up moving on this under. We got another 3 hours for this spot. If so, I'll end up tweeting it out. But
and Jerry Davis saying Sam Houston's not being the same since is it Hunter Watson who went down? No, Hunter Watson's good to go. So when Bauer went down, I guess that's what he's saying. When Jace Bauer went down, the junior. I don't know. I he's on Liberty here. You know what? I don't know. Hunter Watson has done enough all year. Look, 9 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. He's done enough all year to deliver here. I think
he's a good game time manager. He's not going to make the big throws downfield, but he's gonna do what you ask of him. You just can't have him turn the ball over in their own territory. But
105 yards against Jacksonville State. Okay, I think I want both. I think because if I'm going to be on Sam Houston, Make America Great Again's on Sam Houston, I think I want Sam Houston and the under. My first concern, honestly, is that in 3 hours and 23 minutes, this show could still be on. So I'm going to bet this at some point here, I believe. Okay, Jerry Davis says when Watson went down and came back, they haven't been the same. I think he plays less physical now. He did. I hear you, Jerry, but he did just run for 105 yards against Jacksonville State. He's run for 3 touchdowns in the last 2 games. Okay, so I'm going to sit with that a little bit longer, but that's where I'm leaning. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. More 3:30 p.m. action. We have the Utah State Aggies, 4-7, 3-3 in the Mountain West at the Colorado State Rams, 7-4, 5-1. In the Mountain West. We're in Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins, so it's a little cold, 40 Fahrenheit, but there's no wind to speak of whatsoever. No wind at all. 2 mile per hour winds. Let's get this one set up here quickly and hear what our guy Wine Time's plan is. Let's get into the line history to get us started. Sorry, move over here. God, I wonder if I should move on that one. I'm close. We have Utah State. The total is at 58.5. It's juiced to the under. We see 58s on the board. This opened up at 60.5, and it's now 58.5. Ohio, by the way, on the board against Ball State. So we have our first touchdown on the 12 p.m. slate. Ohio on the board. Bowling Green rolling, by the way, but they're on the 3rd and 15 at Miami over Ohio. Which game are you watching?
I'm watching that too. He just had a 4-yard pass. It's going to be 4th down right now. And now I got Oklahoma State. They're taking the field here in Boulder. They're going to have the ball here first. This quarterback's so bad for Oklahoma State, man. This Boulder crowd is rocking and rolling right now. This place is going nuts right now.
Colorado State 5-point favorites. So, this opened up at +6. It's now +5 for Utah State. Going through, a pretty crucial number here is Utah State as a dog in this one. Let's take a look at the cash flow for this one. We have 62% tickets and 89% of cash on the under. It's a lot of money on the under. And on the spread, we have that's the Sam Houston spot. We have 22% tickets and 26% of cash on Utah State. Wow, 22 and 26 on Utah State in this line moving towards them. Colorado State just lost. They had their winning streak. They're 5-1 in conference. It was their first conference loss, Mountain West loss, 28-22 at Fresno State. Fresno 4-3 in conference. Utah State's won 3 of their last 4, but they're beating up minnows. They're beating up they beat San Diego State 41-20 and Hawaii 55-10. Not strong teams in this conference. This is a fascinating one. It's too bad Colorado State is coming off the loss at Fresno and coming back home where they've looked very, very good. Jerry Davidson on Utah State +5.5. I can understand why you find it appealing, Jerry. Let's hear what Wine Time has to say. Take it away, Utah State, Colorado State.
Coming up right here, it's going to be a 3rd and long for Oklahoma State, 3rd and 18 here in their own territory. Let me do a little play-by-play for you guys before we get this. He's going to take the snap. He's got some time to throw. It's going to be picked up by Colorado. Colorado's got the ball at about the 23-yard line. They are going to be in the red zone by Travis Hunter, the Heisman front runner. Let's go. Who else, guys? Wow, let's go, baby. What a start. With that being said here, guys, I'm very surprised, Jim. These two teams right here, Utah State, this team's been scoring points, and they haven't been able to score against anyone all season. They've been able to score at will all season long, and they haven't been able to stop anyone on defense. This team's been giving up points. I've taken totals where these games have been in the upper 60s, and they've hit. Sam Petras, we know him from the guy from Iowa last year. Quarterback transferring over here to Utah State. I actually think he's not going to be playing in this one, though. I actually think it's going to be Bryson Barnes, the Utah transfer, the kid that was with them last year. He's going to be starting in this one because I think he's hurt. Colorado State, you got Fowler, the quarterback, the kid that, claimed he got offered $800,000 to leave Colorado State, and he said he stayed. Still remains to be seen about that, but he's been a decent guy this year in the Mountain West, man. He's gotten it done against the teams he should. Very disappointing loss to Fresno State last week because if they beat them and they win this game, they're in the Mountain West title, and that's pretty much what he said he stayed for. Colorado State, though, they're a run-first offense. That's what they like to do. I'm guessing people are taking the under in this total because also Sam Petras isn't going to be playing in this one, so you're not going to have that deep ball threat. I'm surprised why they didn't let him throw the deep ball at Iowa, but this kid, Bryson Barnes, I believe is the one that's starting. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat if he's not starting here, but I believe he is, and he's more of a game time manager. He's going to get the ball to his playmakers, and he's not going to do too much. He's not going to force the ball down the field too much. With that being said, I'm off this game, guys. I had to lean towards Colorado State because I think this is a big game for those seniors, these guys that stayed, and let's say if UNLV loses today as 18-point favorites or tomorrow, that's going to be a touchdown Buffalo. Who is it? It is going to be Welch, I think the running back. Crowd's going nuts. 1-yard rushing touchdown. Let's go. Good start, boys. Good start. With that being said, I'm going to stay off this spot. We've just got too much going right now. Colorado State, the running back Morrow, though, if you're anyone looking at props, I would look at him. They like to use this guy a lot, and I do think he's going to get 20-plus touches today. I might keep an eye out for him on props later after we get off the show. We'll see. This is going to be a stay-away spot for me, though.
Let's roll on. I can't bet it. I want it. Look, the market is telling me that Utah State is alive here, and maybe they are, but it doesn't correlate with Colorado State coming off of the loss, and I need it to correlate. There's enough opportunities for us across all of the sports here that it must all correlate for us to bet, and we're going to have a huge card regardless. Let's roll on to 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Texas State Bobcats 6-5, 4-3 in the Sun Belt. Oh, let me get this here. At the South Alabama Jaguars, 6-5, 5-2 in the Sun Belt. We're in Hancock Whitney Stadium in Mobile, Alabama. 54 Fahrenheit, sunny, pretty nice, but there is 13 mile per hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for this one. Also touch on the X's and O's, but we'll let our guy Winetime, our expert, handle that. Texas State did have their 2-game winning streak snapped in a 52-44 loss at home to Georgia State. So they've had two straight home games. They've only had one road game in the month of November, and now they travel to South Alabama. South Alabama just went back to back on the road. Obviously, Southern Miss is a very, very weak opponent. 35-14 win Southern Miss, but they beat the Raging Cajuns, who are 6-1, 9-2 overall, but 6-1 in the conference. I mean, that was a huge statement win. So, maybe they let down a little bit against Southern Miss. But they still beat them 35-14. And now they come back home. And home is also where they lost to Georgia Southern. Last time they were here, they lost 34-30. Now, Georgia Southern 5-2 in conference, but you got to think they're ready to fire here. You got to think they're ready to fire. Let's get into the line history for this one. We have South Alabama at +1. Minus 105. They opened up at +1. We've had no movement at all. A couple cents of movement towards the Bobcats. Let's get to the total here. It is 7-0 Ohio, by the way, over Ball State as well. So we have 2 touchdowns on that early slate. We have a total of 60.5. It's juiced to the over. You see 61s around. This opened up at 61.5 and it dropped to 60.5. So we have a 1-point move towards the under. When we get to the cash flow here, what's Wager Detective saying? South Alabama money line is Wager Detective's verdict here. Financially free and focused, heavy on home teams needing wins on Seniors Day. That makes a ton of sense. Financially free and focused makes a ton of sense. When we get to the cash flow, we have 55% of the tickets and 64% of the cash on Texas State.
Bowling Green just forced a turnover.
Who did?
Interception, Bowling Green right now.
Oh,
Gabbert just threw a pick.
Good.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, please. That's just glorious interruption there. Haven't been on the road in a little while. Maybe a little uncomfortable.
Let's go.
Gabbert.
He looks uncomfortable. He looks a little shook on the sideline right now.
56% of tickets, 54% of cash on the under. Take it away for us here, my friend. Kirk Gray just filled the Yeti 50-50, Captain Morgan, and eggnog. He's ready for football. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Bobcats, Jaguars, and Mobile.
I love that. Yeah, man. Texas State, a team that's underperformed this year, Jim. Believe it or not, this team put a lot of money into their football program this year as well. Very disappointing. They had that game against Arizona State, a game I was on Texas State on. I had the money line in that one. They lose the game by 3 points. We know how good Arizona State is, and Arizona State went in there, took care of business. I believe it was on a Friday. That Texas State crowd was rocking in that one too. This team, with that being said, was supposed to have a better year than 6-5. They've got a good quarterback over there in Jordan McLeod. I'm not sure what his eligibility is looking like going into next year, but I don't see him staying at Texas State unless they offer him some more money. He's a really good athlete. He's got a big arm. He can make every throw you ask him. Texas State's just been underperforming this year, to say the least. Look at their last 5 games too. They had that blowout win a couple weeks ago, coming off a big 52-44 loss against Georgia State. It's a tough matchup. I don't want to have anything to do with Texas State, but I could only back them here. I like what someone said in the chat about Senior Day. I do like that as well in this spot. I don't know too much about this South Alabama program, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. This was a team I was backing a couple years ago when they had that quarterback transfer from Alabama, Bradley. I forgot what his name was. His first name, last name, Bradley. Good quarterback over there, and they had a very experienced team, experienced coach. Team I haven't been focusing too much on this year. I had to lean towards Texas State just because talent-wise they have the talent, but this is playing in South Alabama. This is going to be senior day for South Alabama. They're already going to a bowl game no matter what, but I mean, finish your season off strong here, 7-5, get yourself into a bowl game and beat a good Texas State program. Like I said, a team that they have more money into their program than South Alabama. So I'm going to stay away from this one.
I think I'm going to move on this one. Dr. Nibbler is ready to win. I like it, Dr. Nibbler. Nasty 8, we are not. I am not live streaming the Chiefs game. To me, we're capping 50 games here on the card, and honestly, that's just one game for me. I don't. It's not like the Thanksgiving 3 Thursday games. I know it would be fun, but no, I'm going to have just a massive card of action here and need to be pretty much left alone. It would be nice to get off to a winning start here, so I'm not panicky and it can still be a decent father. Okay, so let's talk about this quickly here because I think there's a move that should be made. In this spot, we have Texas State off 3 straight games against the worst teams in the conference. UL Monroe, Southern Miss, and Georgia State. They destroy the Minnows. A Georgia State team that's now 2-5, beats them at home 52-44. You just mentioned such an important thing for how to break this game down psychologically is I think people know McLeod's not going to be there next year. It's not like this team is here at the end of the season going like improving together. I think they're like, oh, this dude's going to
move in the wrong direction for sure.
Yeah, and then now you have South Alabama, who hasn't played at home since losing to Georgia Southern 34-30. Georgia Southern is a good football team, but they lose their last home game. They go out on the road, get the job done against a good Louisiana team. Beat them at Louisiana, and then kind of go through the motions against Southern Miss, a terrible football team, because they have their eyes on beating Texas State here at home. I think it's the move here. We already talked. We already heard. Who was it? Who was backing? Was it? God, I'm sorry. It's just so much kind of tripping on this. We had somebody talk about Gary Davis talking about Gio Lopez. Now maybe you could say the same thing about Gio Lopez. I mean, maybe
he's having a good year this year. Shout out to Gio Lopez.
And 17 touchdowns, 3 picks.
So maybe touchdown Boise State. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries. That's great. It's because we stayed off it. Okay. Ohio up 14 now, says Robert McCormick. Okay. So I've made my decision. South Alabama is going to be on my card. And so is Sam Houston. And I think so is the under in that Liberty-Sam Houston game. I am a little pensive about doubling up on that spot here. And we talked about the number at 47.5 and how Liberty's only had 1 game all year they played under that number. So why would the books put it at that number? And it's not moving. But these bets are going to need to be made here before we move on to college basketball with CMAC. And again, we have 1 p.m. action for college basketball. So we got to move quickly here because we got to have time to cap those games. So let's roll on a wine time. I will be moving on South Alabama. We move on 4 p.m. Eastern. We have Stanford Cardinal 3-8, 1-4 on the road. It's funny. I was looking at Stanford and their season wine time. It's like that one road game was magic. Remember that one game? I was in Hawaii there. Remember you got me on Stanford? Yeah. They played their hearts out. They won.
They won outright against Syracuse.
And then never again. And then nary another road win. But at least we were on them for that one. At San Jose State Spartans, 6-5, 4-2 at home. 60 Fahrenheit, mostly cloudy, 3-mile-per-hour winds. Let's talk about the X's and O's for this spot. Set it up for wine time. We'll go into the line history. First, line history-wise, we're sitting here with a 55. There are 54.5. The 55 is juiced heavily to the under. This has come down from 56. So the total is dropping. East Carolina, a 3rd and goal from the 3. And Boise State, as you guys said, on the board, and Ohio State.
By the quarterback, he threw an 11-yard touchdown pass. And Colorado's driving right now, Jim. They're on the 45-yard line of Oklahoma State. Shadour's going to step back. He's going to take off and run for a first down and a little bit more. He's at the 30. He's at the 27. He's going to be pushed out of bounds at the 27-yard line. They are about to be in the red zone right here.
I love everything about it. It's important to start the day off without, no chasing. Now they've got more work to do, but feels good. Feels good. So let's get into the line history here for San Jose State. San Jose State minus 2.5 at minus 102. Opened up at minus 2.5, minus 116. So 14-cent move away from them. On the Stanford side of things, they open up plus 2.5, minus 101. It's now plus 2.5, minus 110. And then when we get to the cash flow here, you have 33% of tickets, 68% cash on the under. We've seen this under drop 1.5. And then on the side, 79% of tickets and 87% of cash on San Jose State. You have to think that's alarming a little bit. All of that on Stanford. Yes, the books have moved it 10 cents, but they haven't moved it, off of that 2.5 number. Stanford coming off that loss at Cal. Last time they were at home, they beat Louisville 38-35. Before that, they lost to Wake Forest 27-24. These are their home starts. That win versus Louisville was, a rare victory for this squad. And then San Jose State wins at Oregon State at 24-13. Comes back and loses at home to Boise 42-21. And then we cash the under in the game versus UNLV when they lose 27-16 at home in that one. So they're both teams are losers of 3 of 4. This is a real fascinating cap. Take it away. 2 West Coast teams that well, Cardinal, Spartans.
Yeah, Stanford, man, I thought they're going to have a lot better of a season this year. I'm not going to lie. Coming into the ACC, it's been disappointing to say the least. I mean, they've been in some close games. They've had some big wins. They beat Syracuse on the road, as we touched on it. They beat Louisville. Louisville's a really good team, guys. It's a team that was predicted to maybe even go to the college football playoff this year. They got a coach in there in Jeff Brom, a really good offensive mind, a guy I really like over there as a head coach. Stanford, they lost last week to their rivalry.
Sorry, we have this news finally, and that we were waiting for from Tacky JP. Matt Eberflus is fired.
Oh, wow.
Eberflus is fired. Sorry to interrupt, but that's what we were waiting for. Him saying that he did nothing wrong on that drive was just take blame for it.
That's a joke.
We have a TD from Miami of Ohio as well, but keep rolling here. One time, I apologize for interrupting.
Oh, no, you're good. Yeah, Stanford, man, a team I was a little bit more high on this year. They've had some big key wins in this season. Don't get me wrong. They played some some teams tough. I mean, they should have beaten Cal last week, and Cal's a pretty good team. Not a bad team. I mean, they're not a playoff team, but I mean, they're up and coming. I like what Wilcox is doing over there. They've got a lot of guys that are building something over there. They won on the game-winning drive, beat Louisville the week before, get blown out by NC State, close game against Wake Forest, And we kind of touched on the beginning of the season. This was a team that we're on, I believe. I'm trying to pull up that first game that we were on. Yeah, so it was Syracuse, where they ended up beating them outright in Syracuse. That was just a big time win, man. I won't ever forget that. The first couple weeks, that was a huge win. Even though Troy Taylor could have pretty much coached them out of that game, he still got it done. With that being said, San Jose State, they lost their head coach. Their head coach went over to Arizona. He's coaching over at Arizona right now. They hired within, brought this guy up, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. I forgot what this head coach's name is. But this is going to be a good game here. I mean, Mountain West against the ACC here. 2 California teams up north. This should be a pretty fun matchup. Stanford, I don't know what they need to do over there. I thought bringing in Troy Taylor might shake things up a little bit, but I think he might just be a little bit too old school. I know the program is, a little bit old school, and they like to, they should have a good recruiting trail. You've got Southern California that you can hit up. They've gotten some guys over there, some 4-star guys that have been committed over the years, but those guys got to be book smart too, because you got to be smart going to Stanford. With that being said here, man, I would lean towards San Jose State being at home here. I think they have probably the best player on the field here in Nick Nash. Don't get me wrong, AO, the wide receiver there from Stanford's really good, but I think Nick Nash, this guy's going to the NFL, man. This wide receiver, it seems like we talk about him every Friday for some reason. He just comes up, man. And what is his receiving prop every single week? Over 100 yards, and he most of the time gets it. This guy's a big body. He played quarterback a lot of his college career, made the change to wide receiver, stayed at San Jose State, even though his coach left for one more year. And this guy's going to be drafted into the NFL, and he's going to be playing on Sundays. With that being said, I would lean towards San Jose State. We got a better game coming up here, though, for Friday night, senior night, blackout night, man. That's the game I'm looking forward to coming up.
A lot of cappers talking about the over in the chat. San Jose State, clinched a bowl game. They are, 3-4 in conference. Nothing's going to happen for them in conference, but they've clinched the bowl game. There's something on the line for Stanford to come in here and beat them. Is this a huge game for San Jose State because the Cardinals come in town, or is it? Do they care that much?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know if this crowd's going to be sold out by any means. It's Black Friday, 1:00 here on the. I don't know who's going to be at this game, Jim. Honestly,
I think that the market is indicating with such few bets and cash on Stanford, and now it being juiced to +2.5 at the 2.5, that they're the spot. I know it comes down from 3.
Stanford's done us right this year. San Jose State. I mean, you just look at San Jose State, though. I mean, they played UNLV tough. They played Boise somewhat tough. They beat Oregon State. I mean, the blowout to Fresno State has me worried a little bit. But Fresno State, I mean, that's still a good program over there in the Mountain West. Stanford, I mean, we've seen Stanford beat teams that have been ranked. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they go in here and get a win here for Troy Taylor. He needs this win. He needs to go out of the season with at least 4 wins, man. So I like what you're saying here. It's too tough.
I don't think it's too tough for me. I think I move on Stanford here. So I've got to figure out all of these spots so I'm going to be on Stanford, South Alabama, Sam Houston, and the under. And I've got to make these moves here shortly. Let's roll on. We have 30 minutes before we have 2 1 p.m. games that we're going to be talking about with CMAC. So we need to get these 3 games done in 20 minutes here. So let's roll on to the next spot on the board. Next spot on the board at 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, 7-4, 3-2 on the road at the number 7 Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia Bulldogs 9-2, 6-0 at home, Sanford Stadium in Athens, Georgia. 40 Fahrenheit clear, 11 mile per hour winds. I used any game in Georgia, as a home game with that home stat here. So not all about the games actually in Sanford Stadium. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have Georgia right now -18 at even money. This opened up at 19.5, so we're at a 1.5 move towards Georgia Tech. When we get to the total here for this one, we have here we go. On the total, we have a 50 at a pick'em. This has dropped all the way down from 54.5. So that's a big drop on this one, a big drop. We get to the cash flow. You have 61% of tickets and 65% of cash on Georgia Tech. It's a little surprising that the public, would be backing Georgia Tech or staying away from Georgia. You have just 38 and 33 on Georgia, and then on the total, come on, flip total. Here we go. On the total, we have 62% of tickets and 47 on the over. Look, the under is clearly sharp action, but the question you have to ask yourself, has it gone too far? Georgia Tech here off back-to-back home victories. They beat Miami 28-23. They beat NC State 30-29. Last time we saw them on the road was a debacle, a 21-6 loss at Virginia Tech. Here we have, Georgia beating Tennessee 31-17 and beating up on UMass 59-21. Take it away for us, Wine Time, an interesting one. Georgia Tech, Georgia.
Yeah, I mean, Haynes King, is he going to be playing in this one today? I know they've been kind of rotating the quarterbacks. He's been kind of banged up in this one. This is a tough matchup because we're seeing 17.5s right now. It was 19.5s all day yesterday and all morning long. What happened? I'm a little confused. If Haynes King is playing in this one, I'll take the points with Georgia Tech all day long in this spot. I don't like that it moved down to a 17.5. If anyone could get that information for me, though, I know Philo, whatever that guy's name is, he's been doing pretty well for them too over there, but I'm not sure who's starting.
I mean, I expect him to start, and there's not. This is such a big game. I expect him to start.
I would only lean towards Georgia Tech. I mean, I understand why. I mean, this Georgia Tech team's been good. Haynes King has been good this season. I mean, he led the ACC in touchdown passes last year. They've got a good running back over there in Jamal Haynes, good ground and pound running back. Brent Key against Kirby. I mean, this is a pretty big matchup for the state of Georgia. Georgia with all the resources in the world, being able to get whoever they want to get. I mean, they've been getting into some trouble with these players, though, it seems like the last year or so. So we'll see what happens with that. I mean, I don't see why any reason. What has Georgia shown us that they can be a good ACC team by more than 7 points? They haven't showed me anything this year to show that. Carson Beck has been struggling to say the least. I'm not a big fan of him. Georgia, yeah, they have the guys. They've got Nate Frazier, the true freshman from Mater Dei. Shout out to him over there. 5-star recruit. He's been playing really well this year. I mean, I wouldn't even say he's been playing really well, but he's probably the better back between him and Etienne, and Etienne's not playing that well either this season. This Georgia team is just I'm not high on these guys. I think it's going to be curious to see if they do make the college football playoff, which I'm sure they will, but who they face in that first round, because I will be looking to fade them in every single matchup probably from this point on. Give me Georgia Tech here, best number. I haven't bet this yet, but give me it at a plus 17.5. I think they can easily cover this spread here, Jim. Even if they do rotate the 2 quarterbacks, like I said, they've got a good running back in Jamal Haynes. I like Brent Key as a coach, so I think these guys could easily stay within 17 points in this one.
Can get you a plus 18 at minus 112. So we'll give
give me that. Give me a plus 18.
Plus, so Georgia Tech plus 18 at minus 112. I can understand the look there. The only concern I have is that 65% of
that's my thing.
But it's not a problem if the market is showing.
The market's moving. Yeah, it's 17.5. If the market is moving this, I think we're in good shape. I mean, could we have gotten a better line last night or this morning? Yeah, but I'm hoping this maybe gets down to a 17 or 16.5 before kickoff. We'll see though.
Financially free and focused says Georgia might be looking ahead too. So I'm interested in your look. I'm not going to move on it.
A touchdown Colorado. Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, it was a touchdown pass, but 14-0. Heck yeah.
Oh no, it's all good, Nibbler. Yeah, we announced the firing of Eberflus, but no, it's all good. No, it's important. It's all good. Don't worry about a thing. Okay, I'm interested. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. We have Nebraska Cornhuskers 6-5, 3-5 in the Big Ten at the Iowa Hawkeyes 7-4. 5-3 in the Big Ten. Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa. It's freezing. 19 Fahrenheit, clear, 9 mile per hour winds. Let's get into the line history here for this one. And we already heard from Big Ragu, who's bullish on Iowa and overs. This opened up with Iowa minus 5.5, and they're all the way down to a 3. That is a big move towards those shirt-lifting Cornhuskers. Let's get into totals here on this one. We have that was a euphemism for a man-on-man love that we had 20 years ago, and I apologize for bringing it back. We have the total at 39.5 at a pick'em. This is not moved at all. Let's get into the cash flow for this spot. From a cash flow perspective, we have 90% of tickets, 93% of cash on the over, and it's not moving. On the spread, 37% of tickets and 49% of cash on Nebraska, and the line's firing towards them. This is wild. Take it away for us here. I understand everything that our guy Ragu was so bullish about, but looking at this market, don't you think he'd be concerned or nervous? Cheshire Cat, you're absolutely right, man. I was very wrong on that spot, and it's great to see you. Take it away. Cornhuskers, Hawkeyes, in Kinnick Stadium.
Yeah, Jim. Could you put the graphic on just so I don't get mixed up? Sorry.
Yeah, no, my bad.
So Iowa, Nebraska, big matchup here in the Big Ten, man. This is a rivalry game. The corn feeders right here, man. Both the states that grow the corn. You know what I mean? Blue collar teams, teams that have always been good in the Big Ten over the years. Matt Rule, man. I mean, shout out to him for getting it done last week against Wisconsin, man. Dana Holgorsen came up with a game plan and just executed every way he could. They had no answer for him in that secondary, which impressed me. A little bit different of a spot here, though, for old Dana, man. This is game 3. This is game a million for Coach Kirk over there, Iowa. We heard Dana, if you heard his press conference this week with Nebraska, talking about when he was the offensive coordinator at Texas Tech in 2001. He said, "This is the same defense." Same person, same kind of personnel, same defense, same scheme, same everything. They haven't changed anything since 2001. Just wild. And there's a reason why this guy's had a job since then. I mean, this guy has built this program from the ground up. He made his way up, became the head coach. And, the only way he ever leaves this program is when he decides to walk out the door. Unfortunately, he might be one of those coaches that might be on his way out, that might, he's turning 70 this year. He's made us a lot of money over the years, especially in these unders the last couple of years. Not this year, we didn't take the unders this year. If you've been on the overs, you've been cashing this year. That's for sure. Shouts to my guy, Big Ragu. But Iowa, man, this is senior night, Jim. This is the only game that's on tonight. This is blackout night. It's Black Friday. This place is going to be rocking and rolling. We don't see Iowa really wearing the black unis. The crowd's going to be going nuts right here. You know what they do for the Children's Hospital. They have someone every week, a kid go on there on the big screen, and all the players and all the fans wave to him. It's one of the best things you could ever. That's what college football is all about right there. And Coach Kirk was pretty much almost crying in the press conference this week when he was talking about this. You could just tell this game means a lot to him. This might be his last game coaching at Iowa if he decides to step away after this year. Not saying he's going to, but he might be one of those guys. Don't be surprised, guys. He's almost 70. He's been with this program forever. Enjoy the last bit of years of life with your fam. He hired Lester this offseason, a guy that's really made this offense click, you could say, in certain situations, especially at home. On the road, this Iowa team's not good. I know this Iowa and Nebraska team. I know these teams front to back. I cap these teams every single week. I watch these teams every single week. Iowa, really good home team, man. This crowd is going to be showing out here in Iowa City. Everyone's going to be there for this one. They play well at home. On the road, they struggle big time. It's just the way it is this year. Same with Nebraska, coming off a big win at home for their senior night against Wisconsin. I already mentioned it. They already got their bowl game. Matt Rule got his 6 wins. They're going to a bowl game. That's all he's been talking about these last couple weeks. Yeah, he didn't seem too motivated last week, but, it seemed like old Dana was. But Dana against Kirk, I'm going to take Coach Kirk all day long in this one for Iowa. I got in earlier in the week at -5.5. I tweeted out yesterday because I wanted to give this out at a -3. I doubled down. I'm on the 5.5. I'm on the -3. I'm on him. If I'm taking him 5.5, I'm going to take him at the -3, despite the line movement going towards Nebraska. I don't understand why, because you would think Caleb Johnson's going to be missing in this one with this line movement towards Nebraska. But Caleb Johnson is going to be in this one. This is probably going to be his last game playing for Iowa because he's going to be leaving for the NFL. Unless they can somehow get some more NIL money. This Iowa team put a lot of NIL money into this team to keep a lot of guys from going to the NFL. And it was it wasn't a good season for them. 8 wins though, finish it off right in the rankings, get a good bowl game for Coach Kirk. Give me Iowa -3. They're going to take care of business here on Friday night in Iowa City. This is going to be a fun one, guys. Get your popcorn ready for this one. This is going to be some big boys going against some big boys, and we're going to see one of in my opinion, the best running back in the nation, Caleb Johnson, run all over this Cornhuskers team.
It all makes sense from an X's and O's standpoint, and you're almost at 60%. On the Colorado recovers fumble. I love it. You're almost at 60%. So you trust your X's and O's, and you're going to go up against this market move. But I'm not. I just this too big of a move. The over is so clear with everybody who's been cashing overs nonstop in Iowa or Iowa team total overs, and it's not moving, and everybody's on it. So I can't do it. I get it why you can. Iowa -3 for a wine time, but not for me. I'm going to stay off of the spot. Let's get into our final spot on the board here before we get into college basketball with CMAC. Nunya in the house. Nunya bets. Nunya business. Utah Utes 4-7, 1-7 in the Big 12 at UCF Knights. What a horrific year for the Utes. UCF Knights 4-7, 2-6. In the Big 12, bad year for both of these teams. We're at FBC Mortgage Stadium in Orlando, Florida, 60 Fahrenheit, cloudy, 8 miles per hour. Sharon Pulliam in the house. Hope all you guys had a great Thanksgiving. Shout out to Sharon. Let's get into the X's and O's. The Utes are just losing and losing close games to 4 of their last 5 losses have been 6 points or less. The only one that wasn't was when they got beat up at Colorado. UCF had the one win, a blowout, giant win at home versus Arizona, 56-12. Came back to earth at Arizona State, losing 35-31. Then losing at West Virginia, 31-21. They've been playing much better football here than this. Than the Utes. Let's get into the line history for our last game on the board. Game 14 that wine time is broken down for us. This total is at 46. This opened up at 49. We have a 3-point move towards the under, a big move towards the under. And then on the spread, let's go over there. Miami of Ohio threatening again.
21-0 Buffs. Is that another touchdown to Travis Hunter? Touchdown number 2. Let's go.
Wow.
Travis Hunter touchdown 21-0. Sorry, continue.
No, I love it. I love it. It's only
This is
the Bowling Green
smash
spot,
man. They're going to keep pounding.
UCF's gone from -9 to -10. So we know that they're the one team that's playing the right way. The question is, can you trust them to win by margin? Yeah, we saw them beat Arizona at home by margin. So can we trust them here? 52% of tickets and 61% of the cash is on UCF. On the total, you have 70% of tickets and 56% cash on the over. Have the Utes given up, or is UCF still trying? Take it away for us here, Wine Time, our last game on the college football board, Utes Knights.
Yeah, Jim, it seems like both these teams have really thrown in the towel these last couple of weeks. Kyle Whittingham, man, another guy we're talking about. It bums me out to see him, Gundy, Coach Kirk. These guys made me a ton of cash over the last couple of years back in these old school coaches that you just in certain spots where you just back them, and they've just been so successful over the years. And Kyle Whittingham's been exactly that for me over in the Pac-12, man. I mean, those back-to-back years, they went to the Pac-12 title game. It's taking them in like every single game. They're just such a good team to back. And, we'll see what they do next year. But Kyle Whittingham, he might step away from this program as well. I think he's probably the most likely. This might be his last game coaching. Going against the Central Florida team, a team that brought in KJ Jefferson, a guy that's sitting on the bench right now, just sitting there, watching the games. He's going to have one more year of eligibility. He's going to go somewhere else. So we're going to have to deal with KJ and Cam Rising again next year, guys, but it is what it is, let them go get their doctorate, let them go do their thing, free education, I guess. But UCF, you got a good running back over there in RJ Harvey. This guy's going to be playing on Sundays, the best running back in their conference. I like what he's doing over there. I think this guy's a star. I think he's going to be good on Sundays. Look at his rushing prop as well in this one. But Utah, they're a hard-nosed team, man. They've got a lot of guys that very much go out there and play for their coaches and for their fans. They've got a great fan base over there. A lot of these kids don't play for NIL money. It's very much kids from the state of Utah going to that school to play for the team that they grew up watching over the years. Utah, man, you mentioned it. They just haven't been able to get it done. Ever since that Oklahoma State game, it seems like Isaac Wilson wasn't the answer. They've tried so many different quarterbacks, and now they're down to like their 4th or 5th string quarterback going into the season. And it's just not looking good for them right now. UCF being a -10 makes me think they're going to absolutely smack these guys. But I'm on something a little different in this, guys. I gave this out last night at the under 47. Could probably still get a 47, maybe a little bit juicier. I'm on the under 47 in this matchup. They're going to have a hard time scoring, especially when they get into the red zone. They just don't have the personnel to score in the red zone and to make explosive plays on the offensive side of the football. You've got Micah Bernard, a really good running back, but he's just running up the middle for a couple of yards at a play. There's no design runs for him, and they need to change that to get him involved a little bit more, get the football in his hand, because he's probably the best. Him and Dorian Singer, get the ball in Dorian Singer. I mean, this guy came from USC in Arizona, man. This guy came here to play some big-time ball, and he's not really playing well this year. With that being said, I'm on the under. Give me the under 47, -110. I gave it out last night on Twitter. I love this at whatever number you can give me that all day long. This probably doesn't even hit 40 if I'm going to be completely honest. Both teams are going to run the ball at will, and both teams are going to play really good defense when it comes to getting into the red zone.
You are locked and loaded. We're about to get into college basketball. We have a couple more minutes here just because I'm getting my action in. So if you don't mind, Wine Time, I'll go over your action just to confirm that we have the same stuff here that I've written down. But why not, if you could go over your action here while I'm getting in my 3:30 action, Liberty, Sam Houston State. I'll go over everything that I'm betting here right now. Just 4 games I'm locking in. South Alabama. Also, I'm taking Sam Houston State on the money line. I'm not messing around with the points here with them at home. And then South Alabama, Stanford, I'm moving on them as well. So could you go review your action here?
Yeah, guys, I'm on Colorado. I'm on them first half -9, -110. We're also on them full game -16.5, -110. We double up on them. We're on Wisconsin money line -120. We also moved on the first half under 20.5 -110, lower scoring game. We also added the full game under 40.5 -110. It's 7-0 Minnesota right here. It's about to be the end of the first quarter, so we're looking good in that. Still a long ways to go. Hopefully Whiskey can get on the board here. We're on Iowa. We're on the -3, -110. And then we are on Utah UCF under 47 -110. That's the game we just broke down, guys. I absolutely love this under spot. This might be a double up spot for me. I might end up throwing 2 units on this spot. just because I think both these teams are going to be running the ball at will, and both these teams are good in they're very well disciplined and good in the red zone when it comes to defense. So I might end up doubling down on that one. And yeah, I believe that's all my action for today. Colorado first half, full game. Wisconsin, we're on the Wisconsin first half. Right now, we're looking at this Colorado game, 21-0. It's about to be the end of the first right here. Hopefully, Colorado can get the ball back and get another score. Let's see how did this Minnesota team score? 1 yard rushing touchdown by the quarterback. So got a long ways to go in this whiskey game, guys. We got some good games today, though, man. I'm excited. Black Friday, we got sports all day, a lot of action. Jimmy's going to break down the college basketball with you guys at CMAC after this, and I'll be on for NBA a little bit after that. So I'm looking forward to it.
I love it. Spectacular job here. Getting plus 115 on Sam Houston at 365. I like that. I'm expecting them to dictate the pace. So I'm on the under 47.5 at minus 107. Then South Alabama, a plus 101. It's available at Pinnacle on the money line. And then Stanford to close it out for me. Again, I'm getting a better line at 365 at plus 115. So I'm in business here.
And I might move on. Oh, I apologize, Jim. I forgot. I did give out Georgia Tech plus 17.5 minus 110. I forgot to mention that.
Yes.
I haven't given that on X, though, so I'll do that right now.
Yes, just once. Sorry, the remote control car slamming into the door. Okay, I'm locked in for this. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for reviewing your action here. So just a review of your action here. Of course, you've got Wisconsin money line, the first half under 20.5, full game under 40.5. You double down on Colorado first half and full game. I'm just on that first half, but I wish I had doubled down with you. Then you have then where do we go from there? We have that's the conclusion of your 12 p.m. action. We don't have more action for you until Georgia Tech plus 18 at minus 112, Iowa minus 3 at minus 110, the under 47 in Utes UCF Knights.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Wine time, spectacular work, man. Go have a glass of wine, relax, and then get back to business with us on this NBA card. Now, when you're capping the NBA card, of course, we're leaving that first game alone because it's off. It's already being played. And we have here we go. We have we start with the Cavaliers, Atlanta Hawks at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Also, if you want to stick around and cap the NFL game right after, that's all good. And C-Mac and I are going to try to, we have 14 games just like you, but we're going to try to go quickly through. Then he's got two best bets, but it'll probably move a little faster than this section of the show. But spectacular job. I love it, Steve G. I can't wait to cap the NHL card with you, my friend. Shout out to our guy, Wine Time Sports. Please support our guy, Wine Time, whether it's here or on Who Bangin' Sports Network. Hell of a capper and great friend of the channel. And I'm going to pop his X handle here into the chat. Go get that cash. Wine Time, my man. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, always a blessing to do this with you, Jim, man. Love talking college ball with you, man. I'm excited to talk this NBA card with you. We've had a good last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
just keep it rocking and rolling, man, here on Black Friday. Good luck to you on this college basketball card. Good luck to my guy C-Mac back there, man. I know he's going to kill it. So, yeah, and shout out to everyone in the chat, man. Love you guys.
There he is, our guy, Wine Time Sports in the house. Okay, we move on to college basketball. We have two games popping off here in 8 minutes. 8 minutes, and we'll have our college basketball expert, C-Mac, here on screen here in a second. He's backstage. As soon as his camera comes on, I will bring him out. But while I'm waiting on that, I will get set up here for NCAA basketball with the odds page and the cash flow. And let's get into it. Do we want to move on these games here that are popping off in 8 minutes? That is the question here. Let's move this. So we got hockey next. Again, thank you so much to Jose for setting this up. Okay, so we don't have the college basketball set up, but that's fine. Still great work from Jose. So let's move this off. So we're not going to have – so I will try to timestamp the basketball action here for people watching later, but we don't have it set up with graphics. Okay, and JPZ is on Wake Forest, so let's get that started here. Jermaine, love it. You're the man. Thank you so much for all of your support. Okay, let's get to work here. Game 1 here, popping off in 7 minutes, 1 p.m. Eastern with the ESPN Events Invitational. This is the third place game at the ESPN Wide World of Sports Complex in Lake Buena Vista, Florida. Minnesota Golden Gophers 5-2 versus the Wake Forest Demon Deacons 5-2. There's my guy Saturated in the house. So we have, and we got 6 minutes till tip off, so we got to move quickly here. We have Wake Forest right now -3. At -112. We've had a 2-cent move towards Wake Forest. Very slight 2-cent move. On the total here, we have a 128.5. Very low total. This opened up at 130.5. It went up initially, and then it's dropped down to 128.5. We get to the cash flow here. We have no information. Some of these games that are third place games, like stuff of that nature, we're not going to have cash information. And then when we get to the X's and O's, we have just the man for the job coming to us from Las Vegas, Nevada. Please welcome the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, our guy, Migda Mac Daddy on a Friday. What's happening, C-Mac? How are you?
On a Friday. Black Friday in black.
Like it.
Let's make some green. Be in the black. You know how it is.
I do know how it is, and we're very, very tight. Thank you so much for your patience as we're a little bit late to start basketball. So we got to go real quick here. Let's just roll into this first spot on the board. We've heard that JPZ is on a Wake Forest here. This game popping off again in 5 minutes. This is, in Florida. We have the Gophers facing Wake Forest. And let me just get this up here. Wake Forest coming in off the 75-58 loss versus Florida. Minnesota coming off that tight overtime loss against Wichita that snapped their 3-game winning streak. What are your thoughts here? Should we run to the window and make a move on Gophers, Demon Deacons? Do you have a move on it?
Shout out to the chat, everyone in here. Appreciate it. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Get to 100. There's only 73 right now. We'll hit up you guys later. Man, I get the move here to Wake Forest. When this line came out, I thought maybe we could get Wake Forest at a pick'em or even +1. It kind of was there. Now this is moved to the 2.5. And you have 3.5s everywhere? That's what I got. Oh, there's some 2.5s, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I thought there was. Let me just double check. I moved over to the total.
Okay, there's some. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, I have 3s. Can I find
3s?
Yeah, just 3s.
Yeah, I see a 3.5. DraftKings 3s, 2.5s. Wake Forest. One thing. This Minnesota team, of course, super slow. One of the slowest teams in the country. I think they're 320 in pace. Just walk it up, slow, and more slow. Both these teams all year have been horrible ATS, and I really, really don't want to back them. One thing with Wake Forest, man, they shot it. Watching that game yesterday against Florida was just rough. Here, Jimmy, let me see this real quick. Just the numbers. I think they shot 17% from 3. I have this right here. They were 3 of 20, 15%.
Jesus.
From 3. It was a pretty hard watch, and not a Florida team that plays great defense. We'll get to Florida. This team's playing good basketball right now with everything that's going on. Clayton and all these kids, they have been good so far. So see if Florida could keep it rolling. But I was shocked that they only scored 58 points in this one. I lean Wake now at 3.5. It's a pass for me. I think they can get the win here. And a lot of things, because I'll get to, Jimmy, in these games, is it's just these are all back-to-backs. These teams are always different now, changing because of NIL and the transfers. So there's not a ton to go off of. So how you go off these teams on neutral court games on back-to-back days? It's just like enough unless I love something to bet it, and I'm not going to do it here.
I get it, but I love you bringing up the poor shooting performance against a real tough Florida team. I find Wake appealing in a bounce back spot.
First half might be it if they hit shots.
Yeah, I find the spot appealing. But let's just run right into this Bowling Green Falcon Weber State spot that also starts in 2 minutes because I might move on both. We have Weber State in the throes of losses. Bowling Green, played Michigan State pretty tough, 86-72. They beat Niagara by 8, lost at Bellarmine, and have been off for a while. So has Weber State. The interesting thing about this spot, C-Mac, is there's no money on Weber State. 13% of tickets, 10% of the cash, and yet this has moved to 3 at the sharpest books, 2.5 at the squarest books. What do you think of this spot?
I'd be on Bowling Green or nothing in this spot here. The thing is, Weber State, I think this team is way down this year. Now, they finally played a pretty good game against Irvine where they lost by 6, just snuck in, covered that number in that game. But, man, for me, they've been a fade, especially on the road or a neutral site. They're just not a team I want to back. Where I'd look to back them, I was talking with Mike because he's like, I like Weber State, would be at home. You know what I mean? And that's where they were against Irvine. That's where they covered. That's where I'm going to look to them because, like Hawaii, they didn't get it done. Depending on what number you got, they covered that there. So if you got a 4.5, 5, 6, it just all depends. But I saw a lot of that Nevada game where they got blown out. At times, this team could just struggle to shoot it and score. It's just you could go in lulls of 7, 8 minutes, and it is a rough watch. So I'd be on Bowling Green here, but I don't love this Bowling Green team either. But I thought they played well. Yeah, I mean, Niagara, who they beat, they hung around with Davidson a little bit to open the year, but a bad loss to Southern Miss. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
When I was looking at this was close for me to move on Bowling Green, but I can't do it.
Okay, well, I'm going to move on Wake Forest. If I was making a bet simply on, God, I got to make this bet right now. If I was going to make a bet simply on the market move, I would find Weber State appealing. In saying that, I'm going to just heed C-Mac's advice. I just moved on Wake Forest. I couldn't find it at Pinnacle, so I just sent it in -3 at -115, which is not a very good line, but I will deal with those consequences. So I'm just going to tweet this out because I just bet it. But
did you not want to go first half? -1.5 with Wake?
I like the 1.5 first half. I try to keep things real clean here. If I had more time, I would have done it. I think it makes sense that they're going to shoot better early, but I just felt rushed and just put in the full game. It probably would have been the right move to make. Can you set up the DePaul Classic Valparaiso Beacons? Valparaiso Beacons at DePaul Blue Demons, Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois. Cabby, thank you so much for the graphics that you're setting up. It's going to make it's so much easier for people to follow along who are watching it afterwards. Thank you so much, Debbie Cab. So we move on to Valparaiso and DePaul. If you could set that one up, and I'll jump in a second. I just want to
give me a quick minute. My stuff's all messed up too. Here, 1 second.
Sorry, I'm just
Valpo. I'm all behind here too. Here we go. Valpo. This Valpo team is covered the last couple at home. Another team with them. Man, this Valpo team's been really bad the last few years. Surprisingly, to start the year against some bad teams, they've been a bit better. They've been able to score. Now it's just, what do you go off of these early games against these horrible teams that they played, and can they keep it together in a spot like this? Like, it shows their offense is doing pretty well, and even their defense. Their offense 97th, their defense 102. I don't believe that much, but it's all who they played. On the other side, DePaul, this team has looked, they blew out Northern Illinois by 50? I think 52 points. They had 92. They've been shooting it red hot. They shot 51% from 3. Blocker's been really good for them. He had 8 rebounds and a couple assists in that one. This was tough to be like DePaul, but do I really want to lay 14.5 with this DePaul team? Not really at all. So I had to pass here. But they've been playing really, really, really well to start out in this one. And Valpo, with their wins, in those home games, man, it was surprising to me, Jimmy. I kind of liked them versus Linwood. They just got the cover, won by 13. But those next few games have been very, very well for Valpo. If they shoot it, they'll cover. But I don't trust them to get it done. I lean DePaul. Game I really wanted nothing to do with.
It's a huge spread. It's gone from 14 to 15 at the sharp book that we talk about, tracking the line movement at. Six.
What do you go off?
All games they played are at home as well, so we haven't really seen them tested situationally. 69% of tickets and 88% of the cash on DePaul. 80% tickets, 80% cash on the over. So we've had the 14 to 15. The books that get to the market first open this up at a 12 or 12.5. But the book that we use for the line shopping opened it at 14. The total is at 150.5 minus 109 to the over. And it just jumped up to 150.5 just 8 minutes ago. So this was a 149.5. This was a 148.5. Initially went up, then went down, then back up. There's nothing that's too appealing to me. 7-6 Weber State, by the way, very early in that one. But I didn't move on it, so I'm comfortable with where we stand. So let's roll on. Next up for us, we head over to Acrisure Arena in Palm Springs, California. This is the Acrisure Invitational. This is also the third place game here in this one. We have the TCU Horned Frogs 4-2 versus Colorado State Rams. Colorado State Rams are 3-3 on the young season. Let's get this up here. 2 p.m. start. So we have the TCU coming off the second loss in 3 games, losing to Santa Clara Broncos, 69-52, a pretty ugly loss there. It's funny. They were getting crushed, and then they caught back up, and then this they lose 69-52. This was 41-41, so it was a 28-11 run for the Broncos to finish them off. And TCU shot 5.9% from 3. Just a horrific performance here at the Acrisure Invitational. They shoot 1 of 17 from 3. You have to think that they're capable of bouncing back at least, 3-point percentage wise. I mean, that's just an atrocity. Colorado State lost 3 straight games. They lost to Washington 73-67 to get this Acrisure tournament started. They lost 73-67. They shot fine. They just turned the ball over too much, but they out-rebounded the Huskies, but took the L there, got taken out in the second half. There was the flagrant one with 38 seconds left that kind of changed the game. Stacks play today number 1. Stacks play the number 1 is on TCU. Oh, and I forgot we have all of Morgan's action. He's on Weber State minus 2.5 as well, which you're in 10-6 right now. Niagara, Northern Illinois, and Santa Clara money line for Morgan Spooner. Stacks play of the day number 1 is TCU minus 3.5, expecting the bounce back performance. Stacks. Total opened up at 143 and has dropped to 139.5. So we have a 3.5 point move towards the under. On the spread here, we have tripping here. Here we go. On the spread, we have TCU +5. +5. This opened up at 4, moved to 5 an hour and 20 minutes ago. So, excuse me, TCU -5. My bad. Sorry. This opened up at 4 and it's moved to 5. So we have a 1-point move towards TCU. Nice job by Justin getting it at 3.5. And when we have the cash flow for this one, no information as it's a didn't know who was going to be playing until last night. So take it away for us here. Do you expect the bounce back performance from TCU? Do you like where the market's going? Take it away.
I do a little bit. Yeah, this is kind of the shitty thing about these games. The info is real late. Jimmy, on these, get them tell her this morning. It's so late in the night. To answer real quick, Morgan Spooner, I like that Niagara play. That was real close for me in that game. He's talking about the Valpo. I get it. Can we see Jimmy hit on all home games? Now they go on the road, see what they do. I think if you do like DePaul, just maybe their team total in that game, they could just get there and you don't have to worry about, because I still don't think Valpo has a great defense. They could probably get to the 80s, low 80s, and cover that in that game. Yeah, JPZ just put it. Both these teams are horrible free throw shooting. 56%, 364 for TCU. That's tough with laying points with a team on a neutral floor like this. And Colorado State hasn't been good from the Cherry Stripe too. 69%, 263 in the country. I mean, it still is early. And usually Colorado State, a better free throw shooting team. Both teams, like I talked about, 1-5 ATS. There's a lot of TCU off the bad shooting. I mean, to play a Santa Clara team to only score 52 points, that I'm not really high on their defense, at least, was awful. TCU is really relying on their guards in this game. Collins, Reynolds, they need to be big. And Colorado State, for me, has just lost a bunch, and the question marks with them. I just can't do it. This game was off. I agreed to the move to the under a little bit. And that Colorado State game stayed under yesterday. That moved up, I think, but it still stayed under against Washington, by a couple points. So I get the move. At least TCU does, I think, have a little bit of a better defense here.
Well, by the way, Bowling Green just went on a big run, so they've taken a 7-point lead. So what about, it's possible that I made a mistake not taking Wake first half. They're up 4-0, by the way, but that's 3.5 minutes in. Minnesota still hasn't scored a point yet.
I really liked it. I made a small bet on it.
Oh, I love hearing that. But
it was bare. I mean, just got it in.
What do you think about doing it here with TCU? Then we don't need to worry about their foul shots late in the game. I get a -2 at -109 at Pinnacle. It's a great line.
Yeah. You think they bounce back?
They have. They just shot 1
from
of
7. Yeah.
Same arena.
Yeah, true. Same arena. That is true. The next day, that's better. They're at least been there. Like normal spots, I'd rather be at home when I like that, But
I'm betting this.
They got to shoot better.
I'm betting this right now. God, you know what's so fun about what we do is it just never ceases. Like I have goosebumps now just getting in more action. Like it never ceases to excite the fuck out of me. Like I just love this shit so much. And we have these experts on, CMAC getting us the right. And by the way, and I didn't shout this out, and it was my fault because I was behind on records. 2 weeks ago, CMAC came up here and swept the board 5-0 on his action here on the show. All the records are up to date, and CMAC delivering here. I think, and again, with these spots, because there's some concern, when CMAC's like, well, I don't have a play on that game. I'm like, no, but your information is what we can leche. I will. So I'm going to make a move here right now on TCU first half. Do you want to just maybe do a final touch on this game? I'll need about 30 seconds to get this in.
Yeah, get that bet in. You know what I'll touch on since I wasn't here? I caught the end of your thing. Well, I bet it already earlier in the week was the Sam Houston under. I like them as well. Didn't we already talk about that?
Nice.
I bet that on Monday with hitting the books. That was an under that I'm dead on, just to throw out some college football today. I like Georgia Tech too. I think they can hang in that number against Georgia.
I'm going to spend some more time on that spot as well. God, what a fun day of action Black Friday is. It's just magic here. So let me just put this out here for everyone. So that will be number 2 for me.
Touchdown Minnesota, huh?
Oh, wow. TCU. Okay. All right. We're in business.
Go.
Woo-wee! It's going to be a big day, baby. It's going to be a big day. Okay, let's roll on. Next up for us is the Pitt Panthers game. Let's get into this one. I screwed up the Pitt Panthers game last Friday. They covered, but it was touch and go until about 4 minutes left, and then they completely took over. Wow, now Weber State on it. This is going back and forth. This Weber State Bowling Green game, what an exciting game. I guess is that. Let me just look at this live here quickly. Oh yeah, this is just way behind here. Okay. Okay, let's get into the Pitt Panthers game. Pitt, Ohio State. This is a really fun one. 2:30 p.m. We're in Columbus, Ohio. Ohio State 4-0 at home here at Schottenstein Center. We have the Panthers coming off their first loss, undefeated until they lose 81-75 versus Wisconsin. Ohio State's won 3 straight against Minnows, a really weak competition. I wonder if this is a perfect spot for a Pitt Panthers bounce back spot, or is this just not the arena that you want to fade Ohio State in? Right now, Ohio State line moving towards them pretty briskly. This opened up at -3. We have a -5. That's not an appealing thing to go up against. When we get to the total in this one, we have 148.5. It's -114 to the under. Open up at 147. We've climbed 1.5 points. And when we get to the cash flow here, we have 45% of the tickets, just 19% of the cash on Pittsburgh. A clear, sharp action on Ohio State. 55% of the tickets, 81% of cash. Market moving in their direction. 61-58 on the over. Take it away for us, C-Mac. We're in Columbus, Ohio for the Buckeyes against the Panthers.
I know this has moved here kind of a bit to 5. These are always one in college basketball that it doesn't bother me at all to get back in on the buybacks, and totals that have gone too far and sides. I just don't know. I like how Pitt's played so far this year. I think they're, going in the right direction. The defense has been really, really good. Leggett's been solid. He had 18 points. Cohen's been really, really good. And Ohio State, the one place where I back them is at home, where they can have really, really great shooting nights and be big. Yeah.
We have someone jumping in backstage who will want to join in on this cap. So let's get Dabby Cab back.
Bring him in
here. Dabby Cab, welcome back, my friend. Keep rolling, C-Mac, and then we'll head over to Dabby Cab right after.
Yeah, I think Ohio State could have a bunch of success here. Devin Royal's been excellent. The defense has been good, but I don't really trust down the line this Ohio State team. They had that good win here in Vegas against Texas, on a neutral floor right down the street here at T-Mobile. And I get the move. I just I couldn't back either side here. Both teams too have made money if you backed them. Pitt's 5-2 ATS. I've had them once, and I haven't took Ohio State this year, but they're 5-1. And they've been great. I mean, playing teams like Green Bay and Campbell scoring 100 points. But we've seen this consistent with them, against really, really bad teams, especially at home. Be great. But hold Evansville down to 30 points and these teams to 60. Oof. Yeah. What do you think here, Cap? What do you got?
Yeah, I'll be right back, fellas. I'll be listening.
Yeah, for sure. I got in early with Ohio State on this at 3.5.
Smart.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to, give an official at a 5, but this is just one of those things where Ohio State, I'm in the same boat as you, C-Mac. I don't think I trust them down the road. I really don't. But early in the season here at home against this Pittsburgh team that I think they match up well against, right? If you look at Ohio State, they've already had some challenging tasks, right? Against Texas A&M, lost to A&M, but they were able to beat Texas. And I think they match up more with this Pittsburgh team like Texas than they would like an A&M team. I think this Pitt team resembles more of, of the Texas team. I just think this is a good matchup for Ohio State. And also, if you look at Pitt, this is really their first true road test, if I'm not mistaken. Let me make sure I don't say that wrong. Yeah, because they've had neutral games, but I think this is their first true road game right here. And, in college basketball, we talk about it. It's the one sport where I think it really fucking matters where you're playing. If you're going on the road in college basketball, it can be a tough environment here. So I like Ohio State here. I don't necessarily hate the 5. I mean, it moved for a reason. I just, I got in at 3.5, full transparency for everyone. So
yeah, you're right. Those games were on a neutral there. And, hats off to teams that have been playing well. Florida, and we'll see if they continue, is Wisconsin. I thought Pitt could have had a shot in that game against them. Wisconsin, with some new faces there playing really, really good basketball. It surprised me. They were picked way down, in the Big 12, thinking they lost a few of their guys, the pieces that were the mainstay. So, yeah.
I tell you what too, and I go back to it. Like Pitt really likes to shoot the 3, right? They're gonna take a lot of perimeter shots in this game, and and this could be all speculation, but going on the road for the first time in a tough environment, ideally, like for Ohio State, that's going to make it tougher for Pittsburgh. And Ohio State does pretty good at perimeter defense. They do a good job closing out.
It's like but so early. I love to see it. Like some of their numbers are so good, but it's like, you got to kind of take it with a grain of salt, I think, a little bit on who they've played. Because like the numbers are a lot better. But down the line, do we think we're going to be that great a defense? I don't think so.
Well, I think Ohio State's going to be vulnerable in the paint a lot, right? And I think Pittsburgh's going to attack on the perimeter, which is why I'm saying I think Ohio State matches up well here. But I agree. Yeah, their defense isn't. They played a lot of nobodies outside of the Texas and Texas A&M. Same thing with Pitt. The Wisconsin's their big step up. Everybody else kind of sucked that they played against.
Yeah. Did you move on anything officially here, Cab?
So I bet Ohio State, but I got a 3.5, Jimmy. I don't know. Like,
did you tweet it out?
I did not, sadly.
Okay. I'll be right back.
I figured it's good for breakdown, for analysis.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to do here. If I could get a 4, right? Even if it was juice, like if there's a 4.5 somewhere and I can get like a 4 to minus 120, I'll take that. But I don't know if that's even possible.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, well that all that really matters is your bankroll and the
no record to everyone, but that's what I care about most.
Yeah. So, I mean, we know that it's just the line's flying towards Ohio State. So great job. But right now the 4 is minus 137.
Oh God.
So
damn.
It's okay. It's still helpful. It's still absolutely helpful.
This could come back. There could be buyback. If there's buyback, then I'll tweet it out, I guess, immediately. But again, I got it now. My 3.5 is juiced at minus 115, but I got in early on this. So
still nice. We lost an important person in the capping world, regardless of the horrible things he said about me over and over and over again when I didn't join his team after leaving SBR. Probably 100 different clips I've been sent of him saying horrible things about me, but we never say anything negative about anybody who's passed. So it's not Mitch Wilson. But sorry to hear that he passed. And, I don't know. I literally 100 times he said horrible things about me.
Who is
it? It's okay. But I'm sorry to hear I'm sorry to hear that he passed. I'm sure if he was good to you, Millsy, then that is great. And sorry to hear that he passed. And rest in peace to him and his family. Let's roll on. 3 p.m. Eastern, Battle for Atlantis, Game 3. He all over us all the time, and all over me nonstop because I wouldn't work with him after leaving.
I wish I knew who we were talking about.
Don't worry. Let's roll on. We have the number 24 ranked Arizona Wildcats. Wildcats 3. There was no feud. There was no feud from my side. I just didn't go join his company, and so he decided to shit all over me for years. Pittsburgh Panthers, Ohio State. We just did. Let's move on to Arizona Wildcats 3-3. First Big 12 game of the year versus West Virginia Mountaineers 4-2. First Big 12 game for them. We're at Nassau, Bahamas. This is the battle for Atlantis. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have move over here. We have a total of 151 minus 113 to the over, a 3-cent move to the over. Let's get into the spread here for this one. For the spread, we have this sitting with Arizona as 6.5-point favorites at minus 111. We have a half-point move towards the Wildcats from 6 to 6.5. We get into the cash flow for this spot. We have here. Sorry, quickly.
I know you guys can see me typing like a fucking caveman on this computer to get these graphics. God,
You're the man, though. Thank you for handling that. So beautiful work. So Arizona, West Virginia. We don't get cash flow information, but we can talk about X's and O's. And I know you know this team very well, and you were probably upset with their performance against Duke. They've now lost 3 of their last 4 games. Can you imagine to start the year, he's saying the Wildcats will be 500 after 6 games? West Virginia coming off back-to-back overtime games. Gonzaga and Louisville, very tough competition here. Take it away. Your thoughts on the Wildcats Mountaineers?
I mean, you said it, right? Like looking at where they're at, and I've watched, these Arizona games this season closely. I've watched several of them closely, and I don't know what they've done to deserve a 6.5-point spread here. I mean, they've still got elite players. I understand that, and I guess maybe they should be in desperation mode right here. This is a game typically, Jimmy, like when I send you a list, for a fact I'm going to be on it, and I'm probably going to be on Arizona. This is not today. I mean, West Virginia had the big win against Gonzaga, obviously. They lost pretty bad to Pitt. We just talked about Pitt. And then lost to Louisville in that last game. Louisville, much better basketball team, finally, again this year than they have been the last 2 years. Interested in that Louisville game. But, yeah, I don't know what to do with this one, if I'm being completely honest. Like, as much as I want to take Arizona first half, thinking that they're going to be angry, that they're going to be pissed off and bounce back, I don't trust this basketball team right now, and they just haven't had that sense of urgency, especially early in games. I just don't know what West Virginia is going to do defensively to match up here. So, yeah, I'm off this game. I'd love to hear what C-Mac says.
Same here. It's a fascinating spot with them losing 3 of 4. Take it away, C-Mac. Your thoughts on Wildcats Mountaineers?
Yeah, what do we get from Arizona after another bad loss? Right now, they're frauds. To me, the offense is just super stale. Watching their games, and again, they're not great defensively. They haven't been for years now. Beat up on bad teams, but when they play a good team, I can score. They can't defend, and it's just kind of Caleb Love and nobody else. He had a decent game yesterday, but man, that defense really can't stop anyone. What do we get from West Virginia? Javon Small's been really, really good. I think he can have a great game. One thing I thought, though, them losing yesterday, and West Virginia losing, this line I think could have been 10. That's it. It's shorter than kind of I wanted, but I still think the value's with West Virginia. And the other side, I could see how people think Arizona's playing bad. They're going to come out hot, like you were just talking about, Cap, and maybe come out rolling. But I don't want my money on them. I think you bet West Virginia here or nothing.
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I don't trust this Arizona team. They've done nothing to earn my respect. They've lost my money this year, so they've done the exact opposite of earn my respect.
I can understand, though, Justin McKelvey. I can understand what he's thinking here. West Virginia off back-to-back overtime games. You have Arizona being sort of disrespected in the marketplace. I completely get it. I get it, and I respect it. I am not going to be moving on this spot.
West Virginia melted, too, yesterday. Kind of control the first half. Then it got close. They're late, back and forth the last 5 minutes. Goes to OT, and Louisville got it done in the end. But you had to feel lucky if I think you had a Louisville ticket a little bit.
Nunya also on Arizona. Let's roll on to the next.
Chucky Hepburn, huge game, too. He was red hot yesterday.
Let's roll on to the next spot. In Dabby Cab, there's some big ones coming up, too. If you want to jump on for any, please do here.
Yeah, I will.
That's cool. Next up for us, we go back to Lake Buena Vista, Florida, Lake Buena Vista, Florida. Wichita State Shockers at the number 18th ranked Florida Gators, 2 undefeated teams. This one will be extremely enjoyable. Let's get it all set up for you guys. Line history-wise, near what CMAC has to say about the spot. Again, we've got 2 best bets for CMAC that we're going to close the breakdowns with. We go into NBA next, then NFL, then NHL. Wichita State coming up that 68-66 overtime victory over Minnesota. They haven't faced very tough competition, and a lot of these games have been very close. Beat Monmouth by 4, beat Northern Iowa by 6. Who did they smash? Well, they smashed the Billikens. That's about it. They beat them by 25 here. Florida just continues to deliver. I mean, they're winning by margin. They have so much depth. They're playing good basketball here and winning by margin consistently. Let's get into the line history. Florida 10-point favorites is a lot. They opened up at 9. They moved to 10, a 1-point move towards them. From a total standpoint, we have this one sitting right now at 154.5, juice to the under. My line history is here we go. This opened up at 152.5, so we've had a 2-point move towards the over. And then when we get to the cash flow, we have no information, as this was we're waiting for the matchup. So take it away for us here, CMAC. Shockers, Gators in Florida.
Yeah, they're cap. I mean, Clayton's taking a ton of threes and make them. Last year, I took him a good amount too on his props and his threes, and he had another good game last night. One thing I talked about earlier, their numbers with Florida defensively, you're just like, yeah, I don't know if this continues. Some of these teams have had horrible shooting nights like we got to. And one thing, this is where they could bury them. Wichita State, not the best shooting team. Decent in the paint inside, but horrible from 3. They don't take a ton. They've been better from the free throw line, which has been at times a team that's been tough for me to take because they've been in the high 60s, their free throws, Wichita State. But I think their wins have been impressive to get by that. I mean, OT yesterday with Minnesota, but St. Louis was a little bit down, but beat them up. Monmouth, Montana State to start the year, Western Kentucky, they won. I just don't think they have the firepower right now. And I just don't want to go against Florida. This is moves. I'm tempted by the 10 with Wichita State in this game, but every game I've seen in Florida, I've been more and more impressed. Every game, I'm like, this team is legit with all the outside noise with the head coach and everything that's gone on. They've just been rolling.
Yeah, they keep delivering. And they have so much depth too.
Yeah.
The number is immediately appealing here at 10, but so I'm with you. It'd be Wichita State or no action, but I don't find that appealing here. I mean, it's not just that TCU is terrible from at 3. It's that Florida guards the perimeter, with reckless abandon. They're just really good defensively. Okay. Well, let's move on. Next up, we have the Rady Children's Invitational. This is the 3rd place game, Lion Tree Arena in San Diego, California. NC State Wolfpack 5-1 at BYU 5-1 as well. Let's take a look at the recent history. Both teams, of course, coming off losses. That's why they're in the 3rd place game. NC State losing 71-61 to Purdue. BYU losing 96-85 in overtime to Ole Miss. They turned the ball over 17 times, only shot 31.6% from 3, and that is that's a losing proposition against a good team like Ole Miss. Jay Peasy says he's all over BYU. Let's get into the line history and cash flow then for this spot and use Jay Peasy as a guidance to get into this one. This total is at 153.5, opened up at 152.5. We have a 1-point move towards the over. And when we get to the side for this one, we have this right now sitting at 5.5 for BYU. This opened up at 5. We have a half-point move towards BYU, and I imagine no cash flow information. Take it away for us, CMAC. Wolfpack Cougars.
Man, this yesterday, one thing I did with BYU is back them at home. I fade them on the road, and even neutral. And yesterday, I just thought them leaving Provo, perfect spot. Take Ole Miss. Good game. I thought they'd go down the wire. It did good to OT, and then Ole Miss takes care of business, which happens in these OTs. Just more and more. Of course, they can go to 3 OTs, but it just seems one team kind of pulls away, and Ole Miss did. And I thought they were overall better basketball team. BYU shoots a ton of threes, and they make them. They have the shooters to do it. Hall just came back, their best player. He was nothing yesterday. You got to think he's better. Here, 2 points, Jamie. Their best player. That's been they've been waiting for him to get healthy to play. And this Wolfpack team, it wasn't even look for me yesterday to look their way. It was Purdue or nothing, because I just don't know enough of this team right now. How good they are. They beat up on some bad teams. This is a Wolfpack team that's up and down, that can get hot. Especially they're a team at home that can be back, especially in conference with NC State. And down the line, that's where I'll look to them this year, especially if they can improve. I think it's BYU and early. This was, I agree. It's just on neutrals and away games. They haven't been my favorite bet for years. I still don't know if they're really, really upper echelon defensively, a team that, I can really trust. But I think it's them. I kind of agree. I get it. JPZ, I like it.
BYU for JPZ. CMAC agreeing with the spot. Is this line moving now to a point where you don't want it as much? The 4.5 that JPZ got, a 5.5 juice to them available right now? Is that
no? Where's it at here?
We have a 5.5s now across the board, across the whole board, and the book where we used to have our poker tournaments at has this at minus 118 at the 5.5. I mean, you can still find a minus 108 and minus 110, but that book moving quickly towards BYU.
Yeah, I like it. I like him kind of first half, but there's threes.
Yeah, let me look at those right now. Is that something that you would be interested in making official, or should we roll on?
If I was getting 2.5, I think about it. I just think they come out and shoot the ball well here, and they have plenty of weapons to do it.
It sounds like the play because the sharpest book in the land has moved this to 3.5 at a pick'em.
Yeah, I'd love to have a 2.5, but
okay, we will roll on, but we definitely have a lean to BYU first half. We roll on. So that's the afternoon spot. King Al in the house. It is great to see you. We move on to Rem Most. Nice to see you. Todd Clinton, I can't wait to hammer the NHL card. We got lots of work to do, and we'll keep doing it. 5:30 p.m. Eastern is our next spot. The Battle for Atlantis Championship. Oklahoma Sooners 6-0 versus the Louisville Cardinals 5-1. We are in the Bahamas for this one. Let's get into the line history and the X's and O's and hear what CMAC has to say about the spot. This is a really fun game here at 5 p.m. God, there's so much action today. It's going to be so much fun, but we need to get off to a good start as well. And we got some games that are kind of hanging in the balance, although we catch Colorado first half to get the day started. So that's a good way to start. But lots of action hanging in the balance. Sooners, Cardinals, Oklahoma, of course, beat Arizona 82-77 to get to this opportunity. They beat Providence 79-77. Two tight, close games that they were victorious in. Louisville took out Indiana and then beat West Virginia in overtime 79-70. When we get to the line history, we have 5 p.m. We have Louisville right now -1 and -117. They opened up at -1 and -110. So just 7 cents of movement towards the Cardinal here in this one. When we get to the total, we have Louisville right now. Sorry. That's not the right line I gave you. That was the first half line. I apologize, of the -1. Let me give you the full game line. My apologies. So 5 p.m. here, we have Louisville -3. There are 3.5s on the board at some books. This opened up at 3. It got to 3.5 and is back at 3. So we've had no movement towards Louisville. That movement I was telling you was the first half, 7 cents first half. On full game, no movement. On the total here, we have a 149.5. This is juiced to the over, but this has dropped from 151. So we have a move towards the under. And when we get to the cash flow, which we expect not to have any information on at this point, we have no information on it. Take it away for us, C-Mac. Sooners, Cardinals, the battle for Atlantis championship.
This should be a really, really good basketball game. We talked about earlier with Louisville. Kind of gritty and a good win to go to OT. Talking about Chucky Ackmer. He went to the line a ton. I think he was 15-17. He had 32 points. The Wisconsin transfers looked really good. Louisville has, they had that bad sneaker, of course, against Tennessee. Then the big win against Indiana. I really liked them in that spot. When I go through this, to me, the value here is all with Oklahoma. I've been impressed with this team and the way, especially they've been able to score consistently. Even yesterday, the 2 guard/forwards that they have, the guy Moore, who's been there for a minute, been in college basketball a long time, he had 24 points, and the freshman Fears can get kind of whatever he wants. And I think Oklahoma's the grit here. I want the 3.5. This should be a good basketball game, so when it's tight on a neutral floor, give me the 3.5. I wish there was a 4, but I think the 3.5 is good enough here. Give me the Sooners.
Let's grab it. A move being made here. Let's grab the best line we can find. Lots of 3.5s here. Lots of 3.5s. Although the sharp books are at 2.5 and 3, but easy to get a 3.5 here. Plus 3.5 minus 1.8, you get a minus 110. Interesting. The sharp books aren't giving you the hook. That might be a real sign here. CMAC is on Oklahoma plus 3.5 at minus 108. Very interesting. I would just like to see the cost here if you were to at some of the sharp books, if you were to move on this at this number, the 3.5 they are charging minus 119 for. Wow. Very, very, very interesting. Okay, we're gonna roll on. We have
best 3.5 is 110, right?
Minus 108. I can get minus 108.
108 per better. Yeah, that works.
Plus 3.5 minus 108 for CMAC. He's on the board. We move on to the next one in the show. Lion Tree Arena, San Diego, California. This is the Rady Children's Invitational Championship. Number 23 ranked Ole Miss Rebels versus number 13th ranked Purdue Boilermakers. This one is another beauty spot here. Take a look at how they got here. Ole Miss took out BYU in overtime, 96-85. And Purdue took out NC State 71-61. Schematic touched on that game. We have line history-wise, Ole Miss right now sitting at plus 2.5. And there are 3s now. There are 3s, but that the real sharp books, this is a 2.5. This opened up at 3, so we've had a half point move towards Ole Miss from plus 3 to plus 2.5. When we get to the total here on this one, on the total, we have a 145.5. This is higher than the other books. The other books are lower. And all that's happened since this line came out at 8:23 in the morning is there's been a 3-cent move to the under, even though the other books are at 144.5. This is not moved in that way. And then we have no cash flow information. Take it away, CMAC, the Rady Children's Invitational Championship at Lion Tree Arena in San Diego, California. Rebels, Boilermakers.
Yeah, in San Diego. This should be a good one. No, I've always kept college basketball. My guy, King Al.
Yeah, King Al. That's the crazy talk, my man. This is his wheelhouse. This is his wheelhouse.
I like it.
Let's roll.
Yesterday, what I was talking about, Purdue, kind of stingy, not the best shooting day, but was able to beat NC State. This is another one with Purdue on a neutral floor. do I want to back them? Not really. Did this have 4s earlier too, right?
It opened with 4. Yeah.
Yeah. I just waited on this game. I balked a little bit. I talked about I took Ole Miss yesterday plus the 4 versus BYU. I loved it, them getting the points. But I think they're live here. This Purdue team, both these teams are just seasoned. You know what I mean? I know Zach E's gone, but plenty of guards. They still are just a solid basketball team who could rebound. One thing where Purdue, they've been a little bit of a problem with Matt Painter's been on the road in neutral court games. They just haven't been their best. So a game like yesterday for them to still cover, and not have the best shooting day, 43%, decent inside, but only 31% from 3, 20-26, which is good from the free throw line. This was a tough game because Ole Miss, Murray had a huge game, 28 points yesterday. The offense has just been able to hum really all year long for Ole Miss. So that was my lean here with them. I think this one could be a really good game.
The book that I used the line history for didn't open it up at 4 because they waited for the book that we used to do our poker tournaments at to open it at 4 and then decided that was too much. So, yes, a move towards the Ole Miss Rebels. Lean for.
And real quick, Jimmy, what do we get in these games? I always like a few more. Of course, there's these teams playing home, like San Diego. They'll be there, but like how packed are these places? Like Purdue was the fade right after the Alabama win against Marquette. I talked about the road. Matt Painter hasn't been done well, and they lose. And that was at Marquette, right? Or was that a neutral game? I have to double check that. No, that was a legit. Yeah, that was a road game. So, yeah, I think it's Ole Miss here or nothing. If you got the 4, I think that was a great number.
We roll on, get back to Nassau, Bahamas. We have the number 3 ranked nationally Gonzaga Bulldogs versus Davidson. Gonzaga opened up with the loss to West Virginia in overtime, which put them behind the 8 ball. This is the 5th place game. They beat Indiana 89-73 afterwards. It was a nice bounce back spot. Davidson opened up by getting destroyed by Arizona and then bounced back nicely against Providence, taking them out 69-58. Let's take a look at the line history here for this spot. This Gonzaga game is 8:30 p.m. Eastern, and we have a total of 154.5. This has come up from 152.5. We've had a 2-point move towards the over. And on the spread, we are dealing with the Zags minus 19.5. Minus 19.5. They opened minus 19.5, minus 108. It's now minus 19.5, minus 113. So we had 5 cents of movement towards Gonzaga at this number. And I imagine we're not going to get any cash flow information, and that is the case. Take it away for us, CMAC. Battle for Atlantis, 5th place game. Davidson, Gonzaga.
I know, 5th place game sounds
crazy.
Sounds a little weird. You know what I think when I see this game? I think it's Gonzaga can win here. But I don't know if you want to really lay it. This could possibly they could cover, but I thought this was a little bit hefty. We just saw Davidson, give it up to kind of a similar team at times, especially when they were playing it well. But we talked how flighty they've been with Arizona, and they come back against Providence team and win that struggles to score, and they took advantage of that. Providence team that could go cold, and Davidson was good yesterday, and they'll need that with their defense. But I don't know if they can stop Gonzaga here at all. Right. It's can they score enough? Because I agree to the move to the over here, Jimmy. How can you not? I just think, or Gonzaga maybe team total. I think they're able to get theirs. It's just Davidson. Can they get enough? That could either get them inside the number, and that would help get this game over. Because that's my lean here. I was looking at this a lot last night, thinking it was a little bit low for a Gonzaga game. If Davidson can play kind of to the team they play, their competition. They're playing 2 and under, but I don't know if they can stop, Gonzaga here from getting up and down and this game going over.
And that 2-point move towards the over. We have 3 games left of the games I sent CMAC, and then CMAC has 2 best bets after this. 9:30 p.m. Eastern with the Arizona tip-off. It's the Cactus Division Championship. Butler Bulldogs versus the number 25 ranked Mississippi State Bulldogs. Battle of Bulldogs at Mullet Arena in Tempe, Arizona. Oh, Mullet Arena. God, I thought we'd never have to say that name again. We were hoping never again. 4 straight wins for Butler. They took out Northwestern 71-69. That was a nice, tight game. Mississippi State ran over UNLV 80-58. They also went to SMU and beat them. Took out the Utes at home. This looks like a really tough Mississippi State Bulldogs basketball team. Let's get into the line history here for this one. This one's popping off at 9:30. We also have the late game that we're going to be talking about, USC New Mexico, which is a special one for us because it'll be late night Friday night action for us. We have Mississippi State as 8-point favorites. I mean, they're coming in as big favorites, and there's been no movement, a 1-cent move towards the Mississippi State Bulldogs. On the total here, we have a 146. It's juiced to the under at -111. It's opened up 145, and it's now at 146. When we get to the cash flow for this one, can we receive some information? We can't. That's the no information from the cash flow. Take it away for us, CMAC. Cactus Division Championship, Mullet Arena. We have Butler, Mississippi State.
This Mississippi State team has looked really, really good to start the year. Even they were down against Utah, being there at home, it came back and then beat SMU. But we go look back at Butler when they were at home and beat SMU. Both these teams, really more Butler's been surprising for me. Like everything that's shown, I just didn't think they were going to play this well. But you got to give it up to Thad Matta, excellent coach. But when they get away from home is where I kind of just I don't know if I want to go. We kind of got to get through these tournaments here, Jimmy, these neutral sites, and be a little better. But the best thing about these games is you get to see how these teams were for later on in the tournament. That's why I love it. So even if I'm not betting a ton of them, especially through the years, it's been less and less. It's just a great thing to go back and look. And then it's another thing how much you go back, because the team's totally different than from now, until March or in April when the tournament gets going. So, like some people, I think this Butler can hang in. They've been good all the way up. Mississippi State's been Hubbard's been really good. He's been scoring 20 points a game. The offenses have really been rolling. One thing with Butler, other team like Merrimack, who they beat, 78-39. That's one of the lowest scoring teams. That was close for me too, Jimmy. It already had moved that under in Merrimack Troy. I think it's down to 135. I think that game could stay under. Just a horrible team. Both these teams can get up and down. I think this game can get over the number. Neutral sites in some of these courts, I always look to an under. But you look at a weird tournament like Maui the last few years, talk about the rims are loose. All those games went over, Jimmy. Every single one. They flew fucking over. It was like they all went over. Man, and if a thing like UNLV, when I looked at it, they weren't that bad. Their possessions was just way low compared to Mississippi State. I mean, 21-48, only 44%. 8-20 from 3, 40%. They weren't great from the foul line, only 58-15, 53 there for UNLV. But I think this game goes over here.
When Mississippi State dominated UNLV, they just completely dominated the boards.
They did. Mm-hmm.
Butler looked fine against Northwestern. They won the board battle, but can Butler bang down low with Mississippi State? Because if we think that they can, the problem with Mississippi State destroying UNLV is because they didn't shoot that well. They just dominated the board. It was like a pretty ho-hum regular game for them. They played clean basketball, dominated the boards. Can Butler bang down low and stop that domination?
I don't know if they can. They've looked solid. I mean, how much can you go off of SMU? That Northwestern team's not great, and consistently for years, Butler's always beat them too. going through it yesterday. That's why they just kind of always beat Northwestern, and they got it done yesterday. I don't know. Like, Butler shoots the ball well, does decent on the boards. This game goes over, I think, and they can hang around. But I don't know if that can happen.
All right. Well, let's roll on. I'm very interested in Butler. I'm not betting them after the show. I'm gonna have to sit with it for longer. Let's move on. We got 2 more games before best bets. 9:30 p.m. This is the Acrisure Classic Championship in Palm Springs, Acrisure Arena. Arizona State Sun Devils versus the St. Mary's Gales. St. Mary's, of course, just beat up on USC last night. There was a lot of talk about it in our chat throughout our third game of the day. It was a lot of talk. Brizzy was perplexed at USC's performance. Let's set up the
Awful
line. Yeah, and that'll be the last game that we're going to touch on here right after this one. So this helps. So it does lead into the next game. Let's get into exactly how bad it was for USC, which is the second game we're going to talk about. St. Mary's beat them 71-36. Crazy. Arizona beat New Mexico Lobos 85-82 to get to this championship spot. We have a line history here. This total has dropped dramatically. Opened up at 143. It's all the way down to 140. We've dropped 3 points on the total. On the spread, we have this sitting right now at 5.5. St. Mary's 5.5-point favorites, -5.5, -104. This opened up at 5, went to 5.5, went to 6.5 before there was buyback on Arizona State. We still have a half-point move towards St. Mary's and no cash flow information on either of these 2 games that we're closing up the card on. Take it away, my man. Sun Devils, St. Mary's Gales.
Yeah, Cav, I know. It was shit was nuts. Those games just flew over too. They weren't even close at all. Those games in Maui. So yesterday with St. Mary's, like, SC is not the best team. We'll get to them. They're gonna have some struggles, but that's kind of St. Mary's. Just next year, next guys plug in this defense to be really good. Because I get, some of the people were on yesterday on the show were on the over because St. Mary's kind of had played to some overs. Jimmy, and I get it. Cal Poly had went over in the Nebraska game. Akron, they scored 87, but then they only 38 points in that game, and then yesterday 36. They played Stannis stayed, but 36 and they just shot it horrible. What were these numbers again? They were just dreadful for SC. Oh, they didn't even make a 3. 0 for 12, 13 of 50, 26%. 0 from 3. 0 for 12. I gave this out yesterday on the show. We took Arizona State. This team the last few years have been flighty. They got 2 really good freshmen, and the Sonoga that kid's great. He's got a great shot, create his own shot. The big get for them too. He was supposed to go to Arizona. And he was big in that game against Grand Canyon that I took them as well. Because I didn't know about. They got their ass kicked in preseason, a couple of these scrimmages. And they hung around with Gonzaga, and they've done nothing but win. I'm tempted to go back here. Sometimes you got to put out yesterday's everything that went on. This is a new opponent with a lot better defense with St. Mary's. So this is tough. And Arizona State games at the pace they're playing all of a sudden are just going over. And it creates, do we get that pace and does this go over? Or we get St. Mary's just to slow this down to a crawl, more like how they kind of want to play great defense. It goes under. That's where I'd lean to. It depends how it's dictated here with these 2. And Arizona State needs to be better where they haven't been the last few years, Jimmy, is they've been horrible on the glass. That's why they're just dreadful. Their numbers the last 2 or 3 years in the 350s, just way down. So they get better on that than they have been, at least early on. I think they hang around in this game. What do you think?
I agree with you. I mean, and even looking at that New Mexico USC line, the Lobos 6-point favorites. I mean, that was a tough competition that they faced, and And they handled it. Morgan Spooner says Arizona State, very chippy team. Blew a lead, watched every 50-50 call go to New Mexico's way, catch a technical on a blow and foul call. Hurley gets another technical, and they still go on an 8-0 run. So I find it. I think it's a really appealing look at this point. I like the buyback. I can imagine everybody watching St. Mary's just dominate a decent USC team. So they move the line towards St. Mary's initially, and then I like the buyback. The buyback's appealing. I think Arizona State's appealing look here. I'm going to put a little bit more time on it, but I think I might get there. I think I get there.
Yeah, I've had them a few times, and where I thought they could have, and Dent still had a huge game for New Mexico. Get them next, he had 30 points, but the offense has been really good. I think they could keep it tight.
I do too. I think it's a really good. I expect to be on it. In fact, that's what I expect. I expect to bet that here, but I'm going to spend a little bit more time on it after the show. But I like the look here. Final spot before best bets from CMAC. We have Acrisure Classic third place game. This one is following the championship. This is USC Trojans at the New Mexico Lobos. We set this up a little bit with the just disturbing performance by USC. Can they bounce back? The Lobos lose a really tight game, and now they have to play this game at midnight. It does feel like USC should be able to step up here. I mean, they were out-rebounded by St. Mary's 46-23. They, as C-Mac said, 0% from three. I mean, I don't see – I mean, this game, this was 19-18 for USC. I mean, that's just horrific. 19-18 for USC. That is with 7 minutes left in the first half. They go on for the rest of the game to score 17 points, while the Gales score 58. They get outscored 58-17 down the stretch. At that point, do you look at them and say, this team has no heart, no character, I don't trust them to bounce back? Or do you think, a new day, a bounce back against a Lobos team that might not want to be here? Really might not want to be here, playing the late game, in front of nobody. It's a pretty interesting situation. New Mexico opening up at -6, -106. They're now -6, -107. You have to think that the money's coming in on the Lobos just because of the horrific performance we just saw, and yet a line not moving. So I find USC appealing here. I really do. I'm going to spend a little bit more time on it, but I find it quite appealing here. Let's now. Okay, we got CNI back. So just
sorry.
No worries. No, it's all good because I'm going to set up the two games that you sent. I find the Trojans appealing here. Because don't you think now if you trust their, you have to dig into their character a bit, but don't you think the Lobos are going to be like, oh God, it's going to be empty. There's going to be fans there for the Arizona State St. Mary's game. One team is going to win this, small tournament title. Yeah. And then there's another game afterwards that might not care about playing in. What are your thoughts on the spot?
Yeah, this is, the night. I mean, 12 Eastern. That when you got to look at everything the next day on the East Coast time. We talked about how I've just not been impressed with SC. I think a lot of people are going to think fade them here, but I'm interested in them as well. I mean, they have to shoot the ball better. I mean, 0 for 12. 0 for 12, like we just hit on. Williams needs to be better. All these guys, Cohen's solid. And even the games before, like Grambling that they had played, the bench had been better. Some of these guys that had played and got some minutes, and that just was not the case. And listen, St. Mary's still, it's been for years, as this defense that can hold people down. But it's also what's dreadful when you bet teams, Jimmy. You can't make a shot. You just can't make a shot. You could do all the capping in the world. And it just doesn't go down. Or they're just sloppy turnovers, and that's been SC now for years. And they haven't got any people paid. If you wanted to back them, they're 1-6. It seems like just cast away. No one's gonna bet on them. I like New Mexico, but I still don't think they're very good defensively. They had that gritty win here right down the street against UCLA. UCLA though. Slow team, struggles to score more in the half court, and they were able to take advantage of it and get out the win. And a New Mexico team that's not at home at the pit is dangerous laying 6 points. And it was yesterday. That's why I took, Arizona State in that game. So I'm leaning SC as well. I just don't have a ton of faith in this team, but I think they have to play better here.
They have to. I agree, but there is some concern. Morgan saying Pitino's a coach. I always look back after a loss. New Mexico can hold their head high with a win today.
Could they cover though?
I'm curious to see where this line moves as well. I think it's very possible. It's very possible.
It hasn't moved.
Not at all.
I bet you nobody's going to bet. Let's see this throughout.
Yeah, because we'll probably never get cash flow information on it. I doubt that we'll get anything, but I'm sure it'll say that they're a fade here, that the public's fading them. So we will discuss that spot a little more, but let's roll into a best bet time from our guy C-Mac in the house. So we have George Mason, James Madison, and we have NCAA and T. And that, when does the NCAA and T pop off at? That's later in the night, isn't it? Yes, it's 5:30. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're going to start with the George Mason, James Madison spot. This is best bet time, 2 games for C-Mac, and then we're going to roll into NBA. We're going to go really quick through NBA and NFL because we have to get to the 3 o'clock games in NHL. So we'll probably give about 35 minutes max to NBA and NFL. Let's get into this one. The Patriots, beat up on Coppin State. They had 2 losses, legit ones. Central Michigan, 70-69, tough game. Then they lose by a point in double overtime to ECU. Then they take out their anger and destroy Coppin State, 93-55. Just, annihilate them. And then, they play against Ferrum Panthers, Div 3, no non-issue there, college school. James Madison bounced back from their loss to UC San Diego by beating Jacksonville State at home, 71-65. And we're in Harrisonburg, Virginia for this one. So let's get into the line history for this one. Again, this is best bet time. Is this one popping off at 4 p.m. We have George Mason right now -2 at -109. They opened up at -1, so we've had a 1-point move towards George Mason. On the total here, we have it sitting at 141, juice to the under. A lot of 140.5s. There are 140s as well. This opened up at 142, so we've dropped a point here and more at other books. And when we get to the cash flow, we should have information on it. We do. On the spread, 5% of the tickets and 11% of the cash is on George Mason. Wow. On the line moving towards them. On the money line, it's sharp too. 48% of tickets and 79% of the cash. And then on the total, there's 80% of tickets, 79% cash on the over, and it's dropping. A fascinating spot. Take it away for us, C-Mac, George Mason, James Madison.
Yeah, this should be a good game. George Mason, I think, looked really, really pretty good as far. Both these teams can't play defense, and I can't back George Mason as much as I want, just because they're laying this 2 and they're on the road. This one was close for me, but I want to get out the late game is what I really wanted to talk about. I just need to go through that more. That Kent State, UC Irvine's just playing so well right now, especially with their offense. But James Madison, this team, their defense needs to be better. So that's surprising, and this line's gone down. I think if it gets into the 130s, you could flip it around, which I've done a ton, and take the over, because both teams are going to have success scoring. I haven't wanted to back James Madison at all. When we talked, we were on the other side against UC San Diego. So this team's they're finally home here, Jimmy. They lost to Towson close. They go on all these neutral games, and they're back. It's Friday night, blackout. I mean, for what it is, at 4 Eastern, their game, it should be decent. And I think they're coming to play here at home. Like any other spot, neutral and away, I don't want them. But catching 2 here at home, and they have the guard, they have the scores, to win this game. And I think they're in it and can win outright. I'll take the 2 to be safe, but I think they definitely are in it. George Mason, too, missing one of their guard, not a big player to forget his name. He's missing here. He only scores 5 or 6 points, but he's still out. But James Madison here. Only place I want him is here at home. Give me the +2.
+2 at -107 for CMAC. +2, -107 on James Madison. None you loving the look there. Let's go into the next spot on the board for CMAC. This will conclude our college basketball breakdowns. What a hell of a job, CMAC, going through all these games. I like it a lot, man. Rolling. This one is at 5:30 p.m. It is sorry, I thought it was the late game to Kent State. My bad. So we have 3 games. This is North Carolina A&T, East Carolina. East Carolina started the year looking very good. They lost to Jacksonville State, whom we just talked about, but they took out James Madison in double overtime. Those teams, of course, we just have spoken about. We haven't capped the Jacksonville State spot, but then we have a 71-64 victory over Stetson, a 72-55 victory over UIC. And now they are back home in Greenville. We have NCAAB coming off a 1-point loss, 82-81 at Buffalo, but they've traveled and they've won traveling. They've also played at Wake Forest. They played some pretty tough competition here, NCAAB Aggies. So let's get into the line history here for the second of 3. We have East Carolina -13. They opened up at -13, so we've had no movement, not a cent on that number. When we get to the total in this one, we have here we go. We have 150.5 to the under. This opened up at 148.5, so we've climbed 2 points. So pretty legit move towards the over. And when we get to the cash flow for this one at 5:30, we have 22% of the tickets and 33% of the cash on East Carolina. So and the market's moving towards them. 69% tickets, 69% cash on the over. Take it away, CMAC. Second spot on the board for you, Aggies at East Carolina.
Yeah, East Carolina here at home. This is always one of my favorite team like this, laying this big a number that I don't think's great is a fade for me. Of course, football games going on right now. Navy, East Carolina. This is just right after. We will see. I don't know how packed it will really be. And East Carolina has been just ho-hum, I think, so far to start the year. It's been pretty average. I mean, they lost Jacksonville State. They beat Stetson by 7. Just haven't been great. Even the close win to Coastal, nothing's like thrown out to me. This team should be laying 13. 30% from 3. Another reason, too, this team shoots 70% from the free throw line, laying points. No way. They are at home. Of course, they do play better there. But I've been impressed. This is one of the dogs that I get every year that have already been on my radar. Yeah, Jimmy, just lost at Buffalo. Close loss at George Washington. And when they get going, they shoot the 3 decent. One at Citadel, beat Morgan. I think they're in this from start. This was a right away play for me. +13, North Carolina A&T. Almost gave the AT&T yeah. As I have before. +13. They're covering here.
Yeah. North Carolina A&T +13 at -108 for CMAC. We roll on to the final spot on the board for college basketball. That is Kent State, UC Irvine. Let's get this one set up here. Just give me 1 second. Taking a second here to get this all set up. Kent State, UC Irvine. This one pops off at 9:30 p.m. and it's up in Lethbridge, Alberta, which is a funny place to have a tournament. It'd be fun to watch these games in Lethbridge, man. They have a racetrack in Lethbridge. It's it's standard bread. But I spent my birthday there one year. It's an old saloon, and it's fun. It's you feel like you're back, in the early 1900s. So 3 straight wins for Kent State. They just beat Towson last night here, 65-54. And UC Irvine beat up on Kennesaw State, 76-59. So, both teams coming off comfortable wins. Now, Kent State did it by playing very clean basketball, only 7 turnovers. They just shot 42.6% from the field and 32.1% from 3. But they were in control all game because they just played clean, smart basketball. Let's get into the line history here for this one. A little late night action for us. We have Kent State right now at plus 6.5 at minus 112. They have had a 2-cent move towards them, but it stayed at the number at 6.5. And when we get to the total for our late night action from CMAC, we have a 137.5 juice to the under. It's pretty heavy juice to the under, but as this line's been available, it's only moved 2 cents towards the under as other books have dropped the number. That is where we stand. And when we get to the cash flow, we have just blew past it. We have here we go. We have 49% of the tickets, 66% of the cash on UC Irvine, and 79% tickets, 79% cash on the over. Take it away for us, CMAC. Your final spot on the board, North Carolina, and we just did North Carolina A&T, UC Irvine, Kent State.
Yeah, this is one I've been sitting with since all morning, just going back and forth. This is that late one you talked about, just strange up in Alberta, Canada. Saying I don't know how many people will be here for this one. Irvine's been just impressive, I think, so far. I mean, this team's always really, really good throughout the years. Lately maybe not been as impressive, but I think these wins have been pretty good. We talked about the Weber State on the road, but didn't cover, beat up on the teams they should, Pepperdine, Kennesaw. But Kent State as a dog has been excellent to me the last couple of years. This team is gritty. And you know why? And it makes me like this under. That's directly where I went to. Like this was, for me, man, a couple points higher, I'd be already on it. This team plays defense. That's what they want to do. The offense can struggle at times to score. And that's one thing Irvine's been a lot better at. Their offense just has been excellent so far this year, shooting 36 from 3, which is decent. And their defense has been very good. But I think Kent State can hang around in this game. The last couple, of course, have gone under, Cleveland State, Towson. So this will be better offense for them. But even when they played at Auburn, 79-56, it's decent. Auburn didn't put up 95 on them. They're just a team that's gritty. Like I just see, a 72-68. This could slip over, but man, do I like this under? And that brings me to the other point on the side, Kent State, that they can hang around.
So are we making
side
and total at this point?
No, I'm waiting on it.
On both spots.
Yeah.
Okay. But the lean is towards, so the lean is Kent State plus 6.5 and the under leans. Okay. And that.
Can you get a 137.5?
Yeah, it's minus 117 though.
Damn. Okay, we'll wait.
Okay. Great job, CMAC. So we have North Carolina A&T plus 13, minus 108. James Madison plus 2 at minus 107. And Oklahoma plus 3.5 at minus 108. And he provided great information for all of us to make moves on the games that we were really interested in. Excellent work, CMAC, my man. CMAC, the star of Hitting the Books. It's college football every Monday, and it's basketball today. What time is that popping off on the Hitting the Books YouTube channel?
5 Eastern.
At 5 Eastern. Okay, dope. I'm going to pop.
It's just real quick, too. Yeah. We're going to go through it as well. Oh, God damn, I love this under. Yeah, it's just not a crazy long show. That's all I mean.
No, I feel you. I'm going to pop C-Mac's X handle in the chat. Please support our guy C-Mac, and please support the Hitting the Books YouTube page. Viper NB catching the Brunson over. Excellent work, my man. Excellent work. Respect. C-Mac, thank you, man. Thank you. It's imperative.
Appreciate it.
I need the help in college basketball, so thank you for coming through on these Fridays for me. It's a great. I got Bobano on Thursdays, you on Fridays, and Dabby Cab giving out best bets, and also Dabby Cab. Thank you so much for the hard work producing in the background because we didn't have.
Oh yeah,
that was awesome. That was really helpful.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah, that's huge.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, truly. Thank you, Dabby Cab. We got a great crew here. So any last words for the Cappers supporting the show, C-Mac, my man?
Yeah, shout out to the chat. I love you guys. I talked about it earlier. Hit the like button. That's all we ask. We're not asking for much here. Trying to give out this bunch of information. Jimmy's gonna be on here 4 hours for this crazy Black Friday card with everything going on. All the sports. But Rod Z, Saturated, Lucas, T Moss, my dude, Bikes for Life, Stimmy OG, my man, Dana Delp, great to see you. My guy Danny Delp, Morgan Spooner, good luck on your action. I do. Vipe, there he is. Vipe, been around for forever. Rem Most as well. All these guys, Wager Detective, Lucas, Wine Time, already Cash. You did too, right, Jimmy? You were on it? Colorado?
Yeah, that was nice. He's doubled up, though, on first half and full game. So
beautiful. I love it.
Thank you so much, C-Mac, my man, rocking with us every Friday here on Pub Sports Radio. Thank you, C-Mac, my guy. I will be in touch with you.
Yeah, if it goes up, if I get a 137.5 and the juice is decent, I'll move on it.
Okay, cool.
Okay, I'll let you know.
So if I see a 137.5 minus 110, I can just make that official?
110 or below. Yeah, take it.
Yeah, I love it.
Okay.
I love it.
Perfect.
There he is. Saturated says, CMC going to make you sweat. I love. Did you have the nickname CMC Music Factory before I handed it for you? Have you had it before?
No.
Okay, good. Good. CMC Music Factory in the house. Thank you, C-Mac. I love it. There he is, Conor Mac. Please support our guy. Put his X handle there in the chat. All right, we roll on to NBA. We make moves here in NBA, and this is going to be interesting. We got a game popping off in 11 minutes. We just got to get rolling right now. But I tell you what, our guy Wine Time is rolling in NBA with us. He got off to a bad start, and that happens when you start out a year. And Friday nights are wild, and you get a slap in the face. The very fun thing about this show is that we get to watch cappers climb out of a hole, and it shows character. How do you handle adversity? You've done exactly that, Wine Time, here. So in the past two, so right now you're 16 and 18, down 3.74 units. But in the last two shows, you are 7-2 in the last three shows, and that includes a show that you did that Wednesday action with Jose. But last two shows with me, you're 7-2. You're went 3-1 on that show, so you're 10-3 in your last three shows in NBA. Let's go, Wine Time. Let's keep rolling, man. That's exciting. I love seeing it, and I respect it. Rod's wacky in house. Spenny Penny Bomb. So we're gonna have to be tricky about this though, Wine Time. So we're gonna go through. I don't think we're going to be able to go. I don't know. Because we have all these games. We have the football game at 3 p.m. and the NHL game at 3 p.m. I shouldn't be talking. We should just be capping.
Yeah,
so let's roll here. We start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern for Cleveland Cavaliers, 17-2, 7-1 on the road at the Atlanta Hawks, 8-11, 4-5 at home. We had Dan Kelly come on to our show. It was our live stream on Monday night, and he said he thinks the Hawks are going to beat the Cavaliers on Monday. Was it on Monday? Or whatever day it was, their last game, and again here. And the Hawks were 12-point dogs, went down to 9.5, and won outright. And we're in control of that game. What a call by Dan Kelly. Shout out to our friend Dan Kelly. What up, Bob? I wish I was in Vancouver. I'm in Toronto. I'm born and raised in Vancouver, but in Toronto. That's where my kids were. Well, Alice spent the first 3 years in Costa Rica, but it's where my wife's family is, and so I've lost the battle of trying to get us out of here. So that was now Cleveland's lost 2 of their last 4 games. They've also lost 2 of their 19 games this year, and it was a tricky spot there against Atlanta, and Atlanta came to play. And that snapped a 3-game losing streak for the Hawks. That was a big, big game. Now we are in Cup play, so I'll get up the Cup standings here. But, kind of a costly loss. In the NBA Cup, we have these Cavaliers are 1-1, and Atlanta is 2-1 with hopes of moving forward here in Cup play. We'll go into the line history and we'll go through the injuries, but we only have about 8 minutes to bet this one if we choose to bet it. Tricky early time slot. From a line history standpoint, we have over here, we have the Hawks plus 5.5 at minus 105. They open plus 7.5 at minus 105. So, a real legit move again, like we saw towards the Atlanta Hawks. We just saw this legit move and it cashed. It's interesting. Now, this is probably a little more uncomfortable. By the way, this total's at 243.5. Opened at 246. You may remember last time Wine Time and I worked together, he took the over in the Bulls-Hawks game, and it was a ridiculously high number, and it was a low-scoring first quarter. And
I didn't think it was going to hit. I can't believe it did.
It's still soared over. Let's get into the cash flow for this one and discuss. So again, like I told you guys, we're moving to last 5 games statistically here for pace of play and shooting. I feel like it's the right time to do that. 66% of tickets, 64% of cash on the Cavs. And then on the total, 59% tickets, 51% cash on the over. This goes against sort of how we like to bet these home and homes. Do you want to back the team that just had the upset? And there's our guy, Dan Kelly, in the house. It's a fascinating spot. It's a really fascinating spot for Dan to think that this could happen twice back to back instead of what we usually think in these situations. Cleveland 3-2 over their past 5, playing at a pace 99.40 possessions a game. And they're shooting 50.8 from the field and 37.9% from 3. Atlanta 2-3 over their last 5. They are playing at the fastest pace in the NBA over the 5 games. 107.3 possessions a game. They're flying up and down the court, shooting 44 from the field and 35.3 from 3. I'm going to get the last minute injury report up, but take it away. Your thoughts on Cavs Hawks tip off in 6 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to make this quick, Jim, because I did move. This is one of the 2 games I moved on last night on X. We got a worse number. We're still going to take it. Quick shout out to the chat. My guy Saturated said shout out to Wine Time for talking him off OKC or Golden, or who was it? OKC the other night. He asked me. I told him to stay off and they ended up smashing. Shout out to you, though, my guy. Shout out to everyone in the chat, though, for showing out here. Appreciate you guys for being here, man. Love you guys. But yeah, I'm on the over in this spot, guys. I got over 246 last night, minus 110. It's out at 244 now. I think this is another higher total for a reason. We're just seeing in the morning game, this game didn't even break 200 points. And then we've got another game coming up with a total of 244 now. I'm taking the over. I got the over 246. So lock me in on the over 246. This is going to go over 250. I mean, if this game is going under first half, look to take an over live second half. That's what happened last week with the Hawks, man. These guys play no defense and they can score at will here. I think Cleveland's going to be able to score at will here too. I don't think there's going to be a lot of people on the Hawks that are going to be able to stop Cleveland. That's why I'm staying off the side, because I don't want to be on the other side of Dan Kelly. I'd hate to do that. So I'm going to stay off the side and I'm going to take the over 246. And by the way, we just got a touchdown. Travis Hunter. This game is 35-0 Colorado here with 10 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Just a smash and grab. So was that over 246 flat?
Yep, flat. Yep.
God, I mean, it goes against how I usually like to back this, but man, it just feels like Atlanta's going to do it again. Doesn't it?
Yeah, they can. I mean, it's tough though, dude. The Cavs, it isn't going to be in Atlanta. So, I mean, Atlanta's going to want to beat these guys. We know Trae Young's going to try to have a big game too. I wonder what his points props are at in this spot. I didn't look at any player props in this, but this might assists over 11.5 minus 135. I wonder what a Trae Young double-double is right now. It's probably going to be juiced, honestly. It's probably not even going to be plus 100. But I definitely like that Trae Young double-double in this spot. I'm going to stay off the side, though. This is it's a tricky game for me sidewise because, like, I honestly lean Cleveland being a -6 here on the road, but I'm going to stay off the side.
It just something's in the air, man. It just feels a little different than that usual home and home. Are we talking about an angry Cavaliers team?
Yeah, they're coming off. I mean, what they lost 11 points last game to the Hawks. Before that, they've been rocking all season long. I get where you're going on this, but I'm going to say
it's just because of Dan Kelly. Generally speaking, I would be off of this spot because of the sentiment that the Cavs are going to bounce back, the public on the Cavs and line moving dogs. So I would be off of it. But good God, Trae Young double now minus 310. That's gone $1.40. It's moved to $1.40.
That's crazy.
Rod Zwacky says bet on any team revenging a same season loss for his opponent off a double-digit loss as a favorite of 6 points or more, 43 and 15 against spread. Okay, I'll stay off of it, but I have a sneaking suspicion that Dan Kelly's going to cash yet again. Okay, let's roll on. But before we do, I'm worried about these 3 p.m. games. What do you think we should do? One time?
I'm
worried about these 3 p.m. games in NFL and NHL.
It's up to you. I mean,
let's just try and roll fast.
I think we'll do it real fast, honestly. I don't have a lot to say about probably half of these games, but I'm probably going to add a player or two because I'm only on 2 spots right now. We just talked about one of them.
Okay, let's roll on. Pelicans Memphis is our next game. Zach Edey out. A game time decision, and let's get the latest on him. Probable, so he's good to go. On a Friday night in Memphis, and then BI and Troy Murphy game time decisions. BI questionable, so that would be the 3rd straight game he's missing with calf soreness. I don't know if we can trust him playing here. And then Trey Murphy, who's so important here, is questionable as well. Could miss a 2nd straight game with a left knee contusion. Yeah. It is so hard to trust players to come back, even in the NBA Cup, on teams that are 4-15 and 1-8 on the road. The Pelicanos coming off yet another loss, getting destroyed at home by the Raptors. Just embarrassing on Wednesday night, 119-93. And the Grizz have won 4 straight, and they're rolling. But will they be ready to go here? Spenny Penny Bombs looking at the jaw, triple-double. Bob on the under in the Cavs, minus 5.5 in that spot. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We have this total at 232.5. It opened up at 225. We've climbed up 7.5 points. That's just nuts. Absolutely bananas, man, that it could move that much. Back in the day, I used to think, these advanced models are that wrong. They're 7.5 points wrong. I bet you it's not 7.5 points wrong. I stopped doing that. My volume in NBA came down. I've always had this very healthy fear of the NBA. Which I think is healthy. Memphis minus 11, now minus 11.5, a half-point move towards them. And when we get to the cash flow, you have 28% of the tickets and 23% of the cash on the Pelicans. And on the total, we have 66% of the tickets and 72% cash on the over, and it's just skyrocketing. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Next spot on the board, Pelicanos, Grizzlies.
I mean, I think this could be an absolute smash spot here for the Grizzlies, and I think this probably could even soar over the total what it's at right now. It sucks to see how much value we've lost on this over, but I mean, I think this might keep raising before tip-off. So I think both of those are in play right here. I'm honestly kind of leaning towards the Grizzlies side here, especially if Brandon Ingram doesn't play. I'm assuming Brandon Ingram isn't playing because of this line. If Brandon Ingram is playing and CJ McCollum and DeJounte Murray, I know those guys still haven't gotten their legs under them yet, but I mean, that's still a 3-headed monster, I guess you could say, over there in New Orleans. It's 3 guys that are pretty much their best players. So this is a tough spot here. Seeing Grizzlies as a minus 11.5. I think maybe the books know something here that it's going to be a smash spot for them. I'm going to stay off this one. I can only lean towards the Grizzlies, though. The Grizzlies have been playing some good basketball this year with or without Ja, honestly. And Ja is going to be playing in this one, so Ja's probably going to have his way, too. I like Spenny Penny's look on the triple-double. Probably his double-double a little bit, I think, is a little bit more likely to hit. You could probably still get some good numbers on that, but this guy can go for a triple-double in this game for sure, especially if DeJounte and McCollum don't really have their legs under them quite yet. DeJounte definitely struggling so far, but we'll see.
Yeah, and Spenny has the DeJounte double as well at plus.
If he gets his minutes, how does he not get that in this spot? I mean, I like that for sure. It just is, how many minutes a game has he been playing since he's been back? Let's see. Interesting match, man. I think the Grizzlies are going to smash, honestly. Just looking at it from like a market standpoint, I know everyone's hammering them, but the market's kind of they've raised it. What did this open up at 10 and a half?
Not the sharper books weighted a bit. The books that came out first did, but we've only had a half-point move at the sharp books that weighted here.
Let's stay away.
Okay, so out of curiosity, because I'm trying to plan this out, because Todd asking about NHL, we got a bunch of games starting at 3 p.m. What is another game that you have action on in NBA?
Lake Show OKC.
Lake Show OKC, a late one. Okay. Okay, I'm going to have to figure something out here, but let's just keep rolling in the meantime. At 2:32, we have 28 minutes before football game starts and these NHL games start. Yeah. Next up is Magic Brooklyn Nets. Orlando, Brooklyn. If it wasn't this crazy Memphis Friday night stuff, I would be on the Pelicans. They've just been delivering on these Friday nights, and I think I think it's a possible look ahead, not look ahead, but look past.
We can talk about the NFL game if you want to talk. I see Spenny talking about, because I thought it was at 12:30. It's at 12. Yeah, we should probably talk about it right now if you want.
Well, let's go through. Let's go through these two 7:30 games, Magic and Clippers, and then we're going to take a break from NBA. I don't know. You're probably busy. You've been working with us all day. I don't know if I can hammer the 3 p.m. games in the hockey after NFL and then come back to it. What's your pressure?
I'm going over to my mom. I'm leaving here in probably about an hour.
Okay, so probably about an hour. Okay. I think we can make this all work. Okay, let's roll through. Magic Brooklyn is the next spot on the board. Orlando -7.5 and -108. They opened up at 7.5. This moved to 7 at one point. Even though I sort of see some juiced spots, and it is slightly juiced to Orlando, but it's never passed this number of 7.5. Let's get to the total here quickly. On a total standpoint, we have a 208.5. It's -109 to the under. This opened up 209.5. Initially, it went up before it's dropped down to 208.5. We've had Saturated talking about this spot here. I just picked the wrong time to take a team total under against the Magic. It was the Lakers game, right? God, I can't remember, but I lost it. But he's been cashing on them nonstop since then. When we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 50-50 on the ticket count, but 59% cash on the Magic. That's why the line's not moving. And 90% of tickets and 77% cash on the over. And I know I apologize for not talking about pace of play and stuff with the Pelicans and the Grizzlies, but a lot of injuries and changing rosters. Here, both teams are 4-1 over the past 5, and both teams are playing at a very slow pace. 96.5 possessions for Orlando and 96.9 possessions for Brooklyn. The thing about, and this is the last 5 games, the thing about Brooklyn is they're shooting the ball incredibly well right now. 49.4 from the field, but 43.1% from 3 over the past 5 games. Here they are at home. Can they continue that shooting? Because the Magic have been shooting poorly from 3 all year, 31.2%. I mean, if Brooklyn shoots 43.1% from 3 and Orlando shoots 31.2% from 3 in this game, well, Brooklyn will cover. I don't mean to simplify it too much. We have Orlando coming off their 4th straight win, 133-119 over the Bulls. We did see them on the road lock in against Charlotte, beating them 95-84. And the Nets have won 3 straight, but they all came on the road. This is where I generally want to fade a team. They're playing great on the road. Now they come back. They flew back yesterday. They showed up today, back to work. This makes Orlando more appealing, especially with look who Brooklyn's beating: Golden State, Phoenix. I mean, I don't care about Sacramento anymore. I don't even think they're that good. Take it away for us, Magic, Brooklyn.
This is a tough matchup right here. I would lean towards the Magic. Magic have been playing some good basketball lately, man. I saw them hit that game winner over the Lakers, man. I mean, just seeing them out there playing with each other, you looking at their bench, and those guys are out there. They're rooting for each other. They're out there playing hard for each other, no matter who's out there on the floor. They got a lot of young guys out there. They've got a good coach over there.
Wow. The big story here, one time, I hate to interrupt, is that Schroeder is out for personal reasons.
Yeah, I saw he's out. Yeah, I just got that too. I saw that. I was like, Schroeder and Thomas are both out in this one.
Yeah,
There's no way Brooklyn. I think Magic absolute smash spot here. Lock me in while we're talking about it. -7. What is it? Can I get a 7? No, -7, -7.5. Best number available. I'll take it all day long here in this spot. I think Magic. These guys want it more. I know Paulo isn't playing right now, but he's a voice on the bench. He's rooting for his guys out there. He's doing a lot behind the scenes from what I saw. I was sitting right next to him, so I saw him. And it looks like that team is rocking this season. I think they're going to have a good year.
Let's lock it in for you here. See what the best line we can get you. We can get Magic -7.5 at -108.
Yeah, give me that. I'll get that.
So, and Dan Kelly says Nets without Thomas and Schroeder is a bet against. Yes, and Schroeder's been playing out of his mind, but these teams generally step up when they're without their star players. But they've been playing so well, so it's a little different. It really is a little different. Wine time on Magic -7 and -108. Okay, let's pause here now. I wanted to keep going because we have BJ best bet. But we're going to pause here from basketball. Oh, and I haven't been moving the goddamn brands. And I'm so sorry because that's all set up for us. But let's move towards NFL here. And I can see why Jose is so crucial to the show when he's not here. We're going to move on to the football game. And we don't have a banner for it, unfortunately. So that's fine. We're going to move on to football. Lucas Ryan says, what was his first bet? He's on the over 246 in that Cavs-Hawks game that just got started. Okay, so we're going to switch gears. We're going to switch gears into NFL. We've heard from BJ that he is on the under as a best bet in this one. And the way I kind of banged this out, I've faded the Chiefs 4 of the last 5 weeks. I wasn't on them in the other week. They haven't covered in 5 straight weeks. And this is the first time that the public is now wanting to fade the Chiefs. And that got me to pause on it here. Because while the public is actually on Vegas for the first time, the public's actually fading the Chiefs for the first time, we now have a 13.5 here. And that 13.5 is juiced. And I know this opened up at 13.5, but now we have 10 cents of movement towards the Chiefs. That makes me uncomfortable. If the Chiefs want to answer to the people complaining about them not covering and every game being so close, then my thought was, well, they're going to have to put up points in this game. This went down to 41.5, which is a big concern, but there's been a point of buyback in the last hour, so it's back at 42.5. So we have a 2-cent move towards the under. When we get to the cash flow here, let me get the football background. At least that might help people who are. Oh, I guess it won't matter because the game's going to be on. Here we go. From a cash flow standpoint in this one, I think this will be very telling. We have 50-50. It's 50-50. Every single time we've faded the Chiefs, there's been around 20% or less on the opposition. And people in the chat are saying, you're nuts. You're crazy. Why are you fading the Chiefs? You're just going to lose money. And now that's not happening. I don't want to fade the Chiefs here. And I didn't. 86% of tickets, 73% cash on the over, and it's dropping is very uncomfortable. By the way, Rodswag says, bet on Brooklyn off an upset win as an underdog. Brooklyn record during the season, 5-0 against the spread. That's wild. Remos doubled up on the over 41.5. And Ron Crawford, play of the day is KC -13.5. Jay Peasy on the over as well. It made me nervous to see BJ best betting the under. But the way I see it is that this Chiefs offense, Pacheco playing, they're being called out for not the offense, but the team's being called out for not, beating weaker football teams. And this is a football team that they don't like, that said they're not afraid of Mahomes, they're not afraid of Kansas City and all that stuff. And they covered the last time. My X's and O's are on our YouTube page. I broke this game down with Troy. I'm on the over in this one. I've not moved on props. Spenny Penny Bombs has moved on props. He's on Bowers over 62.5 receiving yards. Trey Tucker over, and I'll pop this in the chat too. Tucker over 27.5 receiving yards. Worthy over 34.5 receiving yards. Pacheco, Hunt 40+ rushing, each at plus 160. And his anytime touchdowns are Kelsey at 140, Worthy at plus 260, Smith-Schuster plus 500. And then on the other side, Bowers plus 300, Tucker plus 430, and McCormick, which is an interesting look, plus 800. This is a Raiders team that's trying. That's why I went with the over, because they are putting out effort. Antonio Pierce is getting them ready to go each game. And they played in that last loss, the 29-19 setback at the Broncos, which they should have covered. I was very fortunate. They did that without their top 2 running backs, which aren't maybe that much better than, the guys who are Sincere McCormick and Amir Abdullah, if Abdullah can hold on to the ball. And they're 2 starters at cornerback, 2 on the defensive line, and 1 at safety. And they keep firing. Take it away for us, Wine Time. Raiders, Chiefs.
Yeah, sidewise. I mean, you mentioned it already. 50-50 ticket split right here. I mean, this is usually a spot. I mean, Chiefs laying 13.5 against anybody in the NFL has me scratching my head a little bit. But at the same time, the public was on the Raiders all week up until today, I believe. I think more of the tickets are coming in on the Chiefs now. But I think this spread is like this for a reason. I think they on it. I have not backed the Chiefs once this year, and I faded them on a couple of occasions, but there's too many foolery that goes in their games. I'm honestly looking at a Kareem Hunt rushing prop over 44.5 total rushing yards. Lock me in for that. I think he's going to be able to get well over that here in this spot. And I think they're going to be able to take care of business against the Raiders. If I had to lean towards a total in this, I would lean towards the under, but I think it's kind of dropped a little bit too much. It's at 42 right now. A 44, I think I would have liked it a little bit more. But again, you never know with these Kansas City Chiefs games, man, what's going to happen in these ones. And the Raiders very well, I mean, they can go out here and this could be a 3-point game, they could even win this game outright. I think this line is like this for a reason. It's the only game on. People know the Chiefs aren't blowing the Raiders out. It's kind of out like that right now. People do think the Chiefs are the best team, but I don't think a lot of their backers are going to take that minus 13.5 here. For that reason, I think that's why Vegas probably put the line at what it is right now. I would only lean towards the Chiefs minus 13.5, but I'm going to take Kareem Hunt over 44.5 rushing yards, minus 110. A little something on that.
Over 44.5
rushing yards. Yep.
Minus 110 for Wine Time Sports. Kareem Hunt over 44.5. And I'm on the over 42.5. A lot of cappers rolling with me on that over. Wake Forest with a 3-point lead, by the way, on Minnesota, 4.5 minutes left. Weber State's come back in the second half to take a 3-point lead over Bowling Green. And then our first half look on TCU is in terrible jeopardy, 28-23. They were just up in the first half, and now it's 28-23 Colorado State. Very disappointing there. And Simmons triple-double at 15-1 for Dan Kelly. Okay, so this is what we're going to have to do, and I apologize for this. And it's your call, too, because we got to get into the 3 o'clock NHL games. So do you want to just give me your action, or did you want to see if you can come back for a few minutes before you bounce? No pressure.
How many games do you got for NHL, Jim?
A lot, but you know what we can do is we could just do the 3 p.m. games.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. Take your time. I can tell you my plays right now. I've got one other play today, guys, and it's in that Lakers OKC game.
Sure, hit us.
Yeah, you guys know me, man. I'm a Lakers fan, but I've been fading these guys this season in certain spots, and I'm gonna do it again here. I got in at OKC. I got them in at the money line minus 110. I believe I gave them out on Twitter last night. I just want to double check to make sure that's the number I gave out. It's all the way up to a -3 right now. I think OKC is going to smash the Lakers in this spot. Lakers coming off of Thanksgiving Day yesterday. Coming off a win, much needed win that they needed on the road last game. Let me just double check what I got on this. Minus 110 money line. Yeah. You can't get that anymore, guys, but they're -3. I still like the -3. Yes. Benny Penny says in this chat, Lakers don't beat teams over 500. I just think this is going to be a letdown spot for them at home. They're coming off a win. They got that win. LeBron afterwards was saying that was a much needed win on the road. They all got they all had a good time yesterday having Thanksgiving in LA. They're going to come back today. I think they're going to be a little hungover, and I think OKC is going to take full advantage of that. I think they're going to be able to run around them and play a lot faster than them, this young team. So I give me OKC money line minus 110.
I love it because I'll hit that afterwards. Don't feel any, and Bob also really like it. Don't feel any pressure. You can.
If we haven't left that, by the time you get back on, I'll hop on with you for sure.
Dope. Thank you so much for being so malleable in the situation.
Oh, you already know, Jim. This is always a good time, man. Blessed to be here with you, man. Have a good rest of your day. If I don't talk to you, we'll be talking later on for sure. But I'm hoping I can hop back on here. Good luck to you on the NHL slate.
Thank you, my man. There he is, our guy, Wine Time. We'll talk more about Wine Time's action here shortly. All right, let's roll into NHL, and we got to be very quick here. So we're going to roll into NHL, and I'm just going to go as fast as possible, but let me see if we can get the right banners up. We're going to start with Vancouver Canucks and Buffalo Sabres here. Canucks 11-7-3, 8-2-0 on the road. Sabres 11-10-1, 6-6-0 at home. We're at KeyBank Center in Buffalo, New York. You'll hear a lot of people saying if Lankinen, even Bobano, if Lankinen, I think he said that he's going to back the Canucks. That it doesn't matter to me that Lankinen is playing well. Vancouver is now not going to have Philip Roenick. They don't have JT Miller. And I'm going to fade them for the rest of this road trip. I'm going to fade them every single game. I'm on the Sabres here on the -1 line. The Sabres are playing really, really good hockey and really strong defensive hockey. And I don't think the Canucks can mess with this. I really don't. I'm on the Sabres on the -1 line. I have Luukkonen versus Lankinen. Look, I don't care if Lankinen's playing out of his mind. I don't. You take JT Miller, Philip Roenick off the Canucks. You take JT Miller off in questionable circumstances with people calling out Tocchet. I'm going to be on the Buffalo Sabres, and I'm on them here. And I got them -105, I believe. Let's take a look at what it is right now, and we'll go very quickly through these games here. I've moved on 3 of them, and I really like this spot. Right now, the Sabres are -106. They opened up at +102. They've gone from dog to favorite, even if they're a very slight favorite. And on the total, I can understand anybody moving on unders here, but and you can still get a 6 at -116. I'm not going to do that. Right now, I'm down 7 units on the year in NHL, and I'm going to keep it real clean. I'm going to keep it very, very clean. So I'm on the Sabres -105 on the money line to take out the Vancouver Canucks. Let's roll on to 3 p.m. Eastern. New Jersey Devils at Detroit Red Wings. We're at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. Markstrom versus Talbot. Markstrom just a 904 Sabres. And shout out to my guy Wham Bam 3000 in the house. Cam Talbot's playing very well right now. 6-4-2. 6-4-2. 2.47 goals against average, 923 save percentage, 1 shutout. Let's get into the line history. This total is a 6. It's -108 to the under. So we've seen a 5 cent or now an 11 cent move to the under. I bet you that under is in play, man. I bet you that under is in play in that Canucks game. God, let's see. I've got 11 minutes to figure that shit out. This line has the Devils at -187. They opened up at -184. The initial move was against the Devils and towards the Red Wings. The Red Wings have been getting me paid. They've been getting me paid, and I don't see why, I would fade them in this situation. And they haven't been playing really strong hockey, but, they beat the Islanders 4-2. I had them against the Islanders the first match 2-1. And then the fact that they came back and beat them again a few days later, even if the Islanders are dealing with injuries, is impressive. They lose 2-1 to the Bruins. All these games are low scoring. They're playing tight defensive hockey. Beat Calgary 2-1 in overtime. The Devils are coming off losing at home to St. Louis. So, do they smash and grab here? Maybe, but I don't want them at this price. I don't want them. And are we going to trust a bounce back spot in the road to Detroit? Again, maybe, but I don't want them as this big of a favorite. I don't want a big road favorite in this situation. Now, we do know, and something Bobano talked about yesterday, that the road teams destroy on Black Friday. I think he gave us a 22-6 over the last 28 games played on Black Friday. So, yeah, maybe the Devils are live here. Rod Swag says bet under the total in New Jersey games after getting shut out in their previous game. The unders record since 2024, 6-0. It's funny that you mentioned that because, again, that goes against one of the angles that Bobano's on, that he's going to be on the first period over and the full game over. And that's, it's been working for him, so I know he's just going to hammer it. But it is dangerous with the way these two teams are playing. Rod Zwacky loving the under 6. God, how does this Canucks – the only question about the under in a 3 p.m. game is, are you going to get defensive intensity? Because you can get sloppy games in the afternoon. I'm going to leave it alone, especially Lankinen playing so well. Let's move on to Islanders, Washington. I wanted to be on the Islanders. I really do, because I want to fade Washington as much as possible. But I can't back this team without Pelech and Riley. You have two important, especially Pelech is important defenseman, and then Barzal and what's his name? Who's Duclair? Barzal and Duclair. They're 2/3 of the first line. As much as I want to fade the Islanders, why would I get in the way of it? And there it is. Look at it. Mel saying, I know you like to fade the Caps, but there's no way I can back the Islanders with all the internal strife, controversy, and injuries. I'm not about, when you have Patrick Roy as a coach, you're going to get these kinds of internal issues where he wants it badly and he might not want to listen to Lamoriello and they're going to be battling I don't mind it. Sorokin versus Thompson here. Sorokin is playing okay, 909 save percent. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Robot Glock. Look, I want to fade Washington so badly and I can't do it here. So I won't. Varlamov is in, says Ramos. Thank you. I had Sorokin. If you give me a free bet, if we're sitting here in Vegas, I would move on the Islanders. But here, with all of the action that's available, I just can't back the Islanders with all of these injuries. Let's move on to 3 p.m. Eastern. Florida Panthers 13-9-1, 6-4 on the road. At the Carolina Hurricanes 16-5-1, 9-1-0 at home. We're at Lenovo Center, Raleigh, North Carolina. You have Bobrovsky versus Spencer Martin. Look, I don't care that Spencer Martin had the one shutout. He's not an NHL quality goaltender, and that's why he's been passed around the league. 3.33 goals against average, 856 save percentage. Bobrovsky 10-5-1 with a 3.05 goals against average, 899 save percentage. He's not looked good to start out this season. Let's talk about the spot here. We're talking 3 p.m. action. We have enough time to get any action in we want on 3 p.m. games. We have the Panthers snapping their losing streak. I got the money that I lost. Unfortunately, I dropped on Medicate Monday that the Panthers were going to bounce back, but they bounced back 2 nights later against the Leafs, so I got paid out on the -1 line, and that was fine. Hurricanes have won 2 straight, 6-4 over Dallas and 4-3 over Rangers. This is not your mama's Hurricanes. I mean, they're not playing sound defensively. They don't have very good goaltending. Todd Clinton says Carolina team total over 3.5. And by the way, Rod Zwacken coming in saying bet against the Islanders on the money line against good starting goaltenders, saving over 91.5% of shots against. New York Islanders record during the 2025 season 0-5. Wow. And then Logan Thompson 917, just over that. Terenzi says Carolina scored 4 goals in something like 10 of their last 12 games. I do not want to. No, we're going to be talking about the Tampa Bay game here shortly. We only have 2 more games after this popping off at 3 o'clock in 7 minutes. Look, I don't want to fade the Panthers. They're not playing very well. They got to win. Now they're going out on the road. Now this line has gone from Carolina from -137 to -156. It doesn't make sense to me. Spencer Martin is confirmed, I believe. Everybody can confirm Spencer Martin. This is too far. Florida should not be this big of a dog against anybody, especially with Spencer Martin in that. Now you could say Bobrovsky's not playing well, but this is a team that got their win, got off the schneid, and now I do not want to fade Carolina at home, and I probably shouldn't. But they're making me want to with this big line move. Towards Carolina. They're making me want to back the Panthers. They really are. Panthers been playing kind of sloppy. But this is, let's see, are they leaving after this? Let's just check this out. Is this yes, they're leaving after this. It's a home and home with Florida. God, they could lose here. And then Mally Mal says, yes, the thing is Colorado won their last 9 home games. God, I guess I'll choose not to get in the way of this runaway train that's the Hurricanes. But this is too big of a line. I don't trust Spencer Martin. We know what road teams do on this day, but I guess I won't add it. Aaron Gaza in the house. What up, my man? Oh, yeah, I think Panthers are live. I think this line is I don't know who wouldn't be interested in a +140. I guess I won't move on it, but next spot is Calgary Flames, Columbus Blue Jackets. Look, I want to fade the Flames every single road game for the rest of the season. But is this a risk and reward spot on Columbus? No. You don't, there has been an 8-cent move towards Columbus. And look, I want to fade Calgary so badly. And I've been doing it, but I don't see how this is an appealing spot financially for anyone to take the risk of backing Columbus. mean, Columbus is 7-3, 7-3-1 at home. That's all great, but they just lost to a pretty weak Montreal Canadiens team. I think that you want them against tough competition. You don't want them against weaker competition. If this is a coin flip, which I think it is, why would I want to bet a coin flip? Now, you'll hear really good cappers talk about weighted coin flips in MLB because they're volume cappers, and I get that. But I want to fade the Flames so badly, but do I trust Columbus at 7-3? I want to back Columbus at home against the best teams in the National Hockey League, who I think will be overlooking Columbus. I don't want to bet them against the Flames team that's lost 6 straight on the road, that just lost in overtime against Detroit, against the, so I can't back this. I'm not on this one. Let's talk about Lightning Nashville here. Tampa Bay Lightning, Nashville Predators. We're at Bridgestone Arena, Nashville, Tennessee. Slatsy, my apologies. And Bob says, leave my Flames alone, Jimmy. Look, I'm an angry Canucks fan. I'm on the oversaturated, but there's, the market isn't telling me that it's the right bet. But I'm on the over. We did have Spenny's player prop action. I don't know if you got to see it. I'm going to pop it into the chat now. I can't put his name on it because it's too many letters because you can only put 200. So here you go. That is Spenny's action. And Wine Time gave us a cream hunt over 44.5 rush yards. So here we go for Tampa Bay, Nashville. Vasilevsky versus UC Saros. The Lightning are a very good hockey team, playing at an elite level. And then you also have Stamkos, playing his former team. There's a lot of things here. The Lightning have lost 3 of their last 4. They're an angry group. The Predators, I backed them against Winnipeg on the -1 line. The market gives you a real good idea with the best teams in the league, whether or not you should fade the best teams in the league. And they said fade them here, and I took it to the next step. I took them on the -1 line. Here we have Tampa Bay at +115. They opened up at -108. This is a massive, massive move towards the Nashville Predators. Do you want to fade the Tampa Bay Lightning after they've lost 3 of 4? Going up against Stamkos? My answer is no. I don't. I don't want to. And so when it comes down to it, it means that I've got no action here on this one. Turnsey saying Lightning here. I get that, but this huge market move, against the Lightning and with Stamkos and an angry Nashville Predator, I just don't see an angle here where I feel like I've got this edge and I'm going to bet it. I don't feel it, and I'm not going to. There's a ton of action on today's slate, and I've got lots of NHL action. Let's move on to 3:30 p.m. Eastern, the next spot on the board. That is Kings Ducks. Kings Ducks. We're the Honda Center, and this is Eric Portillo's NHL debut. 6'6" goaltender out of Gothenburg, Sweden. He was the 67th pick in the 2019 draft out of the Buffalo Sabres, and he's making his NHL debut, going up against Lucas Dostal. The Kings, I think the Kings are a team that you can't trust to play consistent hockey. And, you can find spots to fade them. They're coming off beating the #1 team in the league at home. And I think they're vulnerable here. And the Ducks are playing much better hockey. So you have this kid making his NHL debut. Are we supposed to sit here and say that, he's going to be excellent? Now, maybe he is. It's always tricky in these spots. Maybe he will step up, but I know that Dostal will. And this +186 it's a ridiculous price. It's simply a ridiculous price. I mean, honestly, the Panthers at +140 and the Ducks at +186, it's ridiculous. But here in this spot, I have a Kings team that's 5-6-2 on the road. It's not like I have a team that just beat the Jets. Now, the problem here is that these games will sell out. And it's not a usual sleepy spot against the Ducks. Both teams based in LA, so it's sort of like both teams are the home team. Steve G saying, I'll take a chance on the Ducks. I completely get that. But this isn't a sleepy spot, unfortunately. So we'd be fading the Kings because they just beat the Jets. But another issue here is that the last time the Kings were on the road, they no-showed against the Sharks. I find it hard to believe that they're going to completely no-show again. They lost at Colorado on November 13th. Didn't have another road game till November 25th, and got beat up against the Sharks. So, do we really think that that they're going to no-show, even though we want to fade them after a really nice opportunity? It's a good question. Broadswag says, but under the total in Jim Hiller road games, I'm playing their 4th game in 7 days. The Unders record as coach of Los Angeles, 13-2. Slate says Kings 9-1 last 10 versus Ducks and 5-1 last 6 in Anaheim, but the price is ridiculous. There are situations in this game that make it real difficult to put your money on. How are we supposed to sit here and make a legitimate judgment about what Eric Portillo is going to do in his NHL debut? Then, you have this history of these home teams on Black Friday struggling. Then you have this market move towards the Kings. Look, I want to back the Ducks as much as possible. The last time the Kings went on the road, they laid a complete egg and lost 7-2. You don't think Hiller's hammering that home to them? When it's said and done, I'm unable to back the Ducks here, even though I thought that I would sit here with and maybe add both the Panthers and the Ducks at huge numbers, plus 140, plus 186 respectively. But I'm not going to. I can't even believe I'm saying that. I mean, you got a goaltender making his NHL debut. You have a team that just played bad on the road. God. Okay, I'm off uncomfortably. Then we have Kraken Sharks next up. Now, this is the key here. The Kraken, Stankoven out for the Stars tonight. Wow. Okay. I'm already on the -1. Stankoven is a great rookie, but the question here, and it's so important, is Grubauer confirmed to be in net? Because you just can't back the Kraken with Grubauer in net. When Joey Decord's in net, I don't know how you don't bet them every single game for the rest of the season, honestly. Here we're going to the confirmations. Oh, it is Jonas Johansson confirmed for the Lightning. So that's a concern. Portillo is confirmed. And Philip Grubauer is confirmed. Look, I really think the Kraken are a bet-on team. I really do. I think Kraken are a bet-on hockey team. I think they're quite a bit better than their 11-11-1 record indicates. But you just can't back them with Grubauer in that. It's just what, year 3 of him playing at a very, very low level. I'm surprised, honestly, that he hasn't been DFA'd. Go with the cord and bring somebody up. The line indicates, with it opening up at -157 down to -148, that Seattle shouldn't be trusted with Joey Decord. I think that we're going to get value fading the Sharks at times when we know a team isn't looking past them, fading the Sharks at home. And here is a number that you'd want to be on the Kraken. But I am not going to put my money out and see Grubauer in between the pipes. This is a game of inches, and you need to trust your goaltending. And it's not just that. The players in front of them need to trust. You need to be able to think, I can pinch here because my goalie will take care of me. You can't do that. You can't do that with the Kraken. And so it's a no-go. It's a no-go there for me, unfortunately. So there's the afternoon action. And look, all I have is the Buffalo Sabres. That's it. And I'm comfortable. I'm comfortable with the situation. So that game is about to start. Looking back, if this wasn't such a huge card and maybe we had some more time, maybe I end up on both the Panthers and the Ducks. But I'm not going to do that here. Succeeding is too crucial right now. And I simply don't find that appealing. Robot Glock says Merrimack first half money line cashed again. Mel says the Avs play well in Dallas. Never owned the recent regular season head-to-head, but this is a tremendous Dallas spot. And Avs injuries are creeping up again. I did move on Dallas on the -1 line, like you did, Mel. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. We're going to get back to NBA and close the show with NBA here. Penguins Bruins here. I guess we could probably move back to NBA now if you guys want. What do you guys want? What would you prefer? I think we're rolling with NHL. We'll close on NBA here. We'll just keep rolling. So let's roll here into our next spot on the board in NHL. 6:30 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Penguins 8, 12, and 4. By the way, sorry. What are you asking, Resma? Is that I'm confused here. Can you let me know again? Rod's Weiss has bet under the total in San Jose games against poor power play teams, scoring less than 14.5% of their chances. The Unders record in 2024, 9-0. And Mel cashing Miami of Ohio. Nice job. Same with Justin McKelvey up against my action. Nice job. Nice job. Okay, 6:30 p.m. Eastern with the Pittsburgh Penguins, 8-12-4, 3-6-2 on the road. The Boston Bruins, 11-10-3, 6-5-2 at home. At TD Garden, Boston. We have Tristan Yari versus Jeremy Swayman. Let's ensure that these goaltenders are confirmed. Swayman is confirmed. Yari is not. Obviously, it's pretty tricky to decide what to do with the Boston Bruins. They don't have Hampus Lindholm, but other than that, they're a pretty healthy group. For the Pittsburgh Penguins, they are playing right now pretty healthy. Owen Pickering, he's a young stud, first-round pick a couple years ago. And Cody Glass out as well, and he could be returning here pretty soon from his concussion. So a couple of young players are missing. So 2-0 Hawks, that's wild, Philly Eagle Flyer. Wild, and exciting. So thank you, Tacky JP, my man. Okay, so let's roll into this spot. We have the Penguins coming off a 5-4 victory versus Vancouver. Vancouver's a fade, and I think we'll see this on the rest of this road trip. I think we fade them game in and game out. I think we fade them every single next game they play for the next little while, honestly. And the Penguins had been outscored 10-2 in their previous two games. Now they head back out on the road. They're getting lambasted in the media, and so are the Bruins. I mean, these are two teams that are like someone who's just being beaten up and thinks that anybody walking into the room is going to beat them up too. Bruins, though, have won 3 of their last 4. Now, to think that anything will change with Sacco as coach when he's been there, you got to change everything here, and they're not doing that. Yeah, Robot Glock, I'm from Vancouver. I think that we fade them every single game here on in. And I'm doing that here. We'll see how that bangs out. Let's get into the line history here for the Penguins spot. And JPZ on the over 1.5 in the Canucks Sabres game. For the Penguins spot, we have Boston Bruins at minus 166. I mean, how could they be minus 166 against any team in the league? They opened up minus 172. We've had a slight move towards the Pittsburgh Penguins. I just can't comprehend how anybody would want this team at that big of a favorite. But I tell you, you're going to be able to count the number of times I back the Pittsburgh Penguins. I don't know, without hands. They're not a good hockey team. I don't want them in any circumstances. This total is at 5.5. This opened up at 6, dropped back down to 5.5 a few different times. Let's get into the cash flow here. From a cash flow, I don't care about the cash flow. What am I talking about? So, look, we all see the same thing here with Boston. If you compare these two rosters and Marchand trying to be in the Four Nations Cup, I mean, I don't see how you don't back the Bruins here on the -1 line. But do you feel like there's a reason for them being so bad? Is it the culture? Is it fading or firing Monty going to blow up in their faces? This was a team that was playing over their head last year, but it helped when you had Vezina-type goaltending. Zaka, Geeky, and Pasternak. I mean, now you've moved Marchand off of that line. Lindholm is just not a top 6 forward. He's with Brazeau up there. You have Tyler Johnson, Charlie Coyle, and Trent Frederick. At least Coyle's playing in the right spot. Look, I can't back this hockey team, and you take Lindholm off of it. I can't back them, even though there's no chance I'll back the Pittsburgh Penguins. So we move on. Next up for us, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we have the Winnipeg Jets, 18-5-0, 9-4-0 on the road. The Vegas Golden Knights, 14-6-3, but 8-2-0 at home. We're at T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada. Connor Hellebuck, 15-3-0, 2.11 goals against average, 928 save percentage, 3 shutouts, on his way to another Vezina. Aiden Hill, 9-4-2, 2.84 goals against average, 985 save percentage. He hasn't been that good. Let's get into, we have Aiden Hill confirmed. We expect Hellebuck to be there. The market tells the story in these Jets games always. It's uncanny when the Jets are in a line that makes no sense. They lose. The line against Nashville made no sense, and they lost 4-1. The line against the Kings made no sense, and they lost 4-1. You have the Knights team coming off a 2-1 shootout loss on the road. That was a very long road trip that they come home for. They come home for with Thanksgiving and all this. I mean, it's a really bad spot for Vegas. This was another game I really wanted to talk out because I thought I would end up on Winnipeg, and I think I will. This total opened up at 6 minus 118 to the over. It's now minus 101 to the over. So, move towards the under. And let's see what's going on the money line here. This is I have moves on the next two games, but I don't see how I don't have moves on this one. I'm going to be on the Winnipeg Jets tonight. I'm going to add the Jets. Rod Swag says, bet on Bruce Cassidy after scoring 1 goal or less in their previous game. Cassidy's record as coach of Vegas, 25-6. Vegas money line is the 10-star play of the day. Wow, that's a beautiful angle here. For me, and Rod Swag, I have so much fun capping with Rod because we do things differently. 1-0 Predators. Wow, Philly. Is that this team is coming home off of a road trip. The Jets are coming in off of a loss. The Jets are playing all business on this road trip. Now, you know what? We talked about how difficult this road trip was going to be. They had the 3 games in 4 nights, the 4 games in 6 nights, and the 6 games in 10 nights. That's very difficult. That's a very difficult situation. So this is game 5 now of the 6-game road trip. So they head to Dallas after this. That's going to be a real tough game. The final game of this long road trip. Injury-wise, I believe. Let's go over to Winnipeg. I believe, unless something happened last game that I wasn't aware of, it's the same deal with Stanley and Sandberg out. I don't understand how this can possibly be a good situation. 1-0 Panthers. Oh, Philly fly. That was could have been on that. Hawks up 4 on the Cavs, says saturated. That's gonna eat at me. Again, Spencer Martin. I wish I had more time here. 3-0 Chiefs as well. Okay, so with Jets Knights, the only concern that you would have, I believe, is this concern that this is a long, tough road trip for the Jets. But I honestly think that what should trump that is the Vegas coming back for Thanksgiving after a long road trip. We know that Stone is not going to be available. He's on the IR. Zach Whitecloud coming back would be, hugely important for this spot because they don't have Ben Hutton as well. And Zach Whitecloud's been a top 4 defenseman. He brings a lot of toughness here. He's missed 2 straight. He got hurt in Montreal. You know what? Thank you. Sorry. I think that Winnipeg is the spot. I really do. You have to ask yourself, is your concern that they're exhausted? Would that trump everything else? I don't think it would. I think it will. I think they win here and you fade them against Dallas. It's just the date that Vegas came back. Let's just see this again. Vegas on a long road trip themselves. And it was a great road trip. They started with the loss 3-0 against Toronto, but beat Ottawa, beat Montreal, beat Philadelphia in a shootout, beat Colorado in a shootout. How is this not an exhaust? No, I got to be on Winnipeg. I think these are 2 exhausted spots. Wow, wild score again, 2-2. I think these are 2 exhausted spots, and I'm going to be on the Jets. I'm gonna be on the Jets. It's just too hard. Rod Zwag says he'll fade him in Dallas too. I hear you. That is a spot I don't want to back him. A final game of a road trip. I'm gonna add the Jets to my card. Let's move on to the final 2 spots on the board. I've moved on both of them. Colorado Avalanche is next up. Colorado Avalanche, Dallas Stars. Avalanche 13-10-0, 6-4-0 on the road. Dallas Stars 13-8-0, 8-2-0 at home at American Airlines Center in Dallas, Texas. I have Georgiev versus Ottinger, but let's confirm that is the case here. Yes, they're both being confirmed. Georgiev and Ottinger. We have Mel in the chat, which is perfect timing for us to talk about this. But the main thing we have to look at is Georgiev. I mean, he's just such a puzzle when you put together your game scripts here. Let's talk about his last few games because at times he looks like he's back, and at times he looks like he can't be trusted. And we'll hear what Mel has to say. He's also been hurt. He's been dealing with this upper body injury that's that lingered a bit, but he's back. He's been back for 4 games. In those 4 games, he's had games where he's looked good, games where he's looked bad. I mean, he allows 4 goals against the Panthers. He allows 3 goals against the Tampa Bay Lightning in 30 minutes. And then he has this spectacular game against Vegas. He's a very tricky guy to figure out. And in this spot, Colorado playing very good hockey, except that one horrific game against Tampa. I truly think that the Stars, coming off 2 losses on the road, allowing 12 goals against Carolina and Chicago, losing 6-2 to Chicago. Now we see Chicago playing good hockey right now. I truly believe that Dallas Stars -1 is the bet. And I hope that the line's moving in my favor, and I'll check that out right now. But I truly believe Dallas Stars is the bet. Stankoven out, he's in line to be Rookie of the Year. But I'm fine with that. And then we look at Colorado, and they lost Colton, which hurt them, and now Druin's hurt again, and Miles Wood is not in the lineup. And if Oliver Shillington's not there either, I mean, I don't know how you look. Let's just see the line moving in my direction, and then I'll feel good about it. Stars need to step up. They haven't been playing well, but the line's not moving in direction. It's moving towards Colorado. It's from -130 down to -124. Look, I'm on the Stars on the -1 line. They're an anger group, and I think that they bounce back. Steve G also on the over. We have 2 Colorado, 2 cappers, NHL cappers that live in Colorado. Look, Big Scott again. I know that Bobano said horrible things about Fedotov, but I don't think he's as bad. I think that when it's all said and done, we're going to say that Fedotov had an 8 or 9 year career in the NHL and was a starting goaltender. So we believe very differently on the Fedotov stuff, and he made me bullish on my anger about the judging the sample size on Fedotov. Got me to take the over 81.5 points and take them to make the playoffs at +425. JPZ, yeah, if Gilgrave's locked in, Big Val hasn't been drinking, Avs are dangerous, no doubt about it. I'm on the Stars -1. Let's get to the final spot on the board, and I really like this spot for the Oilers here. Oilers, Utah. We're gonna go back to NBA here right after this. Kane's tied up. Wow. First period over 1.5 cash. Just wow. Look at that. Calvin Pickard, we expect to be in net. He's been better than Skinner. Skinner is just 882 save percentage. It's amazing that you see Calvin Pickard with the 893 save percentage. Like, oh, this guy's been much better. Going up against Carol Vomilko has been really good this year. 922 save percentage, 2.25 goals against average. Oh, no, that's cool, Big Scott. Yeah, no, very few people do. It's part of the fun. We don't need to agree with each other. And my anger at the stuff about Fedotov got me in a beautiful situation on the Flyers at the over 81.5 and the +425 in the playoffs. So, it's all good. But I do. And another thing is I won't, when I'm right, I won't mention it again. Okay, so let's go. Stuart Skinner, Carol Vomilka, Delta Center. The Oilers are a team I want to back. There was Detroit up 1-0 on the Devils. So I mean the bounce back spot not there, which is not a huge surprise, honestly. Here the Oilers lose to the Wild, come back, and they beat the Rangers. Beat them 6-2, and Darnell Nurse is back in the lineup. And look, Darnell Nurse will make boneheaded mistakes, but he's a huge part of the dressing room, and he's a huge part of this hockey team. And then we have Utah coming off a good road trip. I mean, yeah, they lose 1-0 Boston, but they smash Pittsburgh in the mouth. They lose to Toronto 3-2, and then they beat Montreal in overtime. They had a chance to go out and party in Montreal, which I'm certain that they did after that hockey game. And then they come back home to Thanksgiving. This is what I believe was a really great spot for the Oilers to, come together and take care of business. But the market's not moving with me. They're moving towards Utah. Utah's gone from +142 to +134. As much as that makes me uncomfortable, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fire within it. I would have probably preferred to wait. Wow, 1-1 already in Islanders Washington as well. This total's at 6.5. It's -110 to the under. I don't know what you're going to get from the Oilers so often. He says, Big Scott says, it's like your shitty pitcher outlook, Jimmy. You love shitty goalies just like shitty pitchers. Hey, Big Scott, look, I beat NHL publicly every single year, and I'll do it again this year, and I did it again last year. And, I'll go up also against anybody in NHL capping at any time. And you don't have to agree with me here that this 6'6" goaltender who started in the KHL and was the number one goaltender for Russia in the 2022 Olympics, if you think he's a sieve, then bet against him and get paid off betting against him. Your guys' thoughts on him got me in a great situation on the Flyers. I've made a ton of money on the Flyers. I have my best ROI on the Flyers. I get paid in full on the Flyers. So, it's all good, man. It's all good. You can feel it however you want to feel. We don't need to agree on anything. It's part of the fun capping. Okay, so here we go. Oilers, Utah. I'm back in the Oilers here. Back in the Oilers. I think they'll take care of business. And Rodswag says, bet against the underdog against the money line off of a home win on Friday night since 2021. 74-21. This system is 6-0 as well. No, it's all good. There's no hate. I cap a Big Scott all the time. Look, it's all good if we don't agree with each other. This part of it, man. I don't take any offense. And it's made me a lot of money disagreeing with Big Scott and Bobano on this Philadelphia Flyers situation. So it's helped me because my spite bets, I have enormous ROI on them. So that's NHL. So I am adding the Winnipeg Jets. That's the only thing that I'm adding in NHL. I'm going to add the Winnipeg Jets. We'll see if I'll lament not being on that part. We'll see if I'll lament not being on the Panthers here and not what was the other one? That was a big plus spot. The Panthers. Oh, and the Ducks. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, we're gonna go back to NBA here before we put a bow on this massive Friday card. So let's go. We finished off with the Magic -7.5. So we have BJ's best bet in our next spot. So let's move over to it right now, and that is the he just moved on the Magic -7.5, which I agree with. I just find it, that first game without your stars, teams usually step up. So I'm going to take an extra look at that. But let's move on to Clippers, Timberwolves. That's the next spot here on the board for us. We're going to move back to NHL. Let's go. 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Now, we heard from BJ. He says he really likes the Timberwolves tonight. LA Clippers 12-8, 5-4 on the road at the Minnesota Timberwolves, 8-10, 5-4 at home. Let's get into the line history here. And let's get into the injury issues here as well at the Target Center. Slow-mo Joe out for Minnesota. It's non-issue. And then Storm and Norman Powell is the only concern here for the Clippers. He's a game-time decision, so let's see what they think from shoot-around. Still listed as questionable. He's missed now 5 games with the left hamstring strain. I don't see why, he would – I think we'd have an idea if he was coming back here, and that'll probably be a home spot that he comes back for. So that's we go in with the expectation that Storm and Norman will not be on the floor. The Clippers are 4-1 over their past 5, though, playing good basketball. Harden and Dunn rolling. They're playing 98.70 possessions game, not very fast. 48.3 from the field and 34% from 3. In fact, I wouldn't mind just taking a step back to that basketball game here, the Magic Nets, just for 1 second here, because if we think that they're going to have trouble scoring, and we know that the way the Magic is playing right now, if there's some concern that the Magic will, overlook this Brooklyn team, that even though they've been winning important games, but when they look across and see no Schroeder and no Thomas, why would we not look at just the under in that basketball game? Because the Magic, they're both playing at a very slow pace. The problem with the under is that the shooting percentage for Brooklyn has been so high. And here, it's because has it moved too much? 208.5. No, it hasn't. I'm gonna look at the Magic, but I'm also gonna look at that under. think that under is very appealing. I find it hard to believe that they'll be able to shoot. They're 49.4 from the field, 43.1% from three. I find it very difficult. Much love to you, Slatsy, my friend. Okay, so I think the under is going to be my spot there in Orlando, Brooklyn, and maybe I end up on Orlando as well. Back to this Clippers-Minnesota game. We go into the cap knowing that Minnesota is playing poorly and that BJ believes in them in a bounce-back spot. Let's get this up here so that we can break it down and set it up with the X's and O's here. Again, we're capping 50 games on today's card, and we're through about 45 of them. We have the Clippers coming in off that win, 121-96, easy win at Washington. They got destroyed against the Celtics, so they were sharp coming in. You have the Timberwolves just losing basketball games. They lose at Toronto, and I had them in that game. That was a mistake. Then they lose and fight hard at Boston. Then they come home and lose in overtime to Houston. And then they lose to Sacramento, who's such a Jekyll and Hyde team. Clippers playing over their head at times and then, no showing against good teams. They go home after this. They go home. This is not a spot that I want the Clippers in, at the end of a 4-game trip, waiting to fly back home. Now, if they win this game, you fade them again, when they head home because they have another game on Sunday. But here with the Timberwolves, they've lost 4 straight. They have the Clippers and then the Lakers on Monday. This is game 3 of a 4-game homestand. How do they not fire here? By the way, Rod's wacky. Edmonton -1.5 on the puck line. Vegas money line. Dallas -1.5 plus 180. 3-teamer plus 1,300. That's beautiful, Rod. It's a beautiful look. And he says, hug a loved one today. You just never know how long we really have. It's well put, Rod. Well put. And sorry for your loss today, man. Sorry for your loss. Okay, so let's get into the line history and the cash flow because I think that's going to tell everything we need to know in this spot. We have line history. This total is sitting right now at 213 at -107. Open up at 216. We've dropped 3 points. So, some defensive accountability expected here. By the way, Hawks up 5. What a call by Dan. Now 3, but still, what a call by Dan. When we get to the spread in this one, we have a 6. There's 5.5 at other books. This has gone from 5 to 6, moving towards Minnesota. I think Minnesota takes care of business. I think they beat the Clippers here. I think the Clippers want to go home. I'm with a BJ on the Timberwolves. I'm going to see if I can get a 5.5 instead of a 6. If I have to pay a little bit, like a nickel or so, that'll be fine. But -5.5 for me on the Timberwolves. I want to fade them on. I want to fade the Clippers on this last game. Let's move on to the next spot on the board here. So this is game 46 of our 50 games that we're capping today. Detroit Pistons at Indiana Pacers. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Pistons 8-12, 4-7 on the road. The Pacers 9-10, 7-2 at home. We're at Cambridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis, Indiana. We have no, I'm good to go, Todd. I'm ready to go, man. I was on stream for 12 hours yesterday, but no, I'm ready to rock, man. I'm excited about all this action. Decent start to the day. Thank you. Thank you, Rem, my man. Detroit 1-4 over their past 5, playing at a very slow pace, 96.49 possessions a game. Where is the Celtics game? Oh yeah, these are all at 8 p.m. That's why I had 35% from 3. These Pacers 3-2, playing at a fast pace, 103 possessions a game, starting to play a little better. Jermaine saying Pacers are 0-5 against the spread on Fridays so far this season, 48.8% from the field and 35.8% from 3. Take a look at the injury report here for both squads. Harris game time decision and Cunningham game time decision. We know that Shepard, Naismith, and Nembhard are out. They're starting to handle that okay. That took a while for them to handle. We have Harris still listed as questionable, but he was in the morning shoot around. We should think that, and so was Cade Cunningham. They were both in the shoot arounds this morning. You got to think that they're both in because of that. Tobias Harris is listed as questionable. Let's take a look and see if Cade Cunningham is listed as probable. You'd have to think that would be the case here. Ivy, Hardaway, Duren, all good to go. And, he's expected to be in. So we're going to have Cunningham. We're going to have Tobias Harris. This team is coming together. Let's take a look at the line history and the situation here. We have the Pacers have now come together and figured out how to play without Naismith and Nembhard. And we have the Pistons team that's getting fortified a little bit. They're coming off getting destroyed too at Memphis, 131-111, and getting reinforcements. The Pacers have won the first 3 games of this homestand. Now, if this is game 4 of a 5-game homestand, then I won't fade them here, but I find it appealing to maybe, if this is the final game of a homestand that they've swept the beginning of it, kind of a dangerous spot. They know they head out onto the road in the next one. Let's take a look at the line history here and decide whether we want to move on this. Let me get these pages out of the way. Okay, here we go. Line history. We have the Pistons +5 with no VIG, but this opened up at 6. This is bouncing back between 5 and 5.5. It just moved back to 5 again. 30. I think they can keep this game close. I think this is a fine number to get anything over 5. I think works. Now we'll take a look at the cash flow. This total is at 230. Opened up at 229.5. The initially went up to 231.5, and then it dropped. Let's take a look at the cash flow then here for this one. We have the 32% of tickets, 39% of cash on the Pistons. Line moving towards them. This is my wheelhouse. Pacers have won 3 straight. Pistons coming off of a bad game. This is a spot I really like. Pistons will be moving on that right after the show. Let's roll on. We have 4 games left on today's program. Also, we're not racing today because I don't know how to work it. So we're going to have extra races next week. I'll talk to Slaughter. Maybe they'll both be $100 races next week on Thursday and Friday. We'll figure all that out here. And I apologize for those of you looking to get a quick score as PSR Gold members. I promise that the money will still come to you guys. Let's get into our next spot here. Raptors Heat. Raptors Heat is our next spot. These Raptors 5-4, 1-10 on the road, not to be trusted. Shooting the ball so much better though, and much better than I expected them to. Last 5 games, they're 3-2. Their pace of play is sped up, 99.80 possessions a game, while the Heat pace of play slowed down to a crawl, 95.71 possessions a game. The Raptors shooting the ball 47.2% and 36 from 3. Much better numbers than we saw last year. Now this is just over a 5-game period. And the Heat 42.9 from the field and 36.1 from 3. From the latest injury report, we have Brown out, Grady Dick out, and of course IQ and Olnick out. They're going to be out long term. So it's Pirtle, Agbaji, Barrett, Walter, and Barnes. Barnes at point guard. That's the 1 through 5. For the Heat, they have 4 players as game time decisions. Of course, the first and most important is Jimmy Buckets. So let's go over and see what's going on with Jimmy Buckets. Probable due to back tightness. So he only played 25 minutes in that win over the Hornets before he left with the tightness in his back. But he is going to be back in the lineup here tonight, listed as probable. Then Robinson, Rozier, Tyler Hero is playing the point right now. Kevin Love, also a bench piece. That's a game time decision. I would like to know if these guys are in. Rozier is probable as well. Friday night in Miami. So Rozier probable, Butler probable, Duncan Robinson probable. So these guys are all getting back in. And is Kevin Love going to be there as well? Kevin Love is questionable. He missed that game against the Hornets. Okay, so we have 3 of the main guys listed as probable. The Heat followed up their 3-game homestand. They went 2-1. They closed it out with a loss to the Bucks. Then they faced Charlotte on the 27th. So this is their 3rd game in 4 nights. But I don't know if it with these guys coming back, I don't know if it's quite as bad of a situation as one would seem. It's not like Jimmy played his heart out in that game against Charlotte. That was second half of back-to-back. And the Raptors are coming off a huge win against the Pelicans in Miami, 3-1 Florida. Wow. Saturated says 3.5. Isn't it 8.5? Well, let's take a look, my friend. And we do thank, even if it's wrong, our guy Jose for putting all these together while he's on vacation, at 9 in the morning from an airport. This total opened up at 221.5. It's dropped 2.5 points to 219. And look at Atlanta up 52-44. God, I knew Dan was right. Should have trusted it. Boston, Chicago here. Toronto, Miami here. Yes, we have an 8. It was never a 3.5. It's opened up at 7, and it's moved a point towards 8. God, I don't know, with the Raptors team trying their hardest, if we can trust the Heat to cover this kind of a spread. 62% of tickets, 56% of cash on the over, and on the spread we have 49 and 46 on the Heat. It does feel like the Raptors could get smacked here. Feeling good about themselves. They're playing hard though. I mean, that's the thing about a dog like the Raptors is they're playing hard. They're playing with toughness. The 65.5. I apologize for the wrong numbers there. I don't know if I want the Heat here. I know that the Raptors coming off a big win. It's just they're putting out max effort. Saturated says that 219 seems low. If Miami controls the pace of play, I mean they're playing 95.71 possessions a game. You'll need them to shoot over 40% from 3 to get that. So I'm going to stay off the Raptors Heat one. I thought that I might want to fade the Raptors here, and I have some thoughts about it. There we go. Philly Eagle Flyer 1-0 Sabres. I love to hear it. Let's move on to Celtics Bulls. Celtics Bulls here. Celtics 15-3, 8-1 on the road. Bulls 8-12, 2-6 at home at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Celtics 5-0 over their past 5, playing at a slow pace as well. 95.02 possessions a game, but shooting the ball really well. It's interesting. They're shooting the ball really well, but nothing close to what the Bulls are shooting right now. Last 5 games, Bulls are shooting 51.3 from the field and 40.1 from 3. 104 possessions a game. They're flying up and down the floor here. These Celtics, we've already heard from Nasty Nate moving on the Celtics second quarter. This is a healthy team. Cornette game time decision, but they're fine. Drew, Derek White, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Al Horford is your 1-5. For the Bulls, they have 3 game time decisions, but the main one is Kobe White. Let's get the last list says questionable. He did participate in the shooting round with the wrist injury. You got to think he plays here. The other guys are Terry and Smith. Our game time decisions. Dalen Terry, questionable, but he was in the morning shoot around. You got to think that all these guys who were in the morning shoot around play here. So let's go. Celtics, Bulls. Take a look at the line history and the rest situation for both squads. Bulls playing over their head, shooting the ball well. We have the Celtics on this winning streak, destroyed the Clippers after just getting by Minnesota. You have the Bulls coming off that 133-119 loss on Wednesday at Orlando. So they've lost 2 of their last 3. These scores are ridiculously high at home. Look at these. The last home game they had was 173 points, or 273 points were scored. The one before that, there was 258 points were scored. That was the over that Wine Time took in Atlanta, Chicago. So let's get into the line history here for the Bulls, Celtics. Bulls are plus 11.5. They opened up at 10. 1.5 move towards the Celtics. I do not want a double-digit road favorite at all. And then when we get to the total, we have a 243.5 at a pick'em. This opened up at 241.5. We've got a 2-point move. Saturated looking at the Celtics first half. Let's take a look at the cash flow. 31% of the tickets and 25% of the cash on the Bulls. Now the line is moving towards the Celtics. The total has 51 and 51 on the under, even though we see it climbing. I mean, you got to think 2-0 Blue Jackets. Wow. I should be fading the Flames in every single game here on the road. Should have been there. Damn it. I feel like I'm leaving money on the table all over these spots. Lean's flying. By the way, the Cavs did mount a bit of a comeback. It's 52-50 Atlanta at the break. I don't see why I wouldn't expect the Bulls to bounce back and play well here. I mean, if we look at the Celtics stay within the number. Let's go over the Celtics' last few road games. They beat Washington 108-96 in a cup game, NBA Cup game. They destroyed Brooklyn 139-114. That was impressive. They beat Milwaukee 113-107. They destroy Atlanta. Okay. All right, fine. I'll stay off of it. 2-1 Capitals as well. That's interesting, Mally. All right, let's move on to the next spot on the board. We already got a move from our guy Wine Time. He is on the Oklahoma City Thunder. He took the money line here. 14-4, 6-2 on the road, playing the Lakers, who won 7 of 9 at home. We're at Crypto.com in Los Angeles, California. Both teams playing just under 100 possessions a game. 99.2 for Oklahoma City, 99.6 for the Lakers. That's over the last 5 games. Lakers shooting the ball very well, 49.3 from the field, 36.7 from 3, while the Thunder just 47 from the field and 33 from 3. Let's get into the line history. BJ saying this is a Lakers spot in his opinion. We have, of course, AD is a game time decision. Let's get the last look at him. Plantar fasciitis, but he's probable. So AD will be in the lineup. And then Dalton Connect also is a game time decision here. Let's get the last word on him. He's probable. So both Connect and AD are probable, but game time decisions. And we know what's going on. No surprise here. Caruso out and Holmgren out for the Chet Holmgren out for the Thunder. Let's get into the rest situation for these two squads here. We know that the Lakers like to show out here in cup games. We have the Lakers fresh off snapping their 3-game losing streak, 119-101 against San Antonio. And the Thunder coming off back-to-back wins to start out this road trip, 130-109 over Sacramento, 105-101 at Golden State. And now they are sitting here on the 3rd game of a 4-game trip. They go down to Houston after, so it's probably a nice enough spot. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow. I have the total up, so we'll start there. This is a 230 minus 109. This opened up at 230. It got up to 232 before it dropped down to 230. So we've had a 3-cent move towards the under. When we get to the, if the Jackets destroy Calgary, I'm just going to despise myself for not being on it. We have a big move towards Oklahoma City. Wow. -1 to -103. Sorry, -1 to -3. Wow, just a huge move towards them. They opened up as a dog. I said -1. There's +1 to -3. That's a 4-point move towards the Thunder. That's a huge move towards the Thunder, man. 73% of tickets, 70% cash on the over. On the spread, just 32 and 30 are moving this line. LA having to come back and have Thanksgiving. Hard not to think that the Thunder are the side here. Now, the problem is could the 3 burn you? It's possible. I'm interested in the Thunder here. This is tricky. Lakers snap their losing streak in San Antonio, come back, and it's immediately Thanksgiving. I'm interested in the Thunder, and I'll just have to decipher if I think it's gone too far now, which is very possible. Let's talk about our final game on the show, game 50. Sacramento Kings at Portland Trail Blazers, Moda Center, Portland, Oregon. Kings 9-10, 5-4 on the road. Trail Blazers 7-12, 4-4 at home. Sacramento 1-4 over their past 5. I've been watching them play. They don't look in sync at all. Portland 1-4 as well, but we expected that from them. Both teams playing at a slower pace. Sacramento 98 possessions a game. Portland 99.6. Portland shooting the ball poorly. 38.8 from the field. That's it. I mean, that's just poor. 33 from 3. We have Sacramento 45.5 from the field and 32 from 3. Let's take a look at the injury report here, especially need to note for these Blazers. And it's not good. We know Thibault and Kling out, but Grant is such a big piece here. Jeremy Grant, doubtful. So Jeremy Grant is going to be out tonight. And then let's get a look at the spots here for the Kings. So we know that Jeremy Grant is out. And come on, light up here. And Chris Murray is questionable. So Chris Murray might be back in. For the Kings, DeRozan is out. Trey Lyles out. So it's not a very good, not very good having D-Row out of the lineup, but he's not meshed well with this squad right now. Fox, Ellis, Murray, Crowder, and Sabonis. Jay Crowder will be starting at the 4 here. Let's take a look at the line history. From a side perspective, we have Sacramento -7.5. They open up -4.5. I mean, that's just, you're going through such key numbers there. Late to the party. Don't want to be early to the funeral. From a total standpoint, we have a 225.5. This opened up at 223.5. It's climbed 2 points to 225.5. When we get to the cash flow, we have the 66% of tickets and 68% of cash on the Sacramento Kings. And on the total here, we have 61% of tickets, 63% of cash on the over. Mel Mouse says Jay Crowder. I haven't heard that name in a minute. I feel that, I expect this. Okay. Both these teams are shooting poorly from three over the last few games. And Portland's shooting horrible from the field and don't have Jeremy Grant in the lineup. Now you take Sacramento off, you take DeMar DeRozan off of this Kings lineup, and maybe they get back to kind of their old ways that they were from last year. But 223.5 up to 225.5. I don't want the Kings as this big of a favorite, despite a Blazers team that will have Simon, Sharp, Kamara, Advia, and DeAndre Ayton. I don't find that appealing at all. So I'm going to shut that. I don't find Kings Trailblazers appealing. We got a ton of action on tonight's card. But I do feel like I missed the boat on some action here in the NHL. 3-2 Minnesota after 2. Buffalo up 1-0. I could have been on that under 6 as well. Florida up 3-1 on Spencer Martin. Could have easily been there. Columbus up 2-0. I feel like I left money on the table. It's 1-1 already in Seattle, San Jose. You just can't trust Grubauer, even though Seattle's playing such good hockey. All right, let's review all action here on today's show. Let's just see what's going on in the football game as well. We have second and goal, now third and goal. God, so this live line must be really low in this football game. We have, it's the 35.5 this has dropped to. Wow. And the Raiders threatening. Thank you, Vikes for Life. Thank you for being here. Respect. Thank you all for being here. Jermaine says, how confident are you in Edmonton? I want to go puck line. I like it. I like it quite a bit. I think this is a really tricky spot for Utah. I think it's a really tricky spot for Utah. Now the line's moving against me. What I would do is I'd probably take the -1 line, Jermaine. That's what I took. You're going to get plus money on the -1 line, especially with this market move. If anybody's looking for the -1 line, I might go back in on the total too. I want to get a grip of what's going on here. Let me just throw this into the chat. Anybody's looking for the -1 calculator here? It's a very helpful, given to us by the great Ron Crawford. Let's get this calculator here. The -1 calculator. Just hit American, of course, unless you use decimal. And then it's up to you whether you want to do to win amount, to risk amount. I'm to risk, not to win. So here you guys go. Yeah, Jermaine, you know what, Jermaine, I wouldn't do that with Oiler games. I would take the -1 over regulation every time. In saying that, it's because if it does go to overtime or a shootout, you have a huge advantage with Connor McDavid, like enormous advantage. So that's, but it's totally up to you how you want to handle things here. So let's review all action here. 50 games were capped on today's show, and 14 in college football, 14 in college basketball, 9 in NBA, 1 in NFL, and 12 in NHL. Stacks play day number 1, TCU. I guess they let us down here. I took them first half. Stacks play day number 2 from Justin McKelvey, Arizona -6.5. Viper gave us Brunson over 24.5 points. Cash that. Morgan Spooner, Weber State. I bet you they took care of business. Looks like they were coming back here. Also 3-3 here. Wow, 3-3 in Vegas Chiefs. Let's see. Did Weber State take care of business? Take a look at this right now. God, we're going to have so much action for the rest of the day. Just a extremely enjoyable day of sports gambling here. And that's why the work had to be done. 37-34 West Virginia, by the way. 37-34 West Virginia to get things started there. TCU can still get there. 53-57. They're fighting. Merrimack up 66-65 over Troy. Ohio State up 57-52 over Pittsburgh. Interesting. Florida up 17-13 over Wichita. BYU up 16-8 over NC State. I could have got there. Should have got there. Could have got there. Then let's see where the other spots that we moved on here quickly. App State took out Colgate 72-50. Wake Forest covered. Yeah, Weber State 73-70 over Bowling Green. Wow. Could have probably left money on the table there. So here we go. Morgan Spooner cashing with Weber State -2.5. Niagara -1.5. Northern Illinois +2. Santa Clara money line. Trill OG play of the day from LJ from H-Town. Memphis first half. And then when we get into our cash, we cash Colorado first half. We have the full game as well for our guy Wine Time, so we cash that. Wisconsin money line, first half under 20.5, full game under 40.5. I have to see how that banged out, which I will do after the show when I add my action. I lost on Bowling Green. Shout out to the Cappers that got paid with Miami of Ohio. Then that Mississippi State game's already started. I'm fine. I moved on Sam Houston. Let's see what the hell's going on in college football right now live, because we've got a lot of action here. So college football live right now. Sam Houston up 3-0. That's great. Now the live total is still 47.5, so nothing's really changed there. Liberty on the move. Mississippi State, that game just started. Southern Alabama tied 7-7. I'm on South Alabama in that one on the money line. I'm also on Stanford. So it'll be fun to see how that bangs out. Then for the late games, might get on Georgia Tech. I'm interested at +18. Wine Time on Iowa. I'm interested. Wine Time on the under 47 in Utah, UCF. I'm interested in UCF. I want to spend a little more time on that. Kong's Clips gave out the best bet, Louisville, here in college basketball. And then then CMAX on Oklahoma +3.5. I lean towards Butler and wanted a little bit more time on it. I'm going to move on Arizona State. I have interest in USC. And best bets from our guy CMAC was James Madison +2 at -107 and North Carolina A&T at +13. Wine Time moved on the over 246 in Cleveland, Atlanta. That's not been a high-scoring first half there. He's on the Magic -7.5. I'm interested in that in the under. I'm interested in the Timberwolves and the Pistons. Pistons might be my favorite spot. And then I have interest in the Thunder, but I think that might have gone too far. And then the over 42.5 in Jeopardy in Las Vegas, Kansas City. That is our show for today. 4-hour show. 5-hour show, right? Jesus. 5-hour show. 3-1 Panthers. Yeah, Spencer Martin should have been faded. It was a mistake. I should have done that here. There's so many games to cap. And sometimes you let some things go that you probably should have moved on. And also keep in mind that these big moves, these 20-cent moves in the NHL, 25-cent moves, have not been paying out to the team that's moving towards at all. Jermaine took Panthers money line. Excellent job. Aaron Gaza, Jermaine, Vikes for life, Textiles, Jay Peasy, Steve G, Mally Mal, Philly Eagle Flyer. Thank you guys so much for rocking with us. Res Mob in the house. BJ, thank you. Saturated, all of you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Rod Zawacki, Slatsy, thank you. Mel, thank you for being a part of it. Just a great, great group. Robot Glock, thank you. Moneyball, Jimmy Carson, Coin. Great, great group. So thankful to be a part of this. It was a really fun 12-hour Thanksgiving stream yesterday. And now we have all this action today. So let's win the day, as Mally Mal says. A big show picks. Thank you, my man. Good luck to you. Have a great, great night. Let's get paid tonight. Let's get our cash in all day and all night. Happy Thanksgiving weekend to all of you guys. I will see you again on Sunday morning for NFL Pub Hub. We'll be back in business. Go out there and get that cash. On behalf of all of us here at Pub Sports Radio, from Jeff Slaughter all the way down to us, we thank you for supporting the channel. Jose, thank you for putting in the graphics at the airport at 9 a.m. It means a ton, man. Respect. And to all of you guys for supporting the show. We can't do it without you. Truly, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for the support and have an incredible weekend. Saturated says, would you bet the Raptors +8.5 with your money? Not after a huge win like that. No, I would not. I would not. All right. Roll that shit, like that shit, smoke it, get that cash. Thank you for supporting Pub Sports Radio. Let's go. Milk that shit. Leche. Hey, those bookmakers.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H, I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate from down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Dabby Cab. Swing by Dallas with them Cowboy fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mac.